The sweet embrace of nothingness called for it, but a strong force that felt like a warm caress kept its consciousness just barely awake. It took interest in its new surroundings, even if the most it could make out was the diverse mix of auras that congregated here. These energies were beautiful, a dance of colors and happy emotions that seemed to strengthen it. It was so tired, but it found something even more interesting than sleep, and it wanted to enjoy this place a bit longer.
Chapter 1. Connell. The first line led the way for the second. The individual strokes held little meaning, but when added together, a story formed. I lost myself in the story. My hand raced across the textured paper. Nothing else existed besides the breathtaking scene in front of me, and I was merely the vessel lucky enough to immortalize this moment in time. It wasn't until the final ocean's wave was etched to my satisfaction that I paused to just enjoy the scene in front of me. The harsh afternoon sun became a source of beauty, turning the vast, terrifying ocean into a field of sparkling gems. As someone who didn't have much experience with deep waters, the ocean scared the living hell out of me. Giant squid, underwater volcanoes, poisonous creatures of every kind imaginable, and what did you mean there were black holes in the ocean as well? No, thank you. My feet could stay firmly planted on solid ground, where there were already enough dangers that could end my fragile life. And being raised in a family of supernatural beings, I was very well aware of just how low on the food chain humans were. Not that my parents or Circus family would ever let anything happen to me. I was honored to have some people's bedtime story nightmares on my side, but at the same time, knowing that dragons, bird gods made of fire, shifters, and fae were actually real and not just fictional villains inside fairy tales, didn't exactly give me a peace of mind. Well, I knew the people in our mismatched family were the good guys. It didn't mean they were all nice. There was a reason the Black Cat Circus was known for collecting lost souls who had nowhere else to go. They had abandoned me, so we formed a family of our own. And growing up with beings much more powerful than I was taught me to be curious, but your instinct of fear should never be underestimated. It was the reason I could admire the ocean while having the desire to never be inside of it. I was more than happy to be the bystander capturing its beauty on the sidelines. Another crash of the waves, this time threateningly close to wetting my bare feet, and I knew my drawing session had gone on for too long. It was time to return to the circus grounds. I turned to leave, but a loud crash had me spinning toward the sea again. I was frozen in place, a gasp caught in my throat as I watched the massive creature create giant waves that caused the tide to rise to my ankles. So much for staying dry. I'd heard about whale breaches online, but had never seen one in person. I never knew they happened this close to shore, and based on the excited shouts of the beachgoers around me, it wasn't a normal occurrence. People rushed to pull out their phones, while I already had my sketchbook open to a blank page. My charcoal pencil flew across the paper in a rush to capture the scene unfolding before my eyes. I could draw from memory, but it was easier to capture the entire essence with a reference in front of me, and I didn't want to miss a single thing about this moment. The magnificent creature breached again, this time jumping higher until most of its body was in the air. The force of its dive back into the ocean had the water rising higher up my lower leg, but I didn't have time to move. The desire to finish the drawing before the whale disappeared consumed my every thought. I was disappointed when I didn't see the whale breach a third time, but that quickly turned into excitement when the whale's nose, blowhole, popped out of the water, much closer to shore this time. Water shot out, creating a sparse waterfall that only had its audience screaming louder with appreciation. My mouth was agape in awe along with the others. I'd heard that people went on trips to the ocean, hoping to catch sight of a whale in person, but I never understood the point. It was another animal, a giant one, sure, but nothing really special about it. In fact, I would dare say whales and other ocean-dwelling mammals were a bit silly. How could nature allow a species to evolve to have primary residence underwater, yet only be able to hold their breath for an hour or two at a time? It was like having a landlocked bird that couldn't fly. Oh, wait, those are chickens. But that was beside the point. My point being, I didn't really understand the fascination with whales. That was until this moment. The majestic whale moved closer, and I swore we made eye contact.
"Mommy, the whale's looking at me!"
A squeaky voice had me turning to my side to find a little girl jumping up and down excitedly as she pulled her mom's hand. I shook my head and let out a soft chuckle. Of course, there was no way the whale was looking at me of all people among this crowd. I was probably overly excited, just like the child was.
My new friend's gone, Mommy,
she cried out, and when I turned back to the sea, her words proved true. The water returned to its normal sway of waves, as if the whale had never been there in the first place. I waited a few more minutes, hoping to catch another glimpse of the giant mammal, but there was no other movement. With a sigh of disappointment, I slowly made my way back to the site that would serve as our circus grounds for the next few weeks. The whale was still at the forefront of my mind, and my fingers itched with restlessness. The need to get home as quickly as possible had me ignoring the calls and greetings that were thrown my way as I rushed past the other members of Black Cat Circus. I didn't stop until I was sitting on the floor of my RV with my sketchbook placed in front of me. I let my body take over and drown myself in the art. It didn't take long to finish the page, and when I did, I ripped it out of the book and placed it beside me. Time didn't exist as I entered this trance. It wasn't until I couldn't ignore my grumbling stomach that I paused and realized I was on the last page of my sketchbook, and my floor was now covered in finished drawings. It was a good thing Rhett, my old roommate, however brief, had moved in with his boyfriend, or else he'd see this mess and think I'd gone crazy. How many different drawings featuring a whale could one create? A limitless amount, apparently. In fact, if it weren't for my need for food, I'd probably keep right on drawing, and that thought was a little more than alarming. This wasn't like me. Muses were something every artist had, but I'd never become obsessed with one before. The world had so much beauty to draw from. I was content with the idea of capturing as much of it as I could, so why was I so focused on this damn cetacean? Even as I lay in bed after dinner, a giant haze of bluish silver followed me into sleep. Dark, glittering eyes haunted my dreams. They were eyes I hadn't recognized, but I didn't mind drowning in them as I fell into a deeper slumber. Chapter 2. Connell. I woke with the taste of the salt and a longing for the sea, which was totally bonkers since I do not do the ocean. It must have been the bomb fish and chips our chef prepared for dinner last night, perfectly crispy with just the right amount of saltiness. Then again, everything Rhett made was chef's kiss worthy. It had been a year since he joined the circus to take over for our previous chef, who'd retired. We'd instantly become good friends when he'd been roomed with me, and I was honestly happy to have another human around. All the residents of Black Cat Circus had always been welcoming, but it did get lonely being the minority. And even if Rhett turned out to be not as human as he thought, we'd gained Eli, Indy, River, and Alex in the last year. As usual, the purple mess tent was crowded for breakfast. This was Rhett's domain, and he was currently making his magic in the kitchen area that was set up at the back of the tent. Naturally, Cole, our fire dancer, stood not far away from his boyfriend, helping him grab items on the top shelves that Rhett couldn't reach. With Rhett being half-dwarf, their height difference was so freaking adorable. Anyone who saw them together could tell just how much love was shared between them. In fact, love was basically in the air with all the couples glued together as they shared a lovey-dovey morning meal together. It all started when Drake, our dragon daredevil, fell in love with Eli, who was now our photographer. Then Cole with Rhett, and Brighton, our raven shifter aerialist, got together with Xander. Hell, even our ringmaster was paired up now. Seven looked spiffy as usual in his suit, looking so much in love as he chatted with his mate Indy at one of the tables on the right, and I had to admit they made a really cute couple. Everyone was pairing up. Everyone except for me. I was happy for them, I really was, but that didn't mean the little green monster didn't swell up inside of me. It was one thing to be a 19-year-old virgin, but to have never even held hands with someone romantically had to mean there was something wrong with me. I stabbed at my scrambled eggs, trying to fight the negative thoughts that swirled in my mind. I'm too different and don't belong here or anywhere. Nobody wants me or will ever want me. My real parents didn't even want me. Honey, are you okay? You were quiet last night at dinner as well, my mom asked with a frown, and I immediately felt guilty for having those thoughts. Mimi Green was a petite woman with curly hair as big as her personality. As she studied me, the wolf's ears on her head stood tall with alertness. My dad, Dolph Green, stood a couple inches shorter than my 5'8", but instead of my lanky frame, he was built like a bodybuilder with muscles growing on top of his muscles. I didn't look like either of them, which wasn't shocking considering I was adopted, but that didn't mean I wasn't any much less theirs. I never once doubted that they treated me like their own, and that only made the guilt eat me up more inside. These two beautiful, amazing people loved me, yet I still felt undeserving of love, and honestly, that fucking sucked. I wanted to be their perfect son, not some broken kid with a fear of rejection. Dad raised his head from where he was gobbling down his food to shoot me a worried look.
Is someone bothering you? You tell me if they are, and I'll take care of it,
he said in his gruff voice. He bared his fangs, and his tail swung aggressively behind him. I swore his muscles also flexed with every word, as if ready to pound on any problem until it was solved. I rolled my eyes at his fierce expression and laughed, all the negative feelings floating out of me like they'd never existed in the first place. It was hard to stay in a bad mood around my parents. Don't you always say my mouth runs faster than a jaguar? I thought you two would like it if I gave you a break, I said with a grin. It was an ongoing joke in the family, and, well, maybe I do say too much sometimes, like basically telling Rhett that magical creatures existed when he first moved here, but it was never intentional. I just get too excited and speak before my brain has time to filter the thoughts.
Oh, honey, you know we love hearing your thoughts. You don't have to filter anything with us, Mom said.
She once sat with me while I gushed about my latest celebrity crush for hours. She didn't get impatient with me as some might, but listened and fangirled over the actor with me. I knew they would listen to whatever I said, but there was no way in hell that I'd tell them I wanted so desperately to lose my virginity and that I wanted to fall in love too. Even I knew there were some things better off not said out loud. I know. My voice is a blessing, I joked. Mom smiled but nodded, looking a lot less alert now. Dad let out a grunt in agreement and happily went back to his food. Mealtime was the man's favorite time of the day. Just thinking about what I have to do today before the circus guests arrive. I ran out of paper, so I gotta head into town and buy more, I said, which only reminded me that I really did need to get going.
Do you want me to go with you?
Mom said. She got that look in her eye, like she was worried something would happen to me if I wasn't in her direct line of sight. It didn't matter if I was legally an adult now. I would always be her little baby. Nah, it's fine. Aisha said she wanted to pick up some stuff too, so we're going together, I said, shoving the very last spoonful of scrambled eggs into my mouth. I got my aversion to wasting food from Dad. I stood and grabbed my tray to deposit it with the dirty dishes, but Mom put a hand on my forearm to stop me.
Honey, I hope you know your dad and I are really proud of you for sharing your art with the world. I know it wasn't an easy decision.
My love for art had followed me since my childhood, but it was never easy for me to share it with others. It wasn't until a few years ago that I started doing drawings for the other members of the circus, and it was only last year that Rhett talked me into doing portraits for the guests who came to the circus. Hell, I even made an account on the paranormal exclusive social media app, Into the Ether, to post my art, and even had a few hundred followers. It wasn't an impressive number, but considering Ether had only launched this year, I was proud of the little community I'd built. Dad's fork paused midair as he focused on me, giving me an encouraging smile. And to have parents who supported me and believed in me had me thinking that I'd won the lottery in life. It was times like these that made me feel stupid for having negative thoughts when I had the best family in the world. Thanks, Mom, Dad. That really means a lot to me, I said, smiling from my heart this time. Now I really have to go or else I'm going to be late. See you later. Love you.
Love you too, and stay safe,
Mom called to my back. After dropping off my tray, I gave them one last wave and headed to the parking lot in the front. My best friend was already waiting for me, which was to be expected since breakfast wasn't her thing, and she was an early riser. Her long black hair was pulled back in a low ponytail, and her skin-tight riding leathers accentuated all her curves. She could have come straight out of a magazine cover.
Took you long enough,
she said by way of greeting, her dark eyes squinting just slightly the way they did when she was observing something. I smirked and accepted the helmet she offered. You wouldn't have to wait if you just had breakfast with me, I said while putting on the headgear. We could have taken my dad's car, but Aisha's preferred way of travel was on her motorcycle, and it wasn't a big deal since I only needed some sketchbooks. She snorted like breakfast had committed a grave sin against her and mounted her bike. Aisha may act like the world had a personal vendetta against her, but she was a huge sweetheart inside.
You just gonna stand there all day?
She prompted when I didn't move from my spot. All right, maybe the sweetness was hidden deep, deep inside, but it really was there. I climbed on the seat behind her, wrapped my arms around her middle, and gently pinched her exposed waist. She slapped the back of my hand, gently enough for me to know that she wasn't really angry. Love you, I said to her back. She grumbled, but I could still hear the soft, love you too, through the rush of wind as she drove out of the circus grounds. Maybe I'd never find a boyfriend, but that didn't mean I was alone. I was surrounded by people who loved me, and that was enough. It had to be.
Chapter 3. Titan. Warm hands slid across my skin and snaked down until it reached my hard morning wood. I turned around and captured the lips of the person the hands belonged to. There was nothing like a morning exercise to get the blood flowing. It was the perfect way to wake up. Jerry, or Jerrilus, or whatever the guy's name was, seemed to have the same mentality as he ground up hard against me. A moan escaped his lips as I squeezed his ass, and what an ass he had. I remember really enjoying that ass with my dick last night, and I wasn't opposed to a repeat. The loud ringing of my phone sounded just as my fingers slipped down his crack. I groaned, this time in frustration, as I broke our kiss and sat up. On nights I went out for a bit of fun, I usually put my phone on Do Not Disturb, and the only people who would repeatedly call until it went through were my family. Goddess knew what lid they would blow if I kept ignoring them. Looks like playtime's over. You want to jump in the shower while I get that? I said and grabbed my phone from the floor. Checking the caller ID, I was proven correct to see it was my oldest sister, Corlin, calling.
I swear to Goddess, you better not be fooling around.
She greeted ever so sweetly. My hookup must have heard her loud voice, too, since he quickly made himself scarce and ran to the bathroom. Why, good morning to you, too, my dear sister. It's always lovely to hear from you. The sarcasm was dripping from my voice, causing my sister to make a low noise that suspiciously sounded like a growl. Careful, sis. We're sperm whales, not wolves.
Enough with the bullshit, Titan. Do you even know what time it is? Or are you too hungover from whatever recklessness you were up to last night? It's 30 minutes past the agreed time. The buyer's been spamming me with texts.
Corlin used her firm, next in line to the throne voice, which meant she wasn't playing around. I liked to push her buttons, but even I knew not to mess with her when she used this tone. I pulled the phone away from my ear and checked the time. Fuck. And just like she'd said, it was already 10:30. This looked super unprofessional considering I'd already pushed the meetup time to 10 in case I'd slept in. I hadn't anticipated last night's activities to last as long as they did. Jerry, that had to be his name, had the stamina of a workhorse, which was usually my type, except in cases like today. I'd fucked up. Again. Shit. Tell him I'll be there in 10. I said and hung up the phone before she could nag at me any longer. Goddess knew how Corlin loved to nag, with me being her favorite target. It didn't help that I was the youngest and the only son in the family. Growing up with 3 older sisters was just as suffocating as one could imagine, worse still when our mother was the monarch of the sperm whale kingdom. I quickly threw on some clothes and entered the bathroom to brush my teeth. I didn't have time to wash off the smell of sweat and sex, but I could at least make sure I didn't have cum breath. Fortunately, the buyer I was meeting today was human, or else the interaction would be a lot more awkward than it already would be. You gonna join me? My hookup opened the shower door and waggled his eyebrows suggestively. I continued brushing my teeth, my eyes roaming his body, and landed on his still hard cock. As much as I'd love to, Jerry. My name's Richard. Duty calls. Maybe next time, baby. I knew I shouldn't have even tried guessing his name. I'd learned long ago it was just best to call these hookups baby or honey, or any other term of endearment rather than fuck up their name. They really didn't like it when I got their name wrong, and Richard seemed the same if his puffed up cheeks and red face were anything to go by. That was my cue to get the hell out of there. I already had 1 fuck-ups too many for the day. Take your time in the hotel and order whatever you want for breakfast, honey. I called over my shoulder and closed the bathroom door behind me. Curses followed me as I quickly gathered my items. I hadn't come with much, mostly just my phone, wallet, and the very important briefcase full of shit. Yes, I had a briefcase containing sperm whale excrement, or ambergris, as the humans called it. It came to a huge shock and fortune to find that humans paid a pretty penny for our shit. I heard it was for their perfumes, which, ew, but honestly didn't surprise me. Humans had weird tastes. We used to sell through goblins, but it was always a risk working with those greedy motherfuckers. We'd eventually found our own contacts with human buyers, and today's buyer was a regular of ours who needed supplies in a rush. Leaving the hotel, I checked the meeting spot on the GPS. It was about a 10-minute walk, but I could probably do it in 5 if I rushed. Glancing down, I noticed my shoelaces were untied. I placed the briefcase beside me and kneeled down to fix my shoe quickly, and since I was already down here, I shifted my legs and redid the other lace as well. I should have noticed the man with the hat pulled low on his face, suspiciously loitering near the hotel and wandering closer to me. Perhaps I was still a little drunk from last night and my cap blocking most of my view. I hadn't noticed him at all. It wasn't until the man grabbed my briefcase and was already sprinting down the street that I finally reacted. I shot to my feet, my cap falling to the ground as I tripped in my rush, which gave the human more time to increase the distance between us. Fuck! How can a human run so fast? Stop! Thief! I yelled, hoping someone might hear and help me, but the street was currently deserted. I ran as fast as I could, but I was a whale, for God's sake. I was made to cross oceans, not concrete paving. The thief reached the end of the block, the distance between us widening even further, and just when I thought I was going to fuck up yet again and really cement in just what a disappointment I was, the thief ran into someone who turned from around the corner. Connell, are you okay? A deep woman's voice shouted as the thief and the unfortunate passerby tumbled to the ground. This clearly startled the robber as he quickly scrambled to his feet and continued down the street, leaving my briefcase behind. Not so fast! I heard the woman call again, and seconds later she rounded the corner as well to chase after the runaway. I finally caught up and quickly kneeled in front of the stranger, who was rubbing his forehead. Shit, are you all right? I asked, helping him to his feet. My fingers grazed his skin, and it felt like I'd been shocked by an electric eel. I flinched back, wondering if I'd imagined it. The man didn't seem to have noticed, and was still rubbing the red splotch on his forehead. Mostly still in one piece, he grumbled. I knew he was injured, and this was entirely the most inappropriate moment, but fuck, was his voice sexy. Even while he was in pain, it carried a bright, melodic tone that would sound so good shouting my name while I pleasured him. He rubbed his wound one last time before letting his hand fall. His long, dark eyelashes fluttered briefly before he looked up at me to reveal clear, blue eyes. He was exactly my type, beautiful and innocent looking. They were the best kind to make a complete mess of. I had to quell the urge to flirt with him because, again, not the right time or place.
Hi,
he said shyly. His long eyelashes fluttered again. I'd be a fool if I didn't recognize his interest as well, and that made it so much harder to not flirt. But something about him had my gut telling me he didn't deserve to have some sleazy guy try to pick him up when he'd just gotten into an accident. He deserved something better. Someone better. Fortunately, I wasn't given any time to fuck up in front of the cute stranger. My phone rang again, and I just knew it had to be my sister, demanding to know where I was. I'm really sorry to run when you just saved my neck. I probably wouldn't have lived to see another day if you didn't make the thief drop my briefcase, I said, pulling out a business card from my wallet and handing it to him. Thankfully, I always had a couple on hand, just in case. I looked past the cutie and saw the woman from earlier coming back with the thief in tow. She looked more than capable of handling the situation, so I stood to rush to the appointment before my sister tried feeding me to the sharks. Again. Call me, and I'll thank you properly later, I yelled over my shoulder. Picking up the briefcase, I answered my phone and sped walked away. As expected, my sister's angry voice filled the line. I shot one last look at the adorable, shocked expression the man had, and I couldn't muster up my usual annoyance at her nagging. Part of me hoped to see him again, even if it was just to be in his presence, but another part of me whispered that it would be better if I never did. I didn't need another reason to be a fuck-up.
Chapter 4. Connell. I hadn't planned on spending my morning at the police station being asked 1,000,001 questions regarding what had happened an hour earlier, nor had I expected to come across who had to be the most handsome man in the world. His short, bluish-gray hair reminded me of the ocean I'd seen yesterday when the sunlight hit the waves just right. It was an unnatural hair color, but he wore it so naturally, so I couldn't imagine his hair to be any other shade. Everything about the man was eye-catching. He looked a few years older than me. He was tall, like extremely tall, probably even taller than our ringmaster, and bulky. I wouldn't consider myself petite, but I felt tiny next to him. The vast size difference should have scared me, but it didn't. His presence made me feel safe and cozy, and that was probably why I sounded like an idiot when I tried to talk to him. I didn't know if it was a good or bad thing that he had to run out of there. Judging by the loud yelling coming from his phone, I figured he wasn't lying about being in a rush. But God, did I wish we had more time together. You sure you're okay? Aisha asked for the 1,000th time since leaving the police station. I swear, you're more protective than my mom sometimes, I teased, though I secretly loved it. She wasn't the most expressive person about her emotions, but it was moments like these that I had no doubt that she cared about me. She rolled her eyes, and her lips tugged in a tiny smirk. You're lying to yourself if you think your mom isn't going to baby you for the next week. Hell, I'll be surprised if she even lets you out of her sight. I groaned, knowing she was absolutely right. Mom was going to freak out when she heard about this. Aisha came to the circus when she was 14. I'd been a dumb kid who'd never been far from home. I knew the outside world could be harsh, but I didn't really know. I wasn't aware of just how much the circus and my parents sheltered me from all of that. I was lucky in that aspect. Aisha wasn't. She might be taller than me now, but she was a whole lot smaller than me when she'd first arrived at the circus, despite being a year older. She'd been so wary of everyone at first, but something about her eyes, so full of hope and determination to survive, had me wanting to be her friend. It wasn't easy to get her to open up, but she eventually did. And even if she claimed it was because my clinginess had finally worn her down, and she had no choice but to accept her fate, she wasn't someone who could be forced into something she didn't want, not even when she was just a kid. If there was anything I learned about myself from wearing Aisha down, it was that I wasn't one to give up without a fight. As we left the art supply store with our items in hand, my thoughts wandered back to the tall man. It was a coincidence that we met, but I wondered if I could stage another meeting. He'd given me his business card and told me to call after all. I palmed my pants pocket, then stopped in my tracks. "What the fuck, man?" Aisha said, knocking into me from behind. Great. Now I had a bump on the front and back of my head. I rubbed the spot her chin clashed onto the back of my head and turned to her with a sad expression. "Shit. Did I hurt you?" she asked, instantly going into panic mode. "You know how you always say I'm an airhead?" I asked. "Yeah," she replied, looking confused. "You might have been right. Who else would blue ball themselves as hard as me?" I cried out. Aisha looked at me like I totally lost my marbles, and maybe I had. Otherwise, how could I give away the steaming hot man's business card to the police without even jotting down his number first? Sure, my head had been spinning from all the questions they were throwing at me, and I wasn't even thinking when I handed the card of the victim of the crime over to them when they asked. And that was the problem. I wasn't thinking. I just wanted to give the officers whatever they asked for so I could get out of there. It hadn't even crossed my mind to write down the handsome guy's number, or even look at his name for that matter, before handing over the business card. I couldn't say the world was out to get me this time, when I was quite literally the reason for my own downfall. Aisha endured 30 seconds of my grumblings before dragging me by the arm to her motorcycle. I was still blaming myself for fucking up such a good opportunity that I hadn't even realized that we'd returned to the circus grounds. However, I was quickly pulled back to reality when Aisha informed my mother of what had happened while we were in town, which had my mom fretting around me with worry. I didn't reply to her quick-fire questions, but threw myself directly into her arms instead. She instantly pulled me into a tight hug, squeezing me half dry like I wasn't 50 pounds heavier than her. "Oh, my poor baby," Mom crooned as she stroked my hair. She probably thought I was scared by the attempted robbery I'd interrupted, not that I lost my chance to potentially hook up with the hottest guy I'd ever met. And it would stay like that. I might need my mom's comfort, but she didn't need to know all the thoughts that were swirling inside my head. Honestly, I wished I didn't have to deal with these thoughts either. Mom eventually left with Dad to inform our ringmaster along with our head of security about the incident. I thought they were being a tad overcautious, considering the likelihood of a human breaking past Farron was laughable. Farron was a giant gargoyle nearing 7 feet tall, and I was very glad he was on our side. Whoever was foolish enough to even try to do anything bad within our grounds would not have a good time dealing with him, but better them than me. I didn't see my parents for the rest of the day while we prepared for the grand opening day of the circus at our new site. Growing up and traveling with the circus, I was used to the grind by now. We traveled on the road for the first few days of the week, had about a day of rest, and were set up for business by Thursday. We never stopped at one location for more than 3 weeks before heading to our next destination. It was routine, something I'd done 1,000 times before, but this time, there was something different about our location. Each place we'd visited had its own unique beauty, making me itch to sketch it, and this place was the same. But for some reason, this place held my interest more than any other place had. I'd become obsessed with a freaking whale the first day we arrived, and now there was a particular man who was set on taking over my thoughts. As I walked through the carnival to my shift at the Ferris wheel, I knew who would be featuring in my sketches tonight. Chapter 5. Titan. "And don't even think about coming back until you get your shit together, or else I really will have Finny eat you this time," Corlin threw over her shoulder as she swam away. She was not happy when she learned I almost broke our contract with the buyer by letting a human nab the briefcase. She cast me one last look before closing the thick gates into our kingdom. It was more of a symbolic move, really, considering I could just swim over the gates. The iron gate and fence that circled our small sperm whale kingdom served as a powerful conduit for the magic used to conceal ourselves. It was great at keeping strangers out, but did shit when someone already knew of this place's existence. Finney, the shark in question, tilted his head my way like he was confused at his owner's actions. "You would never eat me, now would you? You're a good boy, aren't you?" I cooed as I stroked his scarred head. Half his frontal dorsal fin had been cut off by human fishers, and what remained was a short stump that barely helped him swim straight. Humans like the one who'd hurt Finney were the reason that many sperm whale shifters, including my sister, disliked them. It was also the reason why I was sent to complete the business transactions, even when my family knew I was more likely to mess up than not. I knew how horrible humans could be, but I never felt a strong disgust toward them as my family had. In fact, I found humans make great bed partners, especially when picked up at the club. Most were there to have fun and nothing more, which suited me perfectly well. Some people like being tied down, stuck in one place, and always having someone on their back. I was the opposite type of person. Finney drilled harder into my touch and made a happy noise at a frequency too low for human ears to hear, but sounded like a low cat's purr to my ears. There was a hard tug on my pant leg, and I turned to find Dee Dee munching on the flowing fabric. "Are you the one who's going to grant my sister's wish?" I joked and slowly stretched out my hand, deliberately making waves in the water so that she could sense I was reaching out to her. Both her eyes had been blinded by harpoons used by the same fishers who had been after Finney. They probably wouldn't be here right now if my sister hadn't swum by and saved them. Corlin rescued them and then nursed them back to health. They would never go back to living normal shark lives, so she kept them as pets. They were very well taken care of and seemed happy. It was another reason why it was so hard to hate my sister. While she tended to be a hard ass, never taking any bullshit, I knew she cared. She was a kind person. Well, as kind as the future ruler of her kingdom could be, at least. There weren't many of us sperm whales, which meant other races thought they could come in and try to take us over. That wasn't happening on my mom's watch, with the help of my sisters. I understood Corlin needed to be firm to protect us, to protect me, and all I ever did was fight her every step of the way. Maybe it was just my instincts. Male sperm whales were solitary animals, free spirits, so it made sense that we were as well. I sighed, knowing full well it was a bullshit excuse I'd used to try to make myself feel better. My dad and all the other men in our kingdom were perfectly content following and serving the pod. Meanwhile, I was restless. That was the best word to describe this need that I had to always go out and do my own thing, like I was searching for something. What it was, exactly, I didn't know, but I knew I hadn't found it yet. Now that Corlin had basically given me permission to wander around as much as I'd like, it was the perfect time to do exactly that. "Where do I go now?" I asked Finney. He tilted his head again and wiggled his tail, probably expecting that I was going to take him out for a swim. Finney and Dee Dee didn't veer far from our kingdom much unless they were with someone they trusted, either me or my sisters. "Sorry, bud. You and Dee have to stay here, and I'll bring you a treat when I get back." "You're gonna spoil them." My middle sister, Dinah, swam over the gates and landed beside me. As I said, nobody really used those gates for their intended purpose. "Heard Cor sent you on a mission," she said. I rolled my eyes. Of course, Cor thinks her threatening me is the same as giving me a mission. Dinah smirked and handed me a bundle spelled with waterproofing magic. "Niall and Dad made your favorite squid soup for the road. They said to take care of yourself." "What? No well wishes from you?" I said while accepting the bundle. Niall was the youngest sister and was only 5 years older than my 29. She'd inherited our dad's nurturing personality, unlike my 2 oldest sisters. Dinah huffed out a snicker. "I delivered food to you, didn't I?" "Gee, thanks. I feel so loved." I deadpanned and placed the bundle in a storage ring for easy travel. Whoever thought of casting a void space spell on a ring deserved a medal, because best invention ever. The only reason I hadn't put the briefcase full of shit in my space ring was because having shit so close to my food reserves and other items felt kinda icky. "I should get going before Cor comes out with a trident to chase me off," I said, turning to swim away. Dinah put a hand on my shoulder to stop me. "Text us often, will you? We'll miss you." I turned back to her with a huge smirk on my face. "So you do love me," I teased and pulled her into a tight hug. She grunted at the force of pulling her to me, but quickly wrapped her arms around me. Don't get into too much trouble, and cut back on the partying, okay? She instructed. And that's my cue to leave before you go into full-blown lecture mode, I said, releasing her. She chuckled and gave me a hard pat on the back. Where are you going to go? I contemplated the question, partly because I didn't have a destination in mind. I hadn't planned on leaving again so soon after returning, but a strong pull told me I already knew the answer. After the business exchange, I'd waited on land for a few days just in case the cutie called. Honestly, I kind of expected he would since the attraction was definitely there on his side, but when the weekend came and went, and the only call I'd received was from the police requesting I help with the investigation, I figured I wouldn't be hearing from him. Maybe I should just leave it at that. As the humans would say, it wasn't meant to be. But the nagging voice inside of me wouldn't shut up even after being home for a few days. There were thousands of places I could go. Hit up a party with the sea mermaids, hunt for some delicacies in the Arctic Ocean, or even hitch a ride with the sea turtles and go on an adventure. But there was only one place I wanted to be right now. I'm heading back to land.
Chapter 6. Connell. Connell, are you in there? Connell! I jerked at the shouts and loud, annoying banging that startled me from my sleep. Coming! I shouted, just to get the noise to stop. Thankfully, whoever was at the door got the hint, and silence returned to my RV. Running a hand over my face, I tried to chase the sleep away, but staying up most of the night drawing made that difficult. I climbed down from my bed and walked to the door, careful not to step on what seemed like hundreds of drawings scattered on the floor. It hadn't been my intention to draw all night, but the muse was calling and holding me hostage. It didn't help that every sketch I did felt like it was missing something. Either the shading of his hair wasn't right, or his chin wasn't chiseled enough, or his body proportions were off. Even after dozens of tries, I still wasn't able to capture the essence of the man I'd met, a man whose name I didn't even know and would probably never see again. Now that was a depressing thought, and not one I wanted to start my morning with. "Who is it?" I asked as I opened my RV door just a sliver. I didn't want whoever was at my door to see the current state of my place. They'd think I'd lost my mind. My safeguard plan was foiled when the door was forcefully pushed open. Aisha's large size towered over me as she scrutinized me. "Where have you been? I haven't seen you in days." I rubbed a hand over my face again and groaned. I knew I'd forgotten something while I'd been in my drawing haze. Aisha and I usually explored the surrounding area when the circus was closed, or at least spent time together doing our art, me drawing and Aisha crocheting. Now panicked, I scrambled to my phone to check the date and sighed with relief when I saw it was only Thursday. I hadn't missed work. It wasn't that I would get into huge trouble if I had, but more the fact that I felt like I would be letting my circus family down. They watched me grow up and some probably still saw me as a kid, but I wanted to prove to them that I was a responsible adult. And responsible adults didn't just disappear because they became hyperfixated on something. "Shit, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to just ditch you like that. I got distracted," I said, hanging my head. Aisha sighed and ruffled my already messy bedhead. "As long as you're all right. Your parents said you hadn't left your place in days, so they've been bringing you food. Now I can see why," she said as she bent to pick up a drawing. "Is this?" I quickly snatched the paper out of her hand and hid it behind my back. It wasn't that I didn't want her to see it. Aisha was the first person I'd show my art to when I just started out as a kid, but I'd never been so taken with a target and drawn them non-stop. Realizing that my entire floor was covered with evidence of my new obsession, I quickly bent down to pick them up. "Connell," Aisha said, wariness in her voice. I glanced up to see her brow furrowed with concern. "Isn't he the man who was caught up in the robbery? The one who stank of human?" I froze and bristled at her words because regardless of how much I considered the people in the circus to be my family, I knew I was different from them. I'd always be different. "What's wrong with being a human?" "I'm human," I said, barely containing the anger in my voice. Aisha looked startled, which wasn't surprising. I didn't usually get angry with her, but maybe it was the lack of sleep and already feeling like I was never enough that made me lash out at her words. She was my best friend, but sometimes I didn't think she realized how much of a toll this difference took on me. It was a barrier I could never cross. "Connell, you know that's not what I mean." "Then what do you mean? Because I'm sure as hell as human as someone can get," I gritted out. I might not know who my parents are, but I doubted there was some history in my genes like Red had.
My parents found me abandoned in front of a fire station in the middle of a crowded human city. It couldn't get more human than that, and there was nothing I could do to change that. It didn't matter what name my parents gave me or how much they tried to integrate me into their wolf shifter culture. I would still always just be human. A human that didn't fit in the paranormal world, nor the one I was born in. Connell, you know I don't care about that. I just mean, no, I don't want to hear it. Look, just go back for now. Please? Maybe she heard the desperation in my voice, but she didn't fight me and slowly walked away. When she reached the door, she half turned to me and asked softly, I'll see you later? Aisha didn't do vulnerable, but hell if the expression she showed me wasn't as close to it as I could imagine. She was my best friend, and I knew she would never hurt me intentionally. I couldn't stay mad at her. Yeah, I answered, just as softly. I just need some time. She let out a sigh of relief, nodded, and left. The door closed with a loud clunk before shrouding the RV in complete silence. All that was left were my insecurities and the idea of a perfect man I would never be good enough to have covering my floor. Maybe it was a good thing I didn't have a roommate anymore, and Aisha was adamant about needing personal space, so she had refused to room with me. I could wallow in bed without anyone judging me, and that was exactly what I did. Letting the rest of the drawings drop to the floor again, I dragged myself to bed and hid under the covers, letting the early morning pass, along with these emotions I never wanted. Chapter 7. Connell. The two of you make an adorable couple. I gushed as I helped them into the capsule of the Ferris wheel. The teenagers blushed and thanked me, their hands clasped as they squeezed together tightly on one side of the bench. This was the part of the job I would never get tired of. I love seeing love, and there was nothing more romantic than couples riding together on the Ferris wheel, especially at this time, with the sun painting the sky a rosy pink and shining its soft light until the entire world glowed. At the top, they'd pledged their love with a kiss, and maybe, if the universe was listening, their relationship would be as stable and eternal as the sun. A happy sigh escaped me when I looked up and saw the teenagers from earlier close their lips and take part in the long-standing Ferris wheel tradition. I wasn't kidding when I said they made a cute couple, and I hoped their love was heard by the world. When things got a little too heated between them, my gaze quickly flicked away. I was all about witnessing love and all that jazz, but even I had my limits. They had a couple more minutes before it was their turn to get off, so I hoped things calmed down between them by then for all of our sakes. I continued helping direct couples on and off the ride, and thankfully, the lovey-dovey teenagers were at least fully clothed when it was their turn to exit, albeit blushing like crazy. It was better than some of the other couples I'd seen. I had to call security once for a couple who wanted to make the capsule their bedroom, and while I got that something as romantic as the Ferris wheel heightened emotions, people still needed to think about time and place. I helped a few more couples and just enjoyed being around all the love and happiness they exuded. I had another 30 minutes before a coworker was scheduled to take over for me, while I spent a couple of hours drawing portraits for the circus guests. A few minutes before my shift was over, Aisha wandered over with her hands stuffed in her pockets. Her features looked sharper than usual, hard like she was pissed at the world and was warning everyone to stay far away, but they softened when she stopped beside me. Hey, she said, sounding casual, but I noticed her eyes focused on my expression. I hadn't seen her since this morning, and honestly, my morning nap made me forget why I'd been so angry to begin with. Hey, I chirped with a smile. I didn't know you were the one taking over. You don't usually work the Ferris wheel. Aisha and Love didn't really mix, and with her perpetual scowl, I think it worked out for the best that she manned the other game booths. I'm not. I came by to see if maybe you'd want to get something to eat together before you start drawing for the night, she asked, sounding unsure of herself. It was so unlike Aisha that a giggle escaped me, which only made her scowl deepen. I hooked my arm around her and pulled her into a side hug. That sounds great. We can go after my cover gets here. So, we're good? She asked, less hesitant now as she moved to return my hug. Yeah, we're good, I said, and squeezed her tight. I was never mad at her. It was my insecurities flaring up and getting the better of me again, and that wasn't on her. Hey, I really am sorry about this morning. I never wanted to hurt you, she whispered. I rested my chin on her body and looked up at her. I know. With how close we were, we'd heard countless times in the past that the two of us should just get together. But first of all, I was gay. And second, ew, because Aisha was like my sister. She was family, and nothing would ever change that. My replacement came a few minutes later. Kane was another wolf shifter on the operations team with us.
Hey, you left this behind,
he said, handing me a fist-sized object. I hadn't realized I'd left anything, but reached out to accept it on autopilot. You coming? Aisha called out, and before I could even question what the object was, I pocketed it, threw a quick thanks over my shoulder, and ran toward my friend. Aisha listened to me ramble on about the cute couples I helped today and the teenage couple who were obviously so in love that they forgot their surroundings. She nodded and did her snort laugh at the appropriate moments as we stuffed ourselves with corn dogs and deep-fried Oreos. Why is everything good so bad for you? I whined and patted my bulging middle. Aisha flicked her gaze to my stomach. You look cute. Like that cute lizard with the belly. She snickered, and I pouted. I knew exactly which meme she was talking about, and the annoying thing was I couldn't refute it because it was true. I praised my friend. She was all hard muscles without a single ounce of fat on her body, probably from all the weight training she did to keep in shape. Clicking my tongue, I stuffed another Oreo in my mouth. Maybe I needed to start working out. If I wanted to attract a boyfriend, I needed to be handsome, not cute. I was thin enough to fit the twink aesthetic, but too tall to be a true twink, and it wasn't like I wanted to be one either. I'd never had sex before, but I was curious about both bottoming and topping. Aisha walked me to the little area designed for me to do the charcoal portraits before heading off to her own shift. It didn't take long to set up, now that I built up muscle memory. When I first started doing portraits, it was nerve-wracking. I'd always drawn for myself, so I worried that my art would meet the guests' expectations. But with every compliment and praise for my drawings, it got easier. And honestly, it was a lot of fun drawing people and immortalizing a happy memory for them. August and Alex were the first to request a drawing. They strolled over, hands clasped together, and looking so very much in love. August had been hesitant about the human finding out he was a centaur, but even an outsider like me could tell Alex was in love with the man and wouldn't care about something like that. I settled down, ready to draw them, when a figure zoomed over in between the couple. Aaron hung his arm around their necks and enthused. Family portrait? Nice! Ready when you are, Connell. Alex rolled his eyes, but didn't move to push his brother off. August just shook his head and smiled. August and Aaron had been called the Balance Brothers, though not actual brothers. That was Aaron and Alex, before Aaron injured himself and asked Alex to fill in his spot. Nobody expected August to fall in love with his partner's brother, but they had, and it was so obvious that they were meant to be together. And when Aaron recovered, the duo turned into a trio. You're clinging too close, Alex grumbled. His words backfired and made Aaron squeeze even closer to his brother. I laughed as I finished their drawing and blushed at their praises when I handed it to them. They left quickly, leaving me to take the next person in the already long line. An hour later, the line was gone, and I'd just finished drawing a family of 3. The carnival grounds had emptied significantly, as most people had probably gone to the main tent to enjoy the big circus show we had every night we were open. I usually closed up shop around this time since traffic was low, so I grabbed my work cloth and started scrubbing my hands. The downside of working with charcoal was that my hands were usually stained by the end of the night, which meant I was hunched over and focused on my task. Are you done for the day? A magnetizing, vaguely familiar voice said from above me. I froze, half thinking I'd imagined it. But when I looked up, I saw the very man who still decorated the floor of my RV. He stood there with his hands tucked into his designer jeans and a lazy smile that had me wanting to melt. I didn't know if it was even possible, but he was even more handsome than I'd remembered. Now I knew why I hadn't been satisfied, no matter how many times I tried to draw him. My drawings were merely poor imitations of the real thing.
Chapter 8. Titan. It wasn't hard to track him down. One trip to the police station and a little persuasion magic pointed me to the traveling circus that was, fortunately, still in town. Was it the most ethical move? No, but I wasn't above little tricks to achieve my goal, and my current goal was a certain pretty man. The Black Cat Circus targeted humans in their marketing, but one sniff and I knew the place was swarming with magical beings. Among the smells was the faint scent of delectable honey. Sperm whale shifters didn't have the best noses, but it was like all my senses were tuned to this smell. I followed the scent, and it took me through the entire carnival until I found him. He was sitting behind an easel, working with what looked like charcoal. I couldn't see his art from my angle, but based on all the people waiting for him, I assumed he was skilled at his craft. My assumption was further backed by all the happy smiles of people as they left with the drawing in their hands. The artist was focused on his work. His eyes would briefly flick to his models, but were mostly pasted to the sheet in front of him. I wondered what it would feel like to have that intense gaze focused on me. I craved it. wishing I could be the model of his art, needing to know how he'd portray me on paper. A part of me screamed to march up and demand his attention, but I didn't want to disturb him either. My solution was to stay there watching as he worked. The line moved quickly, but his pace never slowed. I fell into a trance with him as he worked on one drawing after another. His slender fingers were stained with the charcoal stick he used as they flew over the easel. Soon, the line disappeared, and I found myself in front of him, requesting my own drawing. "May I have the honors?" I asked, gesturing to one of the stools he'd set up for the models. He nodded dazedly, and fuck if he wasn't the cutest thing ever. I took a seat, so that I wasn't looming over him, and held out a hand for a shake. "My name's Tyden. I'm glad we got to bump into each other again." Of course, I wasn't going to tell him I was looking for him. The man would think I was a stalker. An annoying voice in the back of my head said that my actions were pretty stalkerish, but I firmly ignored it. This man might intrigue me, but if he wasn't interested, I wouldn't force it. At least that was what I was going to tell myself. I just had to pray this interest ran both ways.
"Connell,"
he replied after a beat and accepted my hand. And fuck me, the electric shot that sparked when our hands touched. This time, Connell seemed to feel it too as he jolted his hand back and rubbed it. "Sorry, it must be the static electricity," I said. Connell peeked up through his long lashes and shot me a shy smile.
"Must be."
He paused, then said,
"I'm glad we bumped into each other again. I've been thinking about you."
"Yeah? I was waiting for your call, but it never came." His slightly flushed face turned a darker shade of pink, and he turned to focus on his drawing, using the easel to block my view of him. His actions were more alluring than they should be, and I was starting to wonder if there was a problem with my brain. Sure, I wasn't very picky with my men, but this feeling toward Connell was more complicated than a simple attraction should be. He smelled human, but now I was wondering if he was a powerful wizard who'd hidden his scent and somehow cast a love spell on me. But then he spoke, and he sounded so shy and innocent that all thoughts of him using underhanded tactics on me flew straight out of my mind.
"I accidentally gave your business card to the police without jotting down your number first, so it wasn't that I didn't want to call you. I did. I just—"
The words flew out at first before slowing down and drifting off. He used the back of his hand to wipe under his chin, leaving behind a charcoal stain. My body moved before I could stop myself. I reached out and used my thumb to swipe at the spot. "I'm sorry I left you to deal with the police, and I meant it when I said I wanted to repay you. So, how about dinner? Say tonight, after you finish work?" He froze, his hand pausing in mid-stroke against his paper. Shit. Was I too forward by asking him to dinner? I probably shouldn't have touched him without his permission either. Maybe doing both at the same time was a bit of an overkill. Nervous and overthinking wasn't me. I knew what I wanted and went for it, and if the other person declined, it was their loss. But this time was different. I cared about what Connell thought, and the possibility that he might reject me felt like being body-slammed by a dolphin. They were puny against my whale form, but against my human form, those sadistic motherfuckers might as well be loose cannons.
"I'd love to,"
Connell blurted out, and just like that, the gut-wrenching pain eased, turning into a fluttery lightness. I rubbed my stomach, wondering if I'd eaten something spoiled. The rubbing didn't help. In fact, as I stared at Connell's glowing smile, the tingling in my stomach continued. I had to look away or risk hurling my guts out. It was better when I didn't have to look straight at him, but then the intense urge to see him had me looking back, and so the cycle continued. If my stomach decided to play whirlpool every time I looked at Connell, then I was just going to have to get used to it, because I couldn't not look at him.
"And done."
Connell put down his charcoal, wiped his hands with a rag, then picked up his drawing. His smile radiated happiness and pride as he handed me the sheet of paper. I thought he was cute before, but it was nothing compared to this look of confidence he had about his work, and that only solidified my plan to praise his art, even if it looked like dog shit. I'd do anything to keep him looking like that. "Shit, you actually drew this!" I exclaimed when I laid eyes on what had to be a mirror in black and white, because what stared back at me on the sheet of paper had to be my reflection. I didn't even have to fudge the truth because Connell was pure talent. It was no wonder he had such a long line waiting for him. "This is amazing, and I can't believe it took you less than 10 minutes.
"Wow, I can't wait to get ours next,"
a girl squealed. I glanced back to find a few couples waiting their turn. I hadn't even noticed anyone coming up behind me, which was mildly concerning. I can't imagine what you could do if you had more time, I said, facing Connell again.
Maybe we can arrange a longer session?
He gave me a flirty smile that went straight to my groin. Whoever said angels were pure hadn't met Connell, because this black-haired angel had me wanting to indulge in sin with him over and over again. I'd like that, I said before I was interrupted by a throat clearing. The couple behind me stared at us, impatience in their eyes.
My shift ends in an hour. I'll meet you in front of the big tent, he said, shooting me an apologetic expression.
My annoyance quickly faded when I remembered our date later. I would get to see him again, so I pushed down the irrational urge to snap at the people behind me just for interrupting my time with him. A violent man who'd go around punching his clients was not the kind of impression I wanted to leave behind. I can't wait, I said, lowering my voice to a deep grumble and leaning close to him so that only he could hear. The blush that graced his face was going to be in the forefront of my thoughts until I could see him in person again. Chapter 9. Titan. I dropped the drawing off of my car and shot it another glance before returning to the circus grounds. Connell had a realistic style of art that countless artists used, but something about the way his strokes flowed across the paper felt familiar, like I'd seen it somewhere before. Where, exactly? I didn't have the brain capacity to figure it out right now. My only thought was to get back to Connell, or at least be closer to him. I had to squash down the desire to return to his station and watch him draw. The first time I could justify that I was waiting for the line to go down before going up to him, but there was no reason to do that this time. It would just be creepy. Instead, I wandered around the carnival. It wasn't as crowded as earlier. Everyone had probably all gone to see the circus show that had been advertised all afternoon, but there were still some stragglers enjoying the games, rides, and food without having to wait in long lines. I watched a family of bunny shifters purchase food from a lion shifter. The irony of that wasn't lost on me. After looking around the place for a bit longer, I realized there was a different sense of normalcy here at this circus. Species of all kinds, whether natural, friend, or foe, intermingled together in this space, in peace. It was a bit strange to see, if I was being completely honest. Most species didn't interact much outside of their own, much less coexist together, and yet that was exactly what the Black Cat Circus had managed to do. It didn't matter who you were or what your background was, they treated each other as equals. Family. This was so different from what I was used to. Everyone in our sperm whale kingdom was family, but we had a hierarchy that favored those of the royal lineage, my family, and as the baby and the only male child, I grew up wanting for nothing, nor having anything expected of me. It was a life many people wished for, but I felt coddled, like nothing I did mattered because it was never expected of me in the first place. So began my desire to leave our little kingdom. Although, it probably didn't help that I took the freedom a bit too far by playing around and sleeping my way through cities. If they thought I was useless before, I'd only proven their point with my actions. 10 minutes before our meeting time, I walked toward the largest tent here. It was a thing of beauty. Bold red and white stripes made up the majority of it. It stood tall and proud, like a fortress that could never be felled. I'd never had an interest in circuses. Clowns weren't my thing, but even I could appreciate the beauty of the structure in front of me. Based on the loud cheers coming from inside, the show was still going on. I didn't know if I needed a ticket to see the show, but I was tempted to poke my head through the flap door to sneak a peek. I walked closer to the entrance, but right when I was about to open a flap, a black cat sprinted out of the tent, almost causing me to trip. The cat was all black aside from a white heart-shaped pattern on their chest. They paused and stared at me with crescent green eyes that seemed to stare right into my soul. I shivered involuntarily, and when I blinked, the cat was gone. The hell? We whales were large, but that didn't mean we were slow. But that was twice now that I wasn't able to even perceive what the other did. Once with the crab thief, and now with the cat. I twisted around, thinking the cat had to still be nearby, but found nothing. What are you doing? Connell's voice had me freezing in my mid-turn state. He'd probably seen me spinning in place for no reason. Double fuck. How was I going to explain my actions without sounding like a complete fool? There was a black cat, then it suddenly disappeared. So I was, looking for it? I said, my voice rising at the last word like even I was questioning myself. Connell watched me for a second before chuckling. You must mean Peanut. He's our mascot, but yeah, he does that a lot, so I wouldn't worry about it. You mean disappear into thin air? He shrugged. Disappears, reappears. That's Peanut. His words made me think there was more to that cat than what I saw, though considering this place was brimming with supernaturals, I shouldn't be surprised. A handsome blond man walked from the other side of the tent in the same direction Connell came from, and in his arms was the cat in question. Peanut was licking his paw, like he hadn't just given me the slip. He shot me a glance before settling in the man's arms, looking bored. I looked the two over and realized they both had the same vibrant emerald green eyes. The blonde definitely smelled human, so maybe it was a case of the pet looking like its owner. "Hey, Connell, who's your friend?" the stranger asked. He gave me a wary look, but tried not to show it. The adorable blush appeared on Connell's face again as he answered. "Hey, River, this is Titan. We're getting dinner together." And fuck if that didn't make me want to puff up my chest. It was only dinner, but the fact that Connell was willing to spend time with me was making me unbelievably happy. "Are you and your bro, Peanut, going to watch the show?" Connell asked, and the man nodded, revealing a smile now. "I had some business to take care of, but he," River nodded to the cat in his arms, "came to get me before the finale." A knowing grin appeared on Connell's face. "He wants to show off his man again, huh?" River tilted his head down, but couldn't hide the smirk on his face. Peanut looked up, his eyes narrowing as he studied the man for a second before launching a kitty punch to his chin. "Ow!" River grumbled, but it didn't really seem like he was in pain. "Anyway, we should get inside before Seven gets on stage." He snuck another peek at me. "Have a good time at dinner, and stay safe out there." I didn't know if I should be happy that Connell had people who cared about him, or angry that he could even think I could hurt Connell. Placing a protective arm around Connell, I firmly said, "I won't let anything happen to him. He's safe with me." Maybe the action was a tad bit barbaric, but it was completely worth it to have Connell look at me with those starry eyes, like he had full trust in me. And Goddess knew I never wanted to betray that trust.
Chapter 10. Connell. I was going to dinner with Titan. I was going on my first date. Wait, was this a date? He originally said it was to thank me for getting his briefcase back for him, but what he said to River had my romantic heart spinning 1,000 scenarios. I won't let anything happen to him. He's safe with me. Who wouldn't swoon after hearing that? At least, that was what I was telling myself, so I didn't feel like a complete lovesick puppy. Not that I was in love with Titan, or even anything remotely in that category. He was attractive as fuck with that muscular body and charming smile. If gods existed, he would be the god of lust, 'cause heavens knew I was lusting so hard for this man. "So, what's for dinner?" I asked when we got to his car. I would have offered to drive, but then I'd need to get the keys from Dad, and I did not want my parents to know I was going on this maybe date. Titan turned to face me from the driver's seat, then slowly leaned toward me. I could practically hear my heart from how hard it was thumping against my chest. My eyes were wide as his face got closer to mine. He was pale, his skin like porcelain, without a single visible pore, and his lips plump and red, perfect for kissing. Oh my God, I was going to have my first kiss. It was unexpected, but totally wanted. I never imagined my first would be with someone literally pulled from my dreams, not that I was complaining. I closed my eyes. The anticipation of the press of soft skin on mine had me almost shaking with nerves, but it never came. Instead, a sharp click sounded in the car before I felt him pull back. I blinked and opened my eyes to find Titan watching me with a crooked smile, looking amused.
"Gotta uphold my promise of keeping you safe,"
he said with a soft chuckle. My face heated. I didn't think I'd blushed more in my entire life than the few times I was in Titan's presence. Thankfully, he didn't comment on my actions. I wanted to hide my face in embarrassment. How foolish of me to think he'd want to kiss me, of all people. Nobody had in all of my 19 years of being alive, so why would this walking sex on a stick want to?
"Hey, what happened? Why do you suddenly look so down?"
Titan twisted his body so he could turn to face me. He looked charmingly beautiful, even when his features were half hidden by the shadow of night. Most of all, he looked genuinely concerned now. Did I tell him how I really felt? I wasn't one to censor what I said. My parents tell me all the time that I didn't have a filter, and it wasn't like I could embarrass myself even further, so I let my mouth lead the conversation. "I just feel like an idiot for thinking you were about to kiss me, for even thinking that you'd want to kiss someone like me." Titan's brows knitted closer together, and I wondered if maybe letting my mouth loose wasn't the best idea. But then he dropped a bomb on me.
"Don't get me wrong. I do want to kiss you. So badly.
He paused and made an obvious move to fix his gaze on my lips. I gulped. His gaze was intense, but it was nice. Much too soon, he was staring back into my eyes as he said,
"But I think you're worth more than just a quick kiss in some rental car. When I kiss you, it's going to be with intention, somewhere much more fitting to explore our desires than in the middle of a parking lot."
His eyes were naturally dark, but they were almost molten with desire now. I wanted to scream at him that I didn't care where we kissed, for him to just do it now before I climbed over this console and took what I wanted for myself. God, I would give anything to get those lips on me.
However, we should head to our date before I toss all my restraint out the window.
This is a date, I squeaked.
I was hoping for it to be, yes, unless you didn't want.
No, I would like that, very much. In fact, I can't think of anything I'd like more right now. And I'm rambling. I firmly closed my mouth before I said something even more stupid.
Good. Then let's get you fed. How does Italian sound?
He smirked, oozing with the confidence of someone who'd probably never been rejected before in his life. Though anyone would be crazy to reject him. And I wasn't crazy, so I nodded. The drive to the restaurant went by quickly, with me asking him questions about himself, like what he'd tried at our circus and if he'd enjoyed his time there today. He said he didn't stay long for fear of bumping into a clown. We both laughed when I reassured him there were no scary clowns at the circus, and I offered to show him around next time. I asked if he was from around here, but he said he wasn't, and was only here on a business trip. When I asked where he was from, he only replied with a cryptic, "Somewhere very far from here." I wanted to probe more about his answer, but he was already parking and coming around to my side to open the passenger door for me and offering me his arm. Shooting him a thanks, I happily accepted his arm and let him guide me to a high-rise building where the restaurant was on the top floor. It was an upscale place where the patrons wore suits and intricate dinner dresses to dine here. I felt massively underdressed in the faded jeans and black tee I'd quickly changed into after finishing my shift. While Tyden wasn't in a full-blown suit, his dark slacks and tight dress shirt didn't look too out of place. "I don't think I'm dressed for the occasion. Maybe we should go somewhere else?" I said, gently tugging on his arm. He paused, his eyes sliding down my body like a seductive caress.
"We can leave if you don't want to eat here, but believe me when I say you look amazing in your clothes."
I don't know if my heart could handle it if he was going to keep dishing out compliments like that. "Thanks. I think you look pretty handsome yourself," I said, because what else was I supposed to say to that? Tyden smiled, looking pleased at my compliment. "I'm fine with eating here, but are they going to let us in?"
"Don't worry, I'll handle it,"
he said with a wink, then led me through the glass doors. The hostess greeted us and asked if we had a reservation. I thought we'd be turned away since I didn't think we had one. This dinner had been impromptu, after all, but Tyden pulled out a black card from his wallet and showed it to her. She briefly looked shocked as she studied the card, but quickly schooled her expression and put on a professional smile. "Welcome, Mr. Hafiz. Please follow me to your private room." As we followed her, I pulled on Tyden's arm again and motioned for him to lean down. "You knew that was going to happen from the start, didn't you? What, are you like a VIP here or something?" His eyes crinkled in a smile.
"When you frequent an establishment and are willing to spend big, you'd be surprised what restaurants will do to keep your business. I think you'll like their food. One of our biggest clients is in this city, so I've eaten around, and this place is one of the best in town." The hostess led us to a room with a single two-person table and a floor-to-ceiling window with the most magnificent view of the surrounding area. I hadn't even been paying attention to where Tyden was driving us. Probably not smart on my part, but now I realized we were in the heart of the city. I walked to stand by the pristine window. There wasn't even a single fingerprint on the glass, and it was almost a bit scary looking down and feeling like there was nothing stopping me from falling. "So, what exactly do you do?" I twisted to look at him and asked. I grew up not having to worry about money. Seven paid us more than enough to live comfortably, but this was a whole different tax bracket. Tyden thought about it for a second, then replied, "I guess you could say my family is in the fragrance industry. We supply premium ingredients that fragrance companies will pay top dollar for. In fact, I was making a delivery the day I met you. I meant it when I said you saved me. I would have been in a lot of trouble if I'd lost that briefcase." He pulled out a chair and gestured for me to sit. "So tonight, we're celebrating you." I sat in the offered chair, but didn't feel comfortable taking credit for something I didn't do. "I think you're exaggerating my part in all this. I was just in the right place at the right time. If anything, my best friend I should get all the credit for catching the thief."
He sat on the seat across from me and rested his chin on his hands.
I'll be sure to thank her properly as well.
I made a face. Are you going to be taking her on a date too? I was completely down for Aisha dating. She deserved to find someone to cherish and love her. But the idea of Tyden being the one to date her had my stomach in knots. I wanted Tyden to be mine, and only mine. He laughed and reached out for my hand, loosening the tight fist I hadn't known I'd made.
I hope you don't think the only reason I took you on a date was to repay you. Yes, I'm grateful for your assistance, but that wouldn't warrant me going on a date with someone. I'm here because I want to be. I want to spend time with you.
I knew I barely knew the guy, but I could already feel myself falling for his sweet words. They were everything I'd dreamed of someone declaring to me, and it was much too dangerous. They say youth is the time to make mistakes, so maybe he could be my mistake because I wanted to believe his words so badly, despite knowing this would probably all end in heartbreak. I wanted to fall for him, and all I could do was hope he was there to catch me when I did.
Chapter 11. Titan. And what about you? Now that you know my deepest, darkest secret, I think I'm entitled to one in return. You know, in case you decide to blackmail me or something. I asked when the food came out.
I'm sure the fact that you think pineapple on pizza is the greatest food combination invented in the history of the world is prime blackmail material. Pretty soon you'll be handing over your fragrance fortune to keep it under wraps.
Connell teased, a twinkle in his eye. He took a bite of his pasta, his eyes never leaving mine. We'd been chatting for the past hour about trivial things, but it was the most fun I'd had in a long time. I liked that Connell didn't have expectations of how I should act like most men I'd hooked up with when they learned I came from money. I should be sophisticated, or I was meant to only have refined tastes and hobbies. Sure, I liked indulging myself. Take this restaurant, for example. But at the end of the day, I was just a guy. I wasn't a prince or some reckless rich playboy in his eyes. I was just me. And it still amazed me that he wanted to get to know me and seemed to genuinely like me.
Pineapple on pizza, I approve, but I'm sorry to say the best food combination invented is fried ice cream.
I pretended to gasp, which only made him smile wider.
There's just something about the mix of the hot, crispy dough and the soft, cold ice cream that blends so perfectly. It's a shame our Circus doesn't serve it. The closest thing we have are fried Oreos, and it's just not the same.
I'm guessing you have a sweet tooth, then? I made a note to ask the waiter for the dessert menu the next time he came to check up on us. Connell nodded.
Who doesn't? I secretly believe the men who insist that they hate sweets say that so they seem more masculine. I mean, I haven't met a single person who doesn't feel better after eating something sweet.
I like that you're so honest with yourself. You don't let what other people think cloud your judgment. He shrugged and played with the rim of his water glass.
I've learned that there are some things you can't change, no matter how much you wish for them to. So why torment yourself with what others think? Just be yourself and do what makes you happy. I say that, but there are days where I don't even take my own advice.
He said with a self-deprecating laugh. I took his hand and intertwined our fingers to reassure him. The tingles from where our skin met were still there, but it wasn't the huge shock like the first couple of times we touched. It was now a pleasant hum. My entire body came alive to greet him. He looked at our combined hands for a moment, with awe on his face. A beat later, he squeezed my hand and returned his gaze to me.
I'm sure you've never felt like that, he commented.
Like what? I asked. Not because I wasn't paying attention to the conversation, but because I was too lost in the feel of him to connect the dots right now.
Felt like you can't be yourself because of what others think. You seem so confident of yourself.
I almost didn't want to break his illusion and tell him it was all a facade. I should just go along with it like I would have done with any other, but I wanted to be my real self with him. He was easy to talk to, and based on what I'd learned about him so far, I didn't have to fear him judging me. For the first time with someone, I wanted to be vulnerable, and that was something I never thought I'd say. I'm glad it seems that way, but honestly, I feel lost most days. My entire life has been laid out and planned for me, and if I follow the plan, I won't have to worry about a single thing. It sounded stupid hearing it out loud. Here I was, born with a fucking diamond spoon, but I didn't want it. Others would kill to be in my position, and all I felt was suffocation. I was an ungrateful piece of shit, and not the valuable sperm whale kind either. Connell must have sensed something, because his hand squeezing mine brought me out of my thoughts and back to the present with him.
Hey, it's okay to not be sure about the future and what everyone else has planned for you. You make your own happiness, he said softly.
It was the first time anyone had ever reassured me in this way. My family didn't understand my thoughts. They didn't understand why I was so eager to leave our kingdom so frequently when I had everything I could ever want there. The isolation and thinking had me feeling like the odd one out of my family, but I was able to find this sense of comfort with this human in front of me. Nobody's ever said that to me before. Thank you, I said, and was met with a brilliant smile.
I'll be happy to repeat it to you however many times you want.
He played with my fingers for a few seconds, then looked back up at me and asked,
So, what is it you want? It sounds like you don't want to work for your family business anymore.
I don't mind helping out the business. It's just not my passion, you know? I said with a shrug. I didn't think being a shit courier was anyone's passion, and it sure as hell wasn't the legacy I wanted to leave behind. Connell leaned in closer and asked,
Then what is your passion? What makes you happy?
I opened my mouth, but no words came out. I couldn't answer him. A silence stretched out inside the small room, but Connell didn't rush me and continued gently playing with my fingers as I did some inner digging. What makes me happy? I had played around with a lot of men, but I didn't want to be a playboy my entire life. I'd been so focused on running away and finding momentary thrills that I hadn't found the thing I was truly passionate about. So I told him the truth. I don't know. A part of me expected him to be disappointed in me the same way Corlin expressed whenever I messed up, but that didn't come. Connell's smile didn't dim in the slightest as he said,
Then we can find out together. I have to work at the circus Thursday to Sunday nights, but we can explore the city until we find something you'd like for the rest of the time.
He was basically donating all his free time to help me, someone he'd barely known a day. I didn't know if he was too innocent or genuinely kind, but my protective instincts welled up inside me. As the baby of the family, it was always my sisters protecting me, so this was the first time I'd ever had the urge to protect someone else. As I stared into his shining eyes, his excitement about this endeavor showing in both his words and body, I felt like every action I'd taken in the past was to lead me to this moment. To Connell.
Chapter 12. Connell. Titan called the waiter and ordered every dessert they offered. It might have only been 4 dishes, but it was the thought that counted. He asked how old I was, and I thought the day would end right when I told him. From what I'd seen, Titan was already an accomplished individual with an important role in his family's company. Sure, he might not love his job, but he did it well enough, considering his family obviously trusted him to handle the business. So why would he want to be with a teen? He didn't seem off-put by my age, but instead asked if it bothered me that he was 29. I didn't think a 10-year age difference was a big deal. Mom was 15 years older than Dad, but then again, shifters aged differently than humans. If he didn't think I was too young for him, then why would I care about his age? I hadn't said yes to this date because of his age, wealth, or status, but because I thought he was attractive as well. And in the few hours that we chatted, I already liked the person I was starting to get to know. He listened to me and didn't make me feel like I was some kid who didn't know anything. When so many people around me treated me like I was fragile as glass, I liked that he didn't. I liked how he confided in me like I was one of his peers. I especially liked that he kept our hands together even when the desserts were served and opted to use his left hand to eat instead. If I had any doubts before that he was interested in me, they were all washed away now because this felt like a real date. Was it possible to meet someone and instantly click, like they'd always been a part of your life? Because that was exactly what being with Titan felt like. The conversation flowed easily, and he didn't seem to get angry when I got a bit too enthusiastic and talked his ear off. I couldn't help it. I wanted to talk to him more, and that was how we'd ended up parked outside the circus grounds for the past hour. Neither of us made a move to end the date, and I felt like I wasn't the only one who didn't want their evening to be finished. It wasn't until another hour later when we'd just discussed our favorite TV shows. He liked mystery detective shows while I preferred rom-coms, that my phone buzzed with a call. I wasn't surprised when my mom's name popped up on the screen. Our RVs were parked right next to each other, so she was probably worried that I hadn't checked up on her or wasn't back home by now. Glancing at the car clock, I was shocked to find just how much time had passed. I hate to do a Cinderella at midnight, but I should probably get back. I didn't miss the disappointment that crossed his face, which only had the fuzzies in my stomach go wild again.
Okay, but would it be too soon to see you again if I drop by the circus tomorrow?
His question had my smile growing wider. I'd like that. If you come around 7, I can take you to see the show the circus is famous for. You're going to love it. It's pretty magical. Work was pretty flexible since there were plenty of people to help cover, so I could probably get off a couple of hours earlier.
Sounds good,
he said before asking for my phone number.
His head was facing down as he edited my contact information. Before I had time to overthink and doubt myself, I leaned over the console and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. I was already back in my seat when he turned to me with wide eyes.
"Shit, I really wished you hadn't done that,"
he said with shock. My heart sank. Had I been delusional and imagined the connection between us tonight? I thought we were both on the same page, but I guess not. Before I could run away in embarrassment, Tyden caught my hand.
"Don't think I changed my mind about kissing you, because that's probably the one thing that will never change. But like I said earlier, when I kiss you, it's not going to be in a dark car in the middle of the parking lot, regardless of how badly I want to say screw it and kiss you right now."
Just like before, whenever the doubts surged, Tyden was quick to notice and squash them. He didn't take my insecurities as burdens or try to minimize them. I declined his offer to walk me back home because I probably would have invited him inside, and I didn't think either of us was ready for that. Besides, I also needed to check in with my parents, so they didn't worry all night. As I expected, Mom and Dad had been waiting up for me. Mom's furry wolf ears were perked up high against her curly hair as she looked me over. "Mom, I'm fine. It's late. You should go to sleep," I said with a chuckle after 5 minutes of scrutiny. She sighed. "I can't help but worry after the incident you encountered in the city last week. It's going to be hard not to worry until we move on to the next location in about a week." Shit. I'd been so caught up with today's date with Tyden that it completely slipped my mind that we were so close to leaving. We only had one more weekend after this one before the circus moved on to the next place. Our next location was only a couple hours from here, but still, what if that was a couple of hours too far? Back at home, I picked up the work clothes I'd thrown on the floor in my rush to freshen up for my date with Tyden. I'd been so excited about seeing him again, I hadn't even bothered to put them in the laundry basket before leaving. As I was about to toss them in with the rest of my dirty clothes, something fell out of my pants pocket. I vaguely remember it being the thing Kane handed to me by the Ferris wheel after my shift. It fit in my hand perfectly and looked like a fossilized oyster shell that had been neglected for decades. I could vaguely make out the grooves of the shell, though most of the shell was smooth, with the hardened sediments that covered it. I ran a finger over the shallow grooves and felt a faint pulse. It was strange. The shell had obviously died years ago, but it somehow still felt alive. I flipped it over to reveal a ragged edge. The shell was so eroded that this side looked like a rock. The juxtaposition of the two sides looked like it would be fun to draw. My phone pinged, and I smiled when I saw it was a text from Tyden letting me know he was back safely. I placed the shell on my table so that I could reply as quickly as possible. A message came back seconds later. A happy lightness bloomed at my chest, thinking he was eager to talk to me too. It didn't matter that we were with each other not even an hour ago. Chatting with him was fun, and there was a lot more I wanted to say. I woke up bleary-eyed the next morning, having spent most of the night texting with Tyden. He'd asked me if I thought aliens were real, which led us to having an hour-long debate where we both agreed to not agree. I thought they were, and he thought they weren't, because otherwise, why wouldn't they have tried to take over our world yet? Then we spent another few hours asking questions about each other, what our favorite foods were, whether we preferred hot or cold temperatures, and how many Skittles were too many. He told me about growing up with his 3 older sisters, and I told him stories about me and Aisha, who was basically like my sister. The longer the conversation went, the less tense I felt. The whole point of dating was having fun, wasn't it? And who knew? Tyden might get sick of me by the time I had to leave. God, I hoped not, but it was always a possibility. I'd never dated before, so I wouldn't be surprised if I messed up somehow. Tyden texted me throughout the day about random things, saying how excited he was to see me again. My romantic heart was completely captured by the man that I didn't have the mind to appreciate my favorite Ferris wheel and all the couples who rode it as I usually did during my shift. My shift couldn't end fast enough, and I basically ran out of there to meet up with Tyden. He'd arrived about half an hour ago to wait for me. I ran to the location he sent me and instantly found him in the crowd. It wasn't that hard considering how much taller he was from everyone else and the brilliant shade of silver hair that shimmered blue under the light. "Tyden!" I called, unable to keep my excitement. Even with the happy screams of the patrons drowning out my voice, he still heard me and turned around. And the way his face lit up when he saw me, it was fucking everything.
Chapter 13. Tyden. The entire night I was separated from Connell, all I wanted to do was return to his side. I didn't want to disturb him at work, but it took all of my restraint to wait in my hotel room all day instead of coming to meet him immediately. I never went this slowly with someone I was interested in. First dates usually ended up in bed, and it was a one-and-done deal. With Connell, I didn't mind having 1,000 first dates like last night's, where all we did was talk and get to know each other. "It's so good to see you again," I said when we reached each other. He looked so fucking beautiful, with his bright eyes shining as he looked at me.
"I'm happy to see you too,"
he said, then looked around us before grabbing my hand.
"Follow me."
I didn't question it, and let him lead us through the crowd to a less populated area. We stopped under the shade of a tree, where he suddenly turned to me and stepped closer. "What are you?" Before I could get the rest of the words out, Connell reached behind my head, pulled me down, and kissed me. His grip on me wasn't tight, but it might as well have been with how much of a mental chokehold he had on me. The kiss was more perfect than I could have imagined. Soft lips against mine, clumsy with hesitation, but that only made it even more endearing. The gasp that escaped his mouth when my hunger took over had me almost feral. Connell stumbled and pulled me down with him. I used one hand to wrap around the back of Connell's head and the other to break the fall. Thankfully, the grass was soft under us. "You okay?" I asked once we both had time to catch our breaths.
"Yeah, shit, sorry. I shouldn't have pulled you down with me," he said, a little flushed. "Are you okay?"
I pushed his bangs off his forehead and stared into those beautiful blue eyes. "I'm better than okay. That kiss was more than worth the fall." The concern on Connell's face disappeared, replaced with a happy smile that made him glow.
"Does that mean a repeat might be on the table?"
It was my turn to smile. "Fuck yes," I said, and crashed our mouths together again. He folded his arms around my neck, pulling as close as physically possible, like he couldn't bear any space between us. I was glad I wasn't the only one. Our kisses grew heavy fast, and it wasn't long before his hands were roaming my back and weaving through my locks. I had to take a pause when he ground up against me, his moan echoing in my ear. That had to be the most heavenly sound I'd ever heard. There was no way in hell I could hold back if we kept going. I pressed our foreheads together, our breaths mixed with the heady taste of lust and his sweet honey scent lingering in the air. When I pulled back, Connell had a blissed-out expression, looking beautifully dazed. He watched me for a few seconds before bursting out in infectious giggles that had me chuckling with him.
"Best first kiss ever,"
he said with another laugh. My heart skipped. Bells should have been ringing in my head, warning me that this just got a whole lot more serious than I wanted, than I was ready for. But all that was there was the peaceful clearness. I was his first. And goddess, what an amazing feeling to know that he gifted that to me. I only hoped to be lucky enough to experience many more firsts with him. Leaning down, I pressed another soft kiss, then whispered against those lips, "Thank you." When I pulled back, he looked confused about what I was thanking him for, but I only smiled and helped him to his feet.
"God, we're a mess,"
Connell said, brushing away leaves from his clothes.
"Sorry, I got your nice clothes all dirty."
I looked down to see my white button-up now had questionable green and brown stains on it. "Totally worth it," I said with a smirk.
"Do you want to head to my place and borrow some clothes?"
He paused and looked me up and down.
"Although I'm not sure I have anything that will fit you. You're pretty giant."
I laughed. That was one way to put it. Our human forms were tiny compared to our sperm whale form, but we were still larger than most humans. "It's fine. I don't care what I'm wearing. I'd much rather go so we don't miss the show."
"We should go then. You're going to love it. I've probably watched our show thousands of times by now, but I never get tired of it."
I could see the excitement sliding off of him.
"They always try to mix it up with new acts. Gotta keep the audience in suspense, you know?"
As he spoke, his hand reached out to hold mine. I didn't know if that was something he did all the time, or if he was feeling the same need to touch me as I was feeling for him. Whatever the reason, I wasn't complaining as I gripped his hand tightly and followed him back to where everyone else was gathered.
"And you're going to love the Balance brothers. They're not actually brothers. Well, Aaron and Alex are, and August is dating Alex, so they all might as well be brothers. Anyway, the point is you're going to be shocked to see the poses they're able to hold on top of each other."
I tried not to think about the poses I could do on top of him, but that was difficult when he looked so fucking sexy as he spoke about his friends with pride. "I can't wait," I said. Not because I actually wanted to see the show. Circus has never really appealed to me, but he was excited about showing me, and that was more than enough reason to look forward to it. When we reached the big red tent, there was a long line of people waiting to get in to watch the show. A big guy stood near the front of the gate, his arms crossed as his dark eyes watched the scene.
"Hi, Farron,"
Connell said when we walked up to him. Up close, the dude was about half a head taller than me. His buzz cut made his sharp features look even harder. He looked like someone you wouldn't want to mess with. "Connell," he said without even a blink of an eye. His eyes perused our bodies, but the rest of him didn't move. In fact, I didn't think he was even breathing with how still he was. Sperm whale shifters didn't have the best noses, but there was one thing I knew by the smell of him. He definitely wasn't human. "Did you get into some trouble?" Farron asked Connell. His eyes narrowed on me, and a shudder went through me. If I had to fight, especially if it was to protect someone I cared about, I would. But really, I was more of a lover than a fighter. Connell didn't seem fazed by the intimidating aura that was pouring off the man. Instead, an adorable blush heated his cheeks as he squeezed my hand. I smirked, hoping he wanted a replay of that moment as much as I did.
"I'm fine. Just had a bit of a fall, but Titan saved me,"
he said with a shy smile. "It was truly my pleasure," I said, my smile mirroring his. Farron's stony gaze was still on me as he hummed. Connell was still all smiles, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Farron was looking at me like he could crush me in 2 seconds flat.
"By the way, what are you doing out here in the open? You're not usually so conspicuous,"
Connell asked with a tilt of his head. "After some incidents in the area, Seventh thought it would be best to have a show of force in case anyone gets any ideas."
"Ugh, my mom nagged until you were forced out, didn't she?"
Farron didn't answer that, and said instead, "Better to nip any threats in the bud." I narrowed my eyes at Connell with concern. Did something happen, other than the run-in with the thief? I hated the thought that he could have been put in any danger. If I had it my way, he wouldn't have encountered that briefcase snatcher in the first place. Then again, we wouldn't have met otherwise. Fortunately, Connell shook his head.
"No, that was all. I told my mom and she kind of freaked out and told our ringmaster and Farron,"
he said, gesturing to the wall of a man.
"Mom's a bit overprotective."
My expression softened. "She cares about you," I commented.
"She does."
"I'm glad nothing happened. I care about you as well," I said, not thinking too deeply about if that was too soon to say, because it was the truth. In the short amount of time I'd known the man, he'd already gotten under my skin. Connell beamed, putting to rest all the fears that I'd been too rash.
"I care about you too."
His clear gaze as he looked at me told me he wasn't lying. I wasn't the only one feeling this connection that had blossomed between us. It was illogical and fast, but that didn't matter. And maybe this thing between us would only last a few weeks, a month. Who knew? All I knew was I wanted to spend more time with him. A throat clearing had us breaking eye contact. "Are you taking him to see the show?" Farron asked, like he hadn't just seen us having a moment.
"Yep, I'm taking Titus's Circus show virginity," he replied, rolling on the balls of his feet.
"I hope you're gentle with me," I teased. Connell giggled, causing me to smile. Farron still had his hard expression on, but stepped aside to let us through. It was the first time he'd actually moved during the entire conversation. I had started to think he was a statue or something.
"Thanks. See you later,"
Connell threw over his shoulder as he tugged me through the flap of the circus tent. I glanced back at the people still waiting to get inside. "Is it okay to skip the line like this?" He turned to me with a smirk.
"It's one of the benefits of being with a member of the circus. Consider yourself lucky."
I knew he was joking, but it was the truth. To be here with him right now, I really was damn lucky. Chapter 14. Titan. The first thought that came to my mind when we entered the circus tent was that it was a lot bigger inside than it looked on the outside. The place had to be magically altered if the tingling of magic on my skin was anything to go by. That had me wondering how privy Connell was to the happenings of the circus. He had to know something if he grew up with all of this, right? Did that mean I could be open about who I was to him? I wanted to ask, but this wasn't the right time. For one, there were too many humans around who could overhear the conversation, and for the other, Connell was so damn hyped about the show that he was basically dragging us through the rows to find seats. He'd said he'd watched this show thousands of times before, yet he was acting like this was his first time watching it. I wondered what that was like, to not get tired of something that had been in your life for so long. I often wondered if my desire to leave the sperm whale kingdom and travel was because I needed the excitement of something different, something new. And I knew it wasn't just me. Society had conditioned us to consume at a breakneck speed. We needed the latest fashion styles, magical trinkets, and experiences. So for Connell to find joy in what was a common occurrence in his life was refreshing. When we reached the middle of the room, Connell pulled me down the row.
"After years of research, I can confidently say these are the best seats," We're not too close that the lights blind us, and not too far that the people on stage look like dolls.
He leaned in close and whispered like he was telling me a world-class secret. I must be really lucky. I get to watch my first circus show from the best seats in the house, and with the most handsome man in the city, I said. Connell's lips quirked up.
Are you saying you've seen every man in the city to come to that conclusion?
He teased. I didn't have to. Nobody can hold a candle to you. I leaned in closer and stole a quick kiss. A shocked expression passed through Connell's face as he glanced around us. When he saw that nobody was looking our way, he scooted as close to me as our chairs allowed and plopped a smooch on my cheek.
I'm lucky too. I get to watch the show with the sexiest person alive.
I beamed at him. I was used to people complimenting me to curry favor with me, but it sounded different from Connell. He spoke as if he truly believed his words. I was very confident in my looks, but even I knew I wouldn't make the top thousands of the world's sexiest people. But for Connell to think that had me feeling all fuzzy inside.
It's starting,
he exclaimed, practically bouncing in his seat, even while his eyes were glued to the stage as he listened to the tall man wearing a top hat give the introductions. Connell's hand found mine on my lap. I liked that he was unconsciously thinking about me, even if he was occupied with something else. Throughout the show, Connell was basically pasted against me. He would briefly introduce each act in a hushed voice, before refocusing on the show. I could see how Black Cat Circus had earned its reputation. Their acts were thrilling and touched with enough magic to feel whimsical, but not enough to raise questions. Some of the acts definitely used tiny bits of magic to elevate their performance, though it wasn't noticeable unless you could sense the tingles in the air. The show was fascinating, and I now knew where Connell's excitement had come from, but what held my attention more were Connell's reactions to the show. At times, the bright stage lights were a bit too much for me. Sperm whales had adapted to living in deep waters where the sun barely reached. I had a hard time adjusting to the bright flashes, so I found myself watching him instead. He cheered hard after each act, eyes gleaming with joy, and his body shook with the buzz of the atmosphere. He was so alive it was breathtaking. I couldn't take my eyes off of him. I did, of course, because Connell had been excited to share the show with me. I watched as much as I could. When the ringmaster came back on stage to give his closing speech, Connell was basically on the edge of his seat, and when the show finished, he was the first to jump up and clap for them.
So, what did you think?
He asked when people started filing out of the tent. His big blue eyes turned to me with expectation. I'm glad there weren't any clowns, I teased, then quickly added. But I really enjoyed it. Like you said, it was very magical and entertaining. Your friends did an amazing job. His smile grew wider, as if he was over the moon about the fact that I enjoyed the show. He wasn't directly on stage, but that didn't mean he didn't have pride over it and his friends who performed. It just went to show what kind of man Connell was. He wasn't like those fake friends who were secretly delighted when they encountered a bad situation. He cheered for his friends and was happy when good things happened to them. There was a genuine kindness surrounding him that was hard to find these days.
So, do you have plans after this?
He asked as we left the tent. It was dark now, but the grounds were still as crowded as earlier, if not more. I do, I replied, and Connell's expression instantly fell. I stopped walking and turned my entire body to face him. There's this adorable guy I met recently, and I was really hoping to spend more time with him.
Oh.
He looked so dejected as he tried to pull his hand out of mine. I didn't give him the chance. It's you. I was talking about you. Sorry, I should have just answered the question instead of trying to be cute, I said sheepishly.
Oh,
he squeaked out, this time sounding a lot more vibrant.
I should have realized that. I'm kind of new to this.
He waved his free hand between the two of us. He didn't say exactly what he meant, but I had a faint guess it was about whatever was bubbling up between us. I took a step closer to him and leaned down. I have another blackmail-worthy secret for you. He giggled and tilted his head closer to me. His eyes squinted with amusement, probably thinking it would be something as silly as liking pineapple on pizza like I told him last night. All of this, it's new for me too, I said. Connell pulled back and stared at me with shock clear on his face.
But you're so... you. I can't imagine guys not throwing themselves at you.
I laughed, because it was true. There was never a lack of guys lining up for me, at least for my body. In fact, I had quite the reputation at the club I frequented in this city. But this was different. Those flings had no meaning besides a momentary thrill of the body. Being with Connell now, this fed my soul. I'm not saying I've never been with anyone before, because I have. I can't erase my history, I started. Connell nodded in understanding. But I've never been with anyone like this. Never wanted to before I met you. Connell stared at me with a serious expression, not saying anything. That's not a good sign. Maybe this wasn't what he'd wanted to hear. Maybe he wanted someone more experienced with relationships, or hell, maybe he never wanted anything real with me. The little annoying voices telling me I wasn't good enough rang in my ears, because why the hell would anyone want to be with me? He opened his mouth, and I braced myself for rejection. I definitely wasn't expecting the jumble of words that came out instead.
Will you go out with me?
What? I asked. I had an inkling of what he'd said, but I needed to make sure my ears weren't playing tricks on me. Connell's eyes were filled with starlight as he cleared his throat and repeated his words. Clearly this time.
Will you go out with me? I know we've been on 2 dates, but I don't know if that means we're actually dating or not, and I don't want to live in that uncertainty. I want to ask and make it official. So, will you?
My mouth hung open with both shock and awe. It was so incredibly brave of him to put that all out there. I knew I'd never had the guts to do something this bold, and fuck if that confidence wasn't sexy as hell. Yes, so many yeses, I said as I scooped him in my arms and kissed the life out of him. It didn't matter that we were in the middle of the circus and anyone could see us. I needed to have a taste of those lips. Connell laughed under the attack and held on tight as I twirled us in a circle.
I guess that means this is the anniversary date of when we became official,
he said when I placed him on his feet. He then tugged me down for one last sweet kiss. I hummed against his lips. So, when you asked me if I had plans earlier, did you have something in mind? I asked, still holding him close against me. With how reluctant I was to let him go, one would think I was touch-starved or something. Connell shot me a playful smile.
Well, since we're already here, I thought we'd explore the carnival. Have you tried bumper cars before?
Can't say I have, but I'm excited to have another one of my virginities taken, I replied with a smirk.
At this rate, I'm going to take so many of your firsts, he said, chuckling.
Connell might not be my first kiss or first sexual experience, but I knew I would have so many other firsts with him, and it was going to be amazing. I can't wait.
Chapter 15. Connell. We stayed at the carnival till closing time, trying out basically every ride and game there was. I learned Titan had a fear of ghosts. Between that and his dislike for clowns, I teased that he was a big scaredy cat inside. He made me promise that I'd protect him, which, of course, I would. We ended the night with a ride on the Ferris wheel. Kane had given me a sly grin when he led us to our capsule, but didn't say anything to embarrass me. He knew Ferris wheels were my thing. They were the most romantic ride in the history of all time, so of course I was going to ride it now that I had an actual boyfriend. We didn't kiss at the top, because no matter how fast we were moving with our relationship, even I knew it was too soon for that. At the end of the date, I walked Titan to his car. Almost everyone had left by now, and his car was one of the few remaining in the parking lot.
When can I see you again?
Titan asked, and thank God, too. We'd been lingering in front of his car for the past few minutes, just holding hands and keeping each other company while I worked up the nerve to ask the very same question without seeming overly eager. Tomorrow night? I tried to hide my excitement, but it was clear in my voice. I work in the morning, but can be done around the same time as today.
Sounds perfect.
He sealed the date with a kiss.
I wish tomorrow night was here already,
he whispered against my lips. You need to leave before I don't want to let you go and beg you to come back with me, I said. It was mostly a joke, but I honestly didn't think I could refuse if Titan had asked to stay with me. I didn't want to be apart from him. It was like he'd taken over every single cell in my body until all that was left was him. The thought was terrifying, but I couldn't be scared of anything having to do with Titan. Titan was silent for a moment, his face hard to read. His tone was serious when he said,
Connell, I'm not going to lie and say I've been a saint, because I haven't.
I tried to push down the giant green monster in my stomach. The thought of Titan with other people had me wanting to throw up, but I also knew it was irrational to be angry that he had a past. And when he'd told me earlier that I was the first person he'd ever wanted anything more than something physical with, I realized his past didn't matter. Sure, Titan had a history, but he chose me. I know, I said. I know, and I don't care even if you've slept with half the city. He raised an eyebrow.
Just how much of a playboy do you think I am?
I shrugged. I mean, just look at you. I can't understand how anyone could keep their hands off of you. With a low chuckle, he took a step closer and wrapped me in his arms.
While I love the confidence you have in me, I'm really not all that.
I wanted to argue, but the look in his dark eyes told me anything I said right now would go over his head. I wanted to tell him how wonderful I thought he was. I'd probably laughed more times talking to him about random conspiracy theories from aliens to the lizard men who live underground. He was fun to be around, and not only that, he had me in awe with the confidence he had to show his vulnerability. To tell me he was lost, that took so much courage. And if he couldn't see that, I would always remind him of the kind of man he was until he did, even if that took months, years. That was when it hit me. I hope to God I was still in his life years down the line, and that should have sent warning bells off in my head. I was never one to have my guard up with others. People were like art, unique with their own stories weaved with millions of lines that made up their lives. Naturally, I was drawn to that. I loved seeing the beauty in others. But to have such intense feelings for someone so quickly, that had never happened before. I might have only known Titan for a few days, but it felt like I knew him. It felt so natural. Before I could delve into these thoughts anymore, Titan cupped my cheek and tilted my head so that we were looking into each other's eyes.
The whole point of bringing my past up is because I hope you never feel like you need to invite me back to your place. I'm not with you for your body. I genuinely like spending time with you and talking with you. Hell, I want to share countless more blackmail-worthy secrets with you.
A small grin tugged at my lips, and Titan gently rubbed his thumb beside that spot before continuing.
We don't have to move to the next step until you're ready.
Once again, he showed me just how amazing he was, and I hated that he couldn't see it. So, you don't want my body? I said with a grin. His eyes squinted with amusement.
Don't put words in my mouth now. We'd both have to be dead for me not to want you.
I wrapped my arms around his neck and used him as leverage to pull my body up. The tips of my toes barely touched the ground, but he pressed me so tightly against his body I didn't have to worry about falling. I was safe in his arms. It's a good thing we're both alive and kicking, huh? I teased and smashed our lips together. The kiss started out fierce, like we desperately needed an outlet to release all these emotions for each other, but it slowly turned tender and into something much gentler. Titan held me securely, but his touch was soft as well. The only thing not soft about this was the hard thing poking me in my stomach. Not that I could complain, considering I was in a similar state as I ground my heart on against his thigh. He groaned and broke the kiss. He rested his head in the crook of my shoulder, his head facing my neck, as he pressed a long kiss on my exposed skin. I shivered at how good it felt.
You're actually going to kill me at this rate,
he rasped, before settling me on the ground and taking a step back to adjust his pants. I openly watched his actions and gulped at the sheer size of his bulge. It made sense for him to have a big dick, considering how large he was, but honestly, it was a bit intimidating and made me realize that I was, in fact, not ready for sex. Did I want to see his dick? Fuck yes. Having another cock on mine was basically a dream come true for me, but it was everything else that was involved with seeing his junk that had me pausing. What if I wasn't good enough or what he was used to? I didn't think Titan would actually judge me, but I didn't want to be all in my head my first time being with him. Thank you, I said softly. Titan still had his head on my shoulder as he asked,
For what?
For checking on me and making me realize that I actually don't want to just jump into bed with you.
Is this your way of telling me you don't want my body?
He stood up and teased, throwing my line back at me. I grinned and tugged on both his hands. Never. I definitely want to see the monster you have hiding in those pants. He gasped exaggeratedly.
How dare you speak of him like that? I'll have you know he doesn't appreciate it.
I'll be sure to make it up to him later. I giggled, and he chuckled along with me. I pulled on his hands again, but I was serious this time. I like being with you too, and I want to spend more time with you. And maybe I'm not ready for anything more physical just yet. Is that okay? I asked quietly. His eyes softened as he brought my hands up for a kiss.
Of course. We don't have to rush anything. I'll wait until you're ready. I'll be here.
My heart skipped a beat, and happiness swelled in my veins. He'll be here. I could only hope he meant for as long as I wanted to keep him, because I was thinking forever.
Chapter 16. Titan. Connell was waiting for me by the entrance of the parking lot when I arrived at the circus grounds. He looked so fucking delicious in his tight black button-up and jeans that seemed to hug every curve of his body. How was work today? I asked when he got in the car. He leaned in, and I met him for a sweet kiss. Goddess, I missed the taste of him. I never really had cravings for sweets before, but I couldn't get enough of his honey flavor.
It was good. I covered the dunk tank today. There were too many people with good aim. I'm just glad to finally be dry,
he replied and settled back in his seat. I'm glad you're dry too. And can I say the outfit you changed into for our date? I let my eyes roam up and down his body. You look too sexy for words. Connell grinned, his chin tilting up with pride.
Thanks. I spent a long time planning my outfit last night. You don't look too bad yourself.
He spoke the words casually, but I could tell he was shy by the slight tinge of pink on his cheeks. I leaned over again and pressed a kiss on his cheek, feeling the delicious heat of his blush on my lips. Before sitting back in my seat, I reached over and buckled him in again.
Thanks. And I can do it myself, you know.
I know, but I like taking care of you, I replied.
Then you have to let me take care of you too. Tonight's date is my treat. It's only fair,
he said with determination. He didn't seem like he was going to take no for an answer. I smiled and shook his hand. Then I can't wait to see what you have in store for us, I said with a smile.
Have you gone bowling before? I looked online last night and found a couple places nearby with good reviews.
I haven't. Sounds like a plan, I said, then had him punch in the place on my phone's GPS. The entire drive there, Connell rested his hand on my thigh, not in a sexual way, but like he wanted to claim me as his. I was surprised by how much I loved his possessiveness. The bowling place wasn't far from the circus grounds. I was a bit hesitant to put my feet in the smelly rental shoes, but eventually did, considering they wouldn't let us bowl without those damn shoes. So, how badly am I about to have my ass kicked? I asked, as I watched Connell test the shiny balls in his hands, as if he knew exactly what he was doing. He picked up a blue ball and weighed it in his hand before nodding in approval.
Don't worry, no ass kicking tonight. I promise.
He threw over his shoulder before rolling the ball. It raced down the lane and cleared out all the pins. I haven't bowled before, but even I knew that wasn't an easy feat. Connell threw his arms in the air and let out a whoop. He turned around with a huge grin.
Maybe just a little ego bruising,
he said, positioning his pointer finger and thumb a pinch apart. I laughed and crossed my arms. You're going to have so much fun teasing me tonight, aren't you?
Does that bother you?
I paused, pretending to think about it. Depends. What will I get if I let you make a fool of me? He walked closer to me.
First of all, nobody's making a fool of anybody.
He went on his tiptoes and whispered in my ear.
We're both going to walk away champions tonight.
When he pulled back, he brushed his lips quickly against mine, but I wasn't going to let him get away so easily. I grabbed him and captured him in a kiss again. Connell laughed and surrendered himself to me. The deep clearing of a throat had us breaking apart. I turned around to find the middle-aged man working behind the desk, giving us a look of disapproval. When I found Connell hiding his face in my chest in embarrassment, I shot a glare at the worker. Connell shouldn't have to feel bad for a simple kiss. It wasn't like we were about to get naked at the middle of the bowling place, for fuck's sake. Forget about judgmental asses like him. We have a date to enjoy, and I really hope you planned on teaching me how to bowl, or else I'm really going to look like an idiot out there. That got a smile out of him.
Come on, little one. You have much to learn,
he said, reaching his hand out for mine. I snorted, but let him lead me to where the bowling balls came out. He taught me how to pick out one that wasn't too heavy or too light for me, then brought me to the edge of the lane to explain the point I should aim for if I wanted to get a strike. My favorite part was when he got behind me, his body contoured flush against mine as he showed me the ideal position to throw the ball. Having to suffer with nasty shoes was definitely worth it. Connell might be a lot smaller than me, but he somehow molded against my back perfectly. It was very hard to stay focused with his heat spreading to me and his hot breath whispering instructions in my ear. He seemed to notice as well.
Did you get that?
He asked with a grin as he took a step back. I instantly missed his warmth. If you wanted me to pay attention, then you should have kept your hands to yourself, I said, not ashamed of the fact that I'd been completely distracted. He looked exasperated, but also amused.
My bad. I should have known,
he deadpanned. Don't worry. How hard can it be, anyway? Isn't it just throwing the ball? I commented, then positioned myself according to what little I'd actually retained, while Connell had been pressed against me, and made my move. The ball rolled straight down the middle of the lane. I was about to get excited, thinking I actually did well on my first try, but the ball suddenly made a sharp curve and basically ran itself into the gutter. How the fuck? I cursed, and Connell busted out in laughter. I turned to him with a scowl.
Ready to listen now?
he asked with a glint in his eyes. You were right. My ego is definitely bruised, I grumbled, which brought another chuckle out of him. Don't worry, we'll make a bowler out of you yet, he teased, then explained how I should position my body again, without touching me this time. Smart man. An hour later, Connell won by a landslide with a perfect score. I'd managed to get one strike, but my points were still far behind his. How are you so good at this? I asked. He shrugged. Must be because I grew up with the circus. I spent my childhood playing different games, so I picked up tricks on how to beat any game. So you're telling me I need to avoid anything game-like for all of our future dates if I don't want my ego bruised every time? I wrapped my arms around him and hung my head on his shoulder for comfort. Long, rhythmic strokes fell on my back, making me want to melt deeper in his arms. I'll go easy on you, Connell said it like a question. So even with your ego bruised, did you have fun? His hands faltered a bit, trembling, as if he was nervous about my answer. I pulled back and looked him straight in the eye. Sure, I sucked ass at bowling, but not everything was about winning. Through all the encouragement from the pins I'd missed and the cheers when I made that one strike, I found myself laughing and really enjoying my time tonight. And I knew a big reason for that was who I was experiencing this all with. I did. I think I'll have fun doing anything with you.
Chapter 17. Connell. Titan picked me up again Sunday night for a late dinner. My shift operating the Ferris wheel ended at the usual time, but there were a few guests asking for one of my sketches. I felt bad leaving them hanging, especially since I wasn't around to draw yesterday either.
Did something good happen?
Titan asked when I got in his car. My chest was basically puffed up with pride after all the compliments I'd received. Word had gotten around about my art, and some of the guests today had visited the circus specifically to get a portrait done by me. I had to remember to thank Rhett for pushing me to share my art in the first place. I told Titan what happened tonight. He'd been very understanding when I texted to push back the date time.
That's awesome. You're very skilled, so it's no wonder they wanted a portrait from you. In fact, I'm sure tons of people would want to learn from you as well.
His praise had me blushing. It wasn't the first time someone said that to me, but I always got self-conscious about compliments, especially when he was telling me I was good enough to teach. I hadn't thought about that before, but it sounded interesting.
How come you haven't shared more of your art with me? Besides the portrait you did of me, I mean.
He asked, his body turned to me as much as he could while in the car. You'd actually want to see more? I asked. Unless they were interested in art, I didn't get many people asking to see my work, besides my parents and Aisha. But they were practically obligated to as my family.
Of course. Show me the last thing you drew.
Now that I thought about it, the last drawing I actually did in my free time was of Titan. It was one of dozens that lay on a pile in my closet. There was no way in hell I was showing him those, though. Having him think I was a creeper was the last thing I wanted. It had been a while since I last posted on Ether as well, with the last post being from when we were still at our previous location. I never shared the sketches I did of the whale I saw the first day we'd arrived in the city. Like with Titan's portraits, something always felt off. I was never a perfectionist. There was so much beauty in the imperfect, but when drawing the whale and Titan, it had always felt like something was missing. Honestly, I haven't had time to draw anything new in a while, I replied, edging the topic.
Why don't we have a night in then? We can pick up some food and head to your place for an art session. I might be a lost cause at bowling, but maybe art is where my skills shine.
He joked, and I cracked a smile. You'd want to do that. Won't you get bored? He shrugged an arm.
I won't know until I try, right?
My smile stretched my face now. I'd worried that I'd been a bit too forceful when I suggested we try new things till he found something he was passionate about, but now it seemed he was on board with the idea as well.
Besides, I'm not completely uninterested in art. There's this artist I follow online that I really like, though it's been a while since they last posted, he commented. I tried to press the nasty jealousy monster down because I should be happy that a fellow artist was being complimented. I firmly believed that artists elevated each other, but the possessive side of me wished that I was the artist he was talking about. That was impossible, though, since I only posted my art on Ether, and Into the Ether was only accessible by other paranormals or humans in the know. I didn't really understand how the app knew who to invite on the social media platform, but the option to download the app had suddenly appeared on my phone one day. If you're down for it, that sounds great. What should we get for dinner? Pizza? Only if it has pineapple on it,
Titan replied with a grin. I laughed. Like there was any other option.
Wow, I love how you decorated,
Titan said when we entered my RV. He placed the pizza on the small kitchenette counter and looked around.
Thanks. My roommate said the same thing when he first moved in. Well, ex-roommate. He was pretty quick to fall in love and move in with his boyfriend, I said, mostly rambling because I was nervous about showing my home to a boy I liked for the first time ever. Tyden looked around the place I'd spent the last few years making my home. I'd moved out of my parents' RV when I turned 16. I loved my parents to death, but I think we were all glad when I got my own place. Their RV was a lot larger than mine, but it was still kind of cramped for 3 people. And living without my own private room as a horny teenager, that wasn't fun. I didn't have to worry about that now that I had a place of my own. His eyes passed over the colorful pillows and throw blankets I'd used to make a nest on the floor. It was my favorite spot to curl up and draw. I thought it was funny that I did my best work wrapped around a splash of vibrancy when my art was mostly black and white. He glanced up at the sketches taped to my wall. Most of the members of the circus allowed me to draw them in their natural form, and now, years later, the portraits basically covered every free inch of space. I wasn't too worried about Tyden seeing them. Sure, they were drawings of shifters and elves and fairies on my wall, but I figured the most normal reaction would be to assume that I'd taken creative liberty. What I hadn't expected were the next words that came out of his mouth.
So, you do know about the paranormal?
What? I don't know what you mean, I stuttered. Had I somehow given it away? Were my drawings too obvious and bringing him here had been a huge mistake? This was like a repeat of what happened with Rhett last year when I'd accidentally spilled the beans to him, and I still felt bad about that. Thankfully, Rhett was trustworthy, but I hated the fact that I could have potentially put everyone I loved in danger. And now I'd done it again.
Shit, Connell, breathe,
Tyden said as he loosely wrapped his arms around me. His touch settled me a bit, but the rush of blood was still whistling in my ear.
I didn't say that to freak you out.
He rubbed calming strokes against my shoulders before continuing.
I just wanted to make sure you knew because I wanted you to know that I'm a shifter.
The way my mouth hung open so fast, I was surprised my jaw didn't hit the floor. Pardon? I squeaked out. My ears must not be working today. Tyden chuckled, deep and low, the sound so deliciously sexy that I might have popped a hard-on if I hadn't been panicking. But Aisha said you smelled human the day we met, I said blankly. I was relieved that I hadn't just spilled the circus's biggest secret to a human, but I was still in shock at this news. His laugh quickly died out and was replaced with a guilty expression.
About that.
He stared, rubbing the back of his head. His hair looked completely silver in the dim fairy lights I had strung up across the RV.
Look, it was all before I met you. If I could go back in time and we were somehow still able to meet, I would have done it all differently. I wouldn't have gone to this stupid club, he said. His eyes got big, looking like a kicked puppy. I just stared back, not really understanding what he was talking about. There was too much information to process all at once, and I was still reeling over the shock that Tyden was part of the paranormal world. It wasn't until he spoke up again that I finally understood. You're mad, aren't you? Did I just ruin everything?
He sounded more panicked than I was earlier. No, I finally said.
You're not mad?
He asked hesitantly. I'm not going to lie and say I'm not jealous, because I am. I'm so fucking jealous of all the lucky people who got to share a bed with you, but I can't be mad at you for living your life before we even met. That would be unfair to both of us. All I care about is that I'm the only one now. I stared him down, letting him know that I was serious. I knew people who had open relationships and were very happy in them, but even if I'd never had a relationship before, I knew that wasn't for me. I was too damn possessive to be able to share my man.
Oh, thank the goddess,
Tyden said, sighing with what sounded like relief. He tightened his arms around me.
I promise there's no one else. Fuck, I don't think there can ever be anyone else.
His confession struck hard, because no matter how much I tried telling myself to just enjoy being with him and take things day by day, it was getting harder to do that the more time I spent with him. I could already feel myself falling in love with this man, and I didn't think I wanted to stop even if I could, which probably wasn't smart of me. Whether I liked it or not, the circus was moving on next week. Our time was limited, but I hoped this relationship wasn't.
Chapter 18. Tyden. There isn't anyone else for you either, right? I asked when the silence stretched on just a bit too long. We'd ended up sitting inside the large, colorful nest he had in the corner. Although it was on the floor, he had so many blankets piled up that it was surprisingly comfortable. Connell looked lost in thought. I considered giving him time to process. I'd just thrown a lot at the man, but I was impatient to get an answer. It wasn't fair since I had my fair share of history and he should get the chance as well, but the thought of Connell being with anyone else besides me had me seeing red. He was mine, And now that I had him, I wasn't going to let him go without a fight. It didn't make sense, but I could feel it in my bones that we belonged together. From the time we met until now, this thing with him had never been casual, and it was evolving into something more meaningful every day. It should have scared the fuck out of me. I didn't do serious. I was a playboy, a fuck-up, but I didn't want to be, and being with Connell made me feel like I didn't have to be.
I think you've ruined me for anyone else,
he whispered. My heart thudded hard and strong inside my chest, bringing me a moment of clarity at my selfish actions. Are you sure? If you say that, I'm not going to want to let you go. What if you regret never being with anyone else? I should shut up and continue being selfish, instead of putting ideas in his head. But I couldn't do that to him, not when he'd been nothing but supportive of me. And goddess, it might kill me, but I wanted him to do what would make him happy, even if it wasn't with me.
I won't,
he said, sounding so sure of himself. But how could he know? He must have seen the doubt in my face, because he cupped my cheeks with his hands and forced our gazes.
I won't regret my decision, and I don't get tired of things easily. I want to be with you.
That shouldn't have reassured me as much as it had. Connor was still so young. Hell, I was barely considered an adult for sperm whale shifters, so how could he be so certain about this? But then I remembered how excited Connor was to experience the circus show despite having watched it all his life. He might be young, but he wasn't fickle and went after what he wanted. And he wanted me. Thank fuck, because I don't know what I would have done if you said you wanted to be with someone else, I said. My body slumped onto his, as if all my energy left me. Connell might be a lot smaller than me, but he held me steady in his arms. And fuck, did it feel good being surrounded by his arms.
I'm guessing it's probably the same thing I would have done.
And what's that? His breath tickled my ear.
I'd fight and prove to you that I'm the best person for you.
It was times like these that made it hard to believe that he was younger than me when he seemed so much more mature and in touch with his emotions. And when I pulled back and saw the determination in his eyes, I was once again shown just how serious he was. I was thinking maybe a little kidnapping, but your method is good too, I joked, and he laughed. They sound like little musical bells in my ears.
So, is there anything else you're hiding from me besides the fact that you're a shifter? Also, what kind of shifter?
He asked when I finally pulled myself out of his arms. It was very hard to stop touching him, but his stomach was growling, and I wanted him to eat after a long day at work. Sperm whale shifter, I replied as I walked back with a box of pizza. I didn't bother asking where the plates were, figuring we could just eat straight from the box. And I guess for the sake of transparency, I should probably tell you that my mom is the ruler of our little kingdom, I said, after hesitating a bit. If I wanted to do this right, then I should be truthful with him from the start. Connell's eyes went comically wide and his mouth hung again. With how often he was making that expression tonight, I was starting to worry that his face would permanently stay in that position.
So, you're like a prince? Royalty? Your Highness?
Connell squeaked out. I could basically see his eyes spinning, trying to process the information. I shrugged. Yeah, but please don't call me Your Highness, I said, wrinkling my nose. Even the other sperm whale shifters didn't do that. Everyone just calls me Titan. Connell didn't reply and continued to stare into space. Connell? I called out, but he didn't respond. Maybe I had fucked up after all. Maybe I should have waited to tell him, but it wasn't like I could decide which family I was born into. I'm still me, I said, now feeling more hopeless about my family background than I ever had before.
Hey, are you okay?
Connell quickly kneeled in front of me and touched my cheek. I looked up to find his eyes full of worry.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have freaked out on you like that. I know you're still you and nothing will ever change that. I was just worried that I wouldn't be enough for you.
What a funny thought. The one who wasn't enough was me. All I ever did was let my family down, so how could he think that he was the one lacking? I shook my head, needing him to understand that what he was thinking couldn't be further away from the truth. If anything, I'm the one who's lacking, in so many ways. Who knows? You might wake up and realize you're tired of dealing with my bullshit, I mumbled. I didn't even want to put that thought out there, but who knew what would happen? Didn't Corlin get fed up with me too? And she was my sister. Who was to say the same wouldn't happen with Connell? I hated that I was so insecure in my feelings, that I needed him to reassure me when that was all he'd been doing. I'm sorry, I said before he could reply. I'm being an insecure idiot.
Hey, I don't want you talking about my boyfriend like that.
he teased and gently flicked me on my forehead. That got a smile out of me.
And your feelings are valid. Don't ever feel bad for your emotions or telling them to me. In fact, I like it when you share them with me. Then we can work them out together.
I grabbed his hand and kissed the back of it. How do you do that? I asked gently. How do you have a higher EQ than most people I know? He laughed. There was a twinkle in his eye as he said,
Maybe it's from years of oversharing. You tend to work out a lot of emotions when you talk too much.
Too much? Never. I could probably listen to you talk forever. Connell lit up, shooting me that unrestrained smile that always had my stomach making waves inside of me. It was comforting, familiar, and an emotion I wanted to sink into forever.
So, are you like the next king or something?
He asked later when we'd finished the entire large box of pizza. We never did get around to drawing and ended up snuggling in his floor nest instead. Nope, we're a matriarchal kingdom. My oldest sister, Corlin, is next in line.
Oh, thank God. Because can you imagine me being your kingdom's version of the First Lady? Well, first gentleman, in my case. But the point is, I've never even had to take care of a pet before, much less a whole entire kingdom.
I couldn't stop the smile on my face. I loved that he was thinking about a future by my side.
You said your oldest sister is the next in line. Does that mean you have more sisters?
I nodded.
Tell me about them.
And so I told him about my childhood. I told him how Corlin had always been strict with us, even when we were kids. How my middle sister, Dinah, was in charge of our kingdom's military. She was all muscles and had been like that since I could remember, and how I was closest in age to Niall, which meant the two of us often played together when we were younger. Niall was now a chef and managed most of the kingdom's food supply with my dad. All my sisters contributed greatly to the kingdom. And then there's me, I said, not really to gain sympathy, but just to state the facts of the matter.
That's not true. Sure, you might not be doing anything directly in your kingdom, but you're doing business on land for their sake,
he said. Anyone can do that, though. I'm basically a delivery boy at this point, I said with a shrug.
But they trusted you to do it for a reason.
Truthfully, I'd been the only one to volunteer for the job when we'd first started trading with the humans. Our kingdom had been mostly self-sufficient for hundreds of years, but with modernization and interacting more with other paranormal species, we'd quickly realized we needed money. And while my people might hate humans, there was no doubt that human currency was powerful. The prejudice against humans hadn't lessened in the sperm whale kingdom, but none of them really tried changing their mindset. They were set on staying underwater for the most part. Maybe if they weren't so close-minded, they would be able to meet amazing people like Connell.
I still can't believe humans buy your shit to use in perfumes,
Connell said, wrinkling his nose in what looked like distaste. I agree, but those are your people, not mine, I said with a laugh.
Hey, I'm more wolf than human at this point, he grumbled.
Connell told me about how his parents had found him and adopted him. It confused me how anybody could ever willingly not want Connell in their lives, but that was their loss. I was glad he had his parents, and Aisha there for him, and now he had me as well.
Besides, I don't wear perfume, he said,
raising his head in the air. Are you sure about that? I said, grabbing him around his middle and pulling him under me. His yelp of surprise turned into laughs as I nestled my head into the nook of his neck. My nose rubbed against the one spot where his scent was the strongest. Because you smell so fucking good. Like honey and sweetness and everything nice.
Fuck.
He craned his neck, giving me better access. I licked a stripe across his cheek. Yup, just as delicious as I thought, I said, and gently nibbled the spot I craved.
Fuck. Do that again,
Connell said, letting out a low groan that went straight to my dick. He didn't have to tell me twice. I went back to work, sucking and licking his smooth skin, savoring the sweet taste of him while Connell let out the most delicious sounds that urged me on even more. He clung to me tightly, our bodies pressed together without an inch of space between us. It was a glorious sensation, and having him so close to me like this made everything in the world feel right again. The only problem with being this close was that I could distinctly feel Connell's desire as well. His stiff cock poked my stomach so hard it might as well have poked straight through me, and feeling how turned on he was made it very difficult to hold myself back, but I'd promised him that we'd go at his pace. I'd wait until he was ready, even if it killed me to stop. Shit, Connell, I gasped out as I rested my forehead on his shoulder. His scent still surrounded me, but at least I didn't have his taste against my tongue, tempting me way more than I could handle.
Why'd you stop?
He asked with a whine. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to find every last morsel of self-restraint inside of me. With one last lungful of Connell's sweet honey filling my nose, I somehow managed to pull myself off of him. He lay against his red and purple blanket, looking so fucking sexy. He watched me. His eyes were wet with lust, practically begging me to continue. I had to look away again. "You're killing me here. I won't be able to hold myself back if you keep looking at me like that." Arms wrapped around me, and I felt myself being pulled down. Our lips met in a tangle of tongues and teeth. There was nothing soft about this kiss, just an outlet of the lust that was thick enough to paint the entire room with desire.
"I didn't say I wanted you to stop,"
he whispered against my lips, his hips grinding against me as if to prove his point. Someone would have to be a saint to resist that. And as I told him earlier, I was no saint.
Chapter 19. Connell. When Titan nibbled my neck like it was the most delicious thing ever, it had me harder than I'd ever been in my life. I hadn't known my neck was an erogenous zone, but fuck, did having his mouth there feel so fucking good. I wanted more of that. More of him.
"But you said you weren't ready,"
Titan said, and I didn't know if he said that to convince me or himself. He was watching me like he wanted to devour me, and while the thought of what was to come next scared me a bit, I knew I would be safe with him. Just the fact that he was trying to hold himself back, despite his obvious arousal, told me he wouldn't hurt me. Titan would never hurt me. I don't know if I'm ready for butt stuff, but honestly, I would really like to rub our dicks together right now. Is that okay? I tried to phrase it like a question, but it sounded more like a plea in my ears, and I didn't even fucking care. I was too desperate right now to care about anything other than getting his hands back on me. Titan's eyes flicked back to mine. I could see the heat behind his gaze.
"I should be the rational one here and tell you to think it over while we're not running high on emotions, but I really don't want to be."
"I don't want you to be either," I smirked, finding it funny that he was the experienced one of the two of us, but here I was practically begging him to have sex with me.
"I need you to be sure, because I don't think I'm strong enough to stop myself again,"
he said, his chest raising up and down with effort. Pulling him down again, I pressed our foreheads together. "I think you just want me to beg," he chuckled.
"I wouldn't be opposed to that."
"Is that what turns you on, huh?" I said, lining kisses over his cheek until I reached the shell of his ear. "Please, Titan, won't you jerk us off?"
"Fuck,"
he cursed as he moved to undress us. His actions were much faster than any human could ever move. Honestly, him telling me he was a shifter was the least shocking thing he told me tonight. I should have guessed it in the first place, considering he was much larger than the average human size. That, plus the beautiful shade of his hair. It could have been dyed, but I had a hunch that the silver blue was his natural hair color. He was a sperm whale shifter, but that hadn't changed anything with how I felt about him. To me, he was still Titan. "Fuck, you were hiding the Loch Ness Monster down there," I exclaimed when we were both fully naked. My eyes soaked in his deliciously toned body. He was pale like me, but there was nothing fragile about his body, especially not the weapon between his legs.
"I think I'm pretty average for a whale shifter,"
he said, and even if he was being completely serious, that didn't change the fact that he had a monster cock. "Can I touch it?" I asked. Then with a cheeky smile, I added, "Please?" He raised his brow with a chuckle.
"We both know there's only one answer to that question. In fact, I should be the one begging you to touch me."
I gave him a small smile and hesitantly reached out to him. It wasn't only the sheer size that made his cock intimidating, but also the dark purple head and thick veins running all along him. I was, however, shocked at the velvety feel of his cock. His pre-cum dribbling over his length made it easy for my hand to glide over him. Titan let out soft grunts of pleasure as I played with the head, and another spurt of liquid spilled out.
"That feels so good,"
Titan breathed out. He had a sexy expression I'd never seen on him before, with his lips slightly parted and his flushed cheeks made more obvious by his pale complexion. I'd never touched another dick besides mine, but I wasn't expecting to like it so much. It was addicting knowing that I was the one making him feel like that, and it spurred me on even more. Gathering all of his pre-cum to use as lube, I glided my hand the way I usually would on myself. More delicious groans slipped out of him as I moved. His gaze on me was intense, and his eyes were almost pitch black with lust. "I want to make you come. Tell me how to," I said. To see him so worked up and knowing that I was the one who made him that way. It felt so fucking good, and I wanted to see more of it.
"Fuck, Connell. Your hands feel so amazing. Just keep doing that and squeeze my balls."
His encouragement pushed aside any hesitation I'd had that I wasn't doing this right. I stroked faster, the tips of my fingers barely touching with how thick he was. My other hand went lower. His balls matched the rest of him, large and just a bit intimidating. They felt heavy, like they were ready to burst. When I put pressure on them, Titan let out a series of curses as his head flung back and spurt after spurt of white liquid came gushing out. And I wasn't exaggerating when I said that. My entire stomach was painted with his cum, and it was now flowing down all over my blankets. The force of his orgasm even had him shooting to my chin. Just when I thought it couldn't be possible to come any more, Titan trembled again, and more liquid dripped from the tip, soaking my hand. At this point, I was basically frozen in shock by the sheer amount of sperm on me. Sure, he was a sperm whale shifter, but I wasn't expecting their name to be so spot on.
Shit, sorry. I forgot to mention how big our loads are,
Titan said as soon as he come down from his orgasm. He grabbed his shirt and helped me wipe his cum off my face. Looks like sex with you gets. I glanced at what had to be an entire cup of jizz coating my body and all the blankets under us, then added, messy. Titan chuckled as he continued wiping me down. His shirt was sopping wet with the liquid as well now.
Not really. There are special condoms made for whale shifters that I usually wear.
His gaze wandered down my naked body and stopped on my hard cock that was still covered in his cum. I might have been surprised by the sudden sperm shower, but it wasn't a turn-off. Being marked like I was his was fucking hot.
But I can see the perks of not using one too,
he purred. The confirmation that he enjoyed claiming me as I did being claimed had my already excited dick cry out with more pre-cum. I was so close to the edge, overstimulated by seeing how sexy Titan was coming apart because of me and having his essence all over me. A single touch would probably be all it took to finish me, so there was no way in hell I could have lasted when Titan's rumbling voice said he'd take care of me seconds before bending over and sucking me down his throat. It was over the second I felt his hot breath on my dick. My hands gripped his hair as I shot my pleasure into his waiting mouth. Titan greedily sucked me down until I'd stopped coming. My breaths came in heavy pants from how much energy it took out of me. Best orgasm ever. I emphasized each word, my hands weaving through Titan's silky hair as he took his time licking my softening dick clean. When he was done, he pulled himself up and brought our lips together in a messy kiss. His tongue rapped against mine, forcing something into my mouth. The first thing I tasted was the bitterness of my cum. I had been a very curious teen, so yes, I knew what I tasted like, but then there was a sweetness mixed in, combining the opposite flavors into a heavenly one.
We taste so good together,
Titan huffed out. He got me all worked up again by feeding me our cum, and the hard weapon poking me in the stomach told me I wasn't the only one.
Where's your bathroom?
He asked. I blankly gestured to the small bathroom in the back of the RV, thinking he needed to relieve himself. It didn't matter if you had an erection or not. If you had to go, you had to go. It was probably a good thing too. I could use the brief time away from him to calm down and not blow immediately like I was an inexperienced virgin. It didn't matter if that was still technically true. I didn't want to act like one. I sunk into the pillows, not caring that I was getting our bodily fluids everywhere. I was going to have to do a deep clean later anyway. Titan stood, but I didn't expect him to bend over and lift me into his arms. A very high-pitched yelp came out of me when my feet left the ground. I automatically wrapped my arms around his neck in a death grip. "What are you doing?" I asked with a laugh.
"Well, I made a mess out of you, so it's only right I help you get clean," he replied with a twinkle in his eyes.
"Well, I'm all for the plan. My shower is very tiny."
"That's okay. We can squeeze," he said easily.
He put me down, and I opened the door to reveal a small bathroom that had a toilet taking up most of the space, a tiny sink, and a hanging shower head above it, with just enough space in front of it for me to stand and take my shower. Fortunately, everything was waterproof because not a single inch of the space was going to be dried when I showered. I stepped aside to show Titan the space, my arms crossed, and an eyebrow raised in an "I told you so" gesture. He only grinned and moved with determination as he guided my body into the little space before following me inside. With me pressed against the only free wall and him basically on top of me, he managed to get the bathroom door closed.
"See? I told you we could fit,"
he said, his voice all husky as he looked at me like I was his favorite meal. He quickly turned on the shower, and I gasped at the shock of cold water against my hot skin. It didn't help calm the heat that was burning inside of me as his hands cupped my butt and lifted me so that our dicks were aligned. I wrapped my legs around his waist and gave him a questioning look. "I thought you said you were going to help me clean up." Figured there was no harm getting you more dirty before then. He grinned and nuzzled his head against my neck to nibble on that one spot that sent tingles through my entire body. Curses escaped my lips as he ground his hips up, and our dicks slid against each other. With nothing but the hard wall behind me, it felt like I was being well and thoroughly fucked. I wondered if this was what penetrative sex with Titan would be like, all hot desire and possessiveness. If so, I didn't know what I'd been afraid of. The pleasure built with each of his thrusts. My hands aimlessly scratched his back, needing to move and release some energy since Titan still had a firm hold on my hips, holding me still. I was completely at his mercy, being worked to the edge, but not granted the pleasure of completion. I was so close, just needing a little more, but then the fucker slowed his hips. I grumbled my displeasure at his teasing. He only chuckled and kissed along my neck before moving to the other side. I would have reached down to finish myself if I could wiggle my hand between us with how hard he'd pressed his body against me. Titan. If he wasn't going to give me what I wanted, I wasn't above begging for it. He chuckled again and licked a long stripe down my neck before biting down at my base. The delicious tingle of pain was enough to tip me over as a white haze clouded my vision, and I came for the second time today. Titan soon followed. His mouth claimed mine as his cum came exploding out like a geyser. His hot sperm splashed on my body, the liquid overflowing and cascading down our chests. I suddenly saw the charm of doing it in my cramped bathroom. Easy cleanup. Our kisses turned languid as we both came down from our orgasms. He placed one last kiss on my forehead before letting me down. I was so exhausted from the exercise that my legs gave out as soon as they touched the floor. Hold on tight, Titan said, holding me firmly, so I didn't bring both of us down. Trust me, I'm never letting go, I teased, hoping that came out like a joke, even though I meant every word. Titan smiled at me, sweet and soft. I hope so, he whispered, and my heart melted so hard for him. How could someone be so perfect for me? Like he was able to look past the playfulness I was hiding behind and see how I truly felt. And as he helped me clean up as he'd promised, our feet shuffled to make room inside the limited space, and his hands so gently lathered the soap on my side. He asked with a tender tone, How was that? Too much. I shook my head and looked up into his eyes to find the same emotion in them that had already bloomed in my heart. There was so much affection staring back at me, validating the feeling that had come too quickly. I love Titan. And it was as simple as that. I thought love was this complicated emotion with lots of drama, angst, and big declarations of emotion as I'd seen in my favorite movies, but it was nothing like that. The love that overflowed for Titan was easy, so easy it felt like I'd loved him all my life. But even I knew it was too crazy to admit these feelings out loud already, so I gave him the only answer I could. It was perfect.
Chapter 20. Titan. Falling asleep with Connell was nothing like how it was with my old hookups. Cuddling had been just another chore that needed to be done before I could gently push my partner away to rest, but the way Connell fit perfectly in my arms as we snuggled and chatted had me wondering how I was going to sleep any other way from now on. Connell had a bed in the small loft above his nest, but it was too small for my large frame, so he brought out new blankets to replace the ones I'd dirtied. We fell asleep wrapped around each other in his nest, and it was fucking perfect. I was reluctant to leave him the next morning, but he had plans with his best friend. We bumped into said friend when Connell was walking me to the parking lot. I'd caught a glimpse of Aisha when she chased after the briefcase thief, but up close, she was a lot more intimidating than I'd expected Connell's best friend to be. Her long black hair was tied up in a high ponytail, which made her sharp features look even sharper. Her entire black attire was a comical contrast to the colorful personality Connell had. Aisha's dark eyes bore into me, like she was trying to read my very soul. I got the distinct feeling she didn't like me very much, and that it wouldn't do. I wanted to make a good impression on the people important to Connell. I reached out my hand and introduced myself while putting on my most charming smile, but that only made her scowl deeper.
Be nice,
Connell whispered as he nudged her with his elbow. Aisha looked between the two of us, then sighed in resignation and stepped closer to accept my handshake. The distinct scent of cat filled my nose when she came close. Her nose also twitched like she was scenting what kind of magical being I was, too.
Fish. Yum,
she said, showing me her sharp canines.
Aisha?
Connell squeaked out, slapping her on the arm. She seemed unbothered by it and continued to grin at me threateningly. I snorted, amused by the protectiveness she was showing. Never mind the fact that whales were mammals, not fish. My original form would easily crush her into a cat pancake. I was glad Connell had people who obviously cared about him, though he didn't need protecting from me. In order to not antagonize her even more with my presence, I assured Connell it was okay, and told them to enjoy their time together. Aisha might not approve of my relationship with Connell, but I wasn't going to give up this precious man just because of that. Nor was I going to hold myself back from getting a goodbye kiss, even if she threw a hissy fit. The circus was closed for the next 3 days, so we planned to meet up after hanging out with Aisha. He still insisted on helping me find my passion. I had my doubts about this plan, mainly because I didn't want Connell to be disappointed when I ultimately didn't find anything that interested me. The drive to my hotel was quick, since I'd found one close to the circus after I'd tracked Connell down. It made no sense to continue staying in the heart of the city when the entire reason I was still here was because of a certain man. There were still hours before I got to see Connell again, and now I had to figure out what to do with myself. There hadn't been any work since the last trade, so I've been holed up in my hotel, binging TV shows while waiting for Connell to get off work these past few days. As I lay in bed, prepared to do just that, my phone rang with a call from my sister.
Titan, I miss you.
Niall's loud, preppy voice had my eardrums ringing. Ow, I grumbled and pulled the phone away. She giggled innocently. I hadn't gone back home since Corlin told me to get my shit together, but I'd been in touch with Niall. Text messaging worked just fine in our underwater kingdom, and I'd messaged the family chat to let them know which city I was in, but phone calls were a bit hazy. Judging by how clearly Niall's voice came through, it must mean she was on land. What are you doing on shore? You never usually come up here, I asked.
To see you, of course. You're not going to just leave your favorite sister stranded on the beach, are you?
Who said anything about you being my favorite sister?
Oh, please. There was never a competition.
I could practically hear her eyes rolling through the phone. She wasn't wrong. Dinah was almost 20 years older than me, and Corlin was over 10 years older than her. It was rare for sperm whale siblings to be only 5 years apart, so Niall and I grew up as best friends.
Now, are you coming to pick me up, or are you just going to leave me here to wither away?
She asked. It was my turn to roll my eyes at her dramatics. Half an hour later, I was pulling up to the beach closest to our kingdom. Niall was already waiting in the parking lot in her flowy yellow dress and extra-wide-brimmed sun hat. Maybe it was because we spent most of our lives deep underwater that our pale skin burned easily under the sun. It was better for me since I was above water more often, but I could already see Niall getting flushed as she stood under the shade. Niall! I rolled down the window and called. She ran over and hurried inside, sighing in relief as she adjusted the air conditioning vent toward her.
Titan, my favorite brother.
She leaned over the central console and pulled me into a hug. I squeezed her small frame tight against me. All my sisters were smaller than me, but Niall was the tiniest out of them. I'm your only brother.
And that's why I can say that,
she grinned, then pulled back with a questioning look on her face.
What's that smell?
What smell? I lifted my arm to sniff my armpit, wondering if I'd overheated and sweated too much in my sleep. Great. Now I was worried that Connell thought I stank too. Niall leaned in again, her nose moving as she took another deep breath.
It smells like my favorite herb, but more intense.
She moved her face down my body, sniffing me all over like she was a dog, before finally grabbing my right hand and basically pressing her nose to my palm. I pushed her head back and retrieved my hand. Quit being gross.
I could go for some ginger snaps right now,
she said, licking her lips. Fine, I'll take you to get some, after you tell me what you're doing up here.
I told you to see my favorite
My unimpressed look had her ending her sentence short with a sigh. If she really had missed me, she would have demanded I return home to visit her instead of coming to land herself. Niall didn't hate humans as many of our people did, but she wasn't a huge fan of how harsh the sun was.
I got into a fight with Cor,
she said, sinking into her seat. So you decided to pull a Titan and run away? I asked with a smirk. She rolled her eyes again.
Like you could ever run away from us. You'd miss us. Mostly me, too much.
I laughed, because she was right. Although I didn't always understand my family, I still loved them, and I knew they loved me too, even if they had a weird way of showing it. So, what did she say this time? I asked, as I pulled out of the parking lot and drove toward one of the popular bakeries in the city that was already open this early in the morning.
She just always thinks she's right, you know? Like her way is the only acceptable way. Honestly, with how dominant she is, I don't know how she and Mom get along so well,
she grumbled. They're very similar to each other, I agreed. They were practically carbon copies of one another. Corlin was basically born to be the next leader of our kingdom.
Anyway, I just needed to get away for a bit and remembered my little bro was partying up on land, so I might as well join you.
She leaned in and took another deep sniff.
Speaking of, why is the smell of human on you so strong? Did you have a sex fest or something?
Stop. You're gonna make me crash, I said, using a hand to push her face away again. I loved Niall, but she had no concept of boundaries, or personal space, for that matter. And no, I did not have a sex fest, I deadpanned. She was way too comfortable talking about sex with me. But I did just get back from my boyfriend's place.
Oh my goddess! You have a boyfriend! Since when?
She practically screamed the words. If any humans had been in the car with us, their eardrums might have ruptured. Ow! For fuck's sake, use your human voice, please.
Sorry,
she said sheepishly. I had 2 seconds of peace and quiet before she poked me in the arm and whisper shouted.
So who is he? How did you meet? I want to meet him.
Absolutely not. I don't want you scaring him away, I said.
Oh, please. I'm a delight. If anything, he'll love me more than he loves you,
she said with a giggle. My body tensed up, not because I was worried Connell would like her more than me, but because of the word she'd used. Love. Sure, I grew up under the careful love of my family, but this was different. The warm and gooey feeling that flowed through me whenever I thought about Connell was more intense than any emotion I could have for my family. I never thought it would be possible to feel this way for anybody, but then Connell appeared in my mind, and I wondered how I ever went through life without this feeling to sustain me. And that was where the fear came in. I didn't know how long I could keep how I felt a secret from him, and what would I do once he knew? Could I survive if he didn't feel the same way? Probably not. Chapter 21. Titan. I dropped Niall back at the beach a few hours later, when she'd had her fill of ginger snaps and gossiping about the not-so-secret relationships within the castle. Niall had kept pestering me about Connell, but all I gave her was that Connell was a human, and someone really special to me. She must have sensed how serious I was, since she did eventually drop it.
We all miss you. Even Cor. You know she loves you,
Niall said, wrapping her arms around my middle. I rested my chin on top of her head and returned the tight hug. I think she just misses bossing me around, I muttered, and Niall giggled. Back at you, sis. Don't let Cor get to you. She's probably taking her stress out on you, which totally isn't fair to you, but all I'm saying is try not to hold a grudge for too long, for both your sakes. Corlin had texted Niall no less than 20 times while we were at the bakery, asking her where she was, if she was safe, and to come home. It wasn't an apology, but it was the closest to one our future leader would give. Niall took a step back and sighed.
I just worry about her, you know. I don't think she's doing well.
Are negotiations not going smoothly? There had been talks of an arranged marriage between Corlin and one of the humpback whale shifter princes. Our kingdom's population had been low to begin with, and with fewer whales finding their fated mates, leading to lower birth rates in recent years, Mom and Corlin feared for our kingdom's future and safety. While the humpback whale shifters had a smaller population than ours, their long migration distances meant they had pockets of influence all over the world, and Corlin thought that influence would be very useful for our people. Niall shrugged.
They were talking about having the wedding at the end of the year, but Corlin isn't happy at all. She pretends to be, but I know her. I don't know. I just hate that she has to sacrifice herself for us. I hope she gets the chance to find love. I told her that too, and she just won't listen to me.
She sighed again before admitting.
It's the reason we got into a fight, actually.
Niall was still single, but she was a huge romantic. I used to not understand her obsession with love, but it finally became clear after I met Connell. Love was a beautiful thing. It was addicting, like the feeling of drifting through the dark ocean and wanting to get closer to the beautiful sparkles the sun cast into the water, and the contentment that washed over you once the sun heat hit your skin. It was beautiful, and it saddened me that Corlin would never have the chance to experience it if this marriage went through. Sure, there was the possibility of her falling in love with his prince, but I heard he was a sleazy playboy with a worse track record than mine. They were the exact traits she disliked, but she would still marry him. Dinah married her childhood sweetheart a few years back. They didn't have any children yet, but they hoped to have good news soon. And I knew Corlin was doing this for her nieces and nephews, and all the future children in our kingdom. She might have cast aside romantic love, but she chose her love for our people. It was another reason I could never hate her. For all her prickliness toward us, everything she did was because of love, and she wasn't afraid of sacrificing her own happiness for those she loved. I kept a lookout while Niall transferred her items into her storage ring and dived into the water. She popped out of the water and waved goodbye before disappearing into the ocean. As soon as she was out of sight, I went running back to my car. The urge to see Connell was too strong to resist now. Thinking about how Corlin was heading into a marriage with a man she might hate, I felt so grateful that I had a chance to be with Connell. We were still new, and there were sure to be countless obstacles for us to overcome. Hell, I knew Mom and Corlin would have an aneurysm to find out I was dating a land dweller, but I was so fucking fortunate to have the opportunity to overcome them with him. If he was willing. I hoped to goddess he was willing, and I would do everything to show him that I was worth fighting for too. My body moved on autopilot, driving toward the circus before I could even process what was happening. There were still 30 minutes before we planned to meet up, but I would wait outside his RV if he wasn't back yet. I needed to feel him around. The guest parking lot was empty when I arrived, which was a given, considering the circus was closed to visitors, but I hoped I was given entry. When I retraced my steps back to where Connell's RV was parked, I came across Farron. He was probably doing his rounds as the security for the circus. My first thought was shock that he was actually walking. His movements were stiff, sure, but he really was moving and not a statue. My second thought was that he was going to kick me out for trespassing. To my surprise, the man's stony eyes fell on me for half a beat before moving on and continuing his rounds. I wondered if Connell told him I was one of his guests, and that had me rushing again. I knocked on his door, not really expecting him to be back yet, but just in case he was. Luckily for me, the door opened and Connell was right there in front of me.
Titan?
He was confused and surprised when he first saw me, but that quickly turned to happiness. I pulled him into my arms and crashed our mouths together. The desire was there. It would always be there with him, but this was more about feeling the comfort of him.
Now that's what I call a warm welcome,
he said with a laugh when we finally broke apart.
Miss me?
I knew he was teasing, but I really had. It had only been a morning, but I'd already missed him. I did, I said honestly. He wore a blue turtleneck that complemented his eyes. He'd traveled south as I imagined the kiss marks I'd left on his neck that were currently covered up by the fabric. Connell's eyes softened as he jumped into my arms.
I missed you too.
I held him firmly as his arms and legs wrapped around me. I feel like this is turning into a habit. He laughed and eyed me.
Is that a problem?
I also broke out into a grin. Having an armful of Connell, that's what I call the opposite of a problem. How was hanging out with Aisha?
It was fun. We got breakfast. Well, more like I had breakfast while she watched, then hung out at the park for a while. I drew for a bit while Aisha finished crocheting the crop top she's been working on.
He looked so happy talking about his day with his friend. It was obvious how important Aisha was to him, and I hated the worry that washed over his face as he said,
Don't worry, I made sure to talk you up to her. She'll be on our side before you know it.
He was smiling, trying to hide how much this was affecting him, but it couldn't have been easy being in between your lover and your best friend. I pressed a soft kiss to his eyebrow. I'll prove to her that we're good together, that we make sense, and I won't stop until she understands. This might be one of our first obstacles, but if I got to see the gentle look he gave me many more times in the future, it was completely worth it.
I was thinking it's because I doesn't know you yet, so she's wary of you. I'm sure she'll love you if you two spend some more time together, so what do you think about having lunch with her in the mess tent?
I didn't know what this mess tent was, but if it was a place Connell wanted to go, it was a no-brainer, so I nodded. Connell was a bit hesitant before saying,
My parents are out on an errand this afternoon, but the others will be there, and once they see us together, word is going to get around that I'm dating you. Everyone's going to know.
Everyone knowing Connell was mine? I didn't know why he was worried I'd object, because nothing in the world sounded better than that. I stole another kiss and whispered, We'd better hurry then.
Chapter 22. Connell. Was I worried about the fact that my entire circus was about to meet my boyfriend? Yes, but I was also excited because I knew they would love him. I couldn't imagine anyone hating Titan, and that was also why I was baffled by how hostile Aisha acted toward him. When I confronted her about it, she asked if I knew who he actually was. She was a bit surprised to learn that he had, in fact, told me about him being a shifter, and the man he was with the day we bumped into him. Yeah, it sucked that he was with someone else the night before, but I wasn't that petty of a person to hold that against him when we didn't even know each other then, and Aisha shouldn't hold that against him either. When I texted her about getting lunch with us, she replied pretty quickly with an affirmative, so that was a good sign, right? One down, now just the rest of the circus to go.
I briefly mentioned to my parents that I was seeing someone last week when I kept disappearing after work. They were worried, naturally, but didn't pry much. I knew it had to have taken all of my mom's willpower to not bombard me with questions or demand to meet the person in question. It might be unfair that I was introducing Titan to everyone else first, but I figured if good words were going around about Titan, then it might make it easier for them to accept him when the time came. Was it shady and a bit underhanded? Yes, but I didn't care if it meant it would increase the chance of them not objecting to this relationship. While I was an adult, their opinion meant a lot to me. The purple mess tent was already bustling when we arrived, which wasn't surprising since Rhett's meals were to die for. What I wasn't expecting was the entire tent to go almost silent when Titan and I entered. All eyes were on us, and I felt like one of those main characters who had a complete makeover and became unrecognizable. I guessed me being with a guy was something new. Hi, everyone. This is my boyfriend, Titan. I hope it's okay I brought him to try the food, I said, trying to end the awkwardness as quickly as possible. The last question I aimed at our ringmaster, who was walking toward us with his mate. Seven was a pretty easygoing guy, but his word was the final law at the circus. He looked Titan up and down, then stared at him like he was seeing past him. It was pretty unnerving, but Seven did that a lot, so I didn't think too much about it.
A friend of yours is always welcome. It's a pleasure to meet you,
Seven finally said with a smile. I inwardly breathed a sigh of relief at our ringmaster's acceptance of him. That would make things a lot easier going forward. His mate stepped forward and grinned. It's nice to meet you again, officially this time.
I'm sorry, have we met before?
Titan looked confused, which only had me giggling. He's Peanut, the black cat, I said when the other two only gave each other a knowing smile instead of explaining. Please, call me Indy. Titan's mouth hung open so comically that it had us all chuckling. It wasn't until another beat later that he finally regained his composure and exchanged greetings with him. We spoke a few more words before I brought Titan to the back of the tent where Rhett had the food on warmers for us. The mess tent operated buffet style. Rhett was standing by the food warmers, an empty tray in hand and a huge grin on his face as he watched us walk over. Made quite an entrance, and with a cutie too, he said with a wink to me. A low rumbling came from the silent man standing behind Rhett. Oh, babe, you know you'll always be my cute little Ember. I'm just saying I'm happy Connell found a cutie for himself. That seemed to appease the fire dancer. A smile tugged at his lips as he looked at his boyfriend with so much love. Despite having known Cole for many years, I could probably count the number of times I'd seen him smile on 2 hands. That was all before he met Red, of course. He'd found someone who made his life worth smiling for. I snuck a glance at Titan, who was watching the two with awe. It was a similar look he gave Seven and Indy. Nudging him in the stomach, I asked, Is everything okay? He shook himself out of the daze he was in and replied,
Yeah, I'm just not used to couples showing affection for each other so openly.
Rhett laughed, placing the tray in his hand down, and wrapped an arm around Cole's middle. You'll have to get used to it if you're sticking around. PDA isn't uncommon here. Titan turned to me, staring me straight in my eyes as he said,
I guess I'll have to get used to it.
Arrow straight to my heart. I loved his straightforwardness. He didn't leave me guessing if he actually wanted to be here with me or not. While the misunderstanding trope could be fun in movies, I much preferred the no bullshit approach he took with our relationship. We got our food and made our way to Aisha, who was sitting alone at a table in the corner. She had her head down, probably reading a novel on her phone. Her favorite pastime was crocheting while listening to an audiobook. Hi, I said, taking a seat beside her. It wasn't until Titan sat across from us that I'd realized I'd done it, but I always sat beside Aisha, and that wasn't going to change just because I had a boyfriend now. Titan didn't seem bothered by it and smiled at the both of us.
Pleasure to see you again, Aisha,
he said. Mm-hmm, was all Aisha said in reply. I shot her my best puppy dog eyes, and she sighed before adding, Good to see you. She glanced at me, and her frown deepened when she saw just how wide my smile was. I could tell she wanted to roll her eyes at me, but was holding back.
I heard you and Connell like to explore the cities you travel to,
Titan asked, obviously trying to fill the silence. Aisha paused for a beat before opening her mouth. I shot her a pleading look, begging her to play nice when I knew she was tempted to give one-word answers. Aisha was a very important part of my life, and a platonic soulmate that I couldn't live without, so I needed them to get along. She must have seen the seriousness in my expression, because I could see the effort she was putting in as she replied, Yeah, seeing new things is good for the soul. Do you, like traveling? I was bouncing with excitement as I listened to them have an actual conversation about some of their favorite places they'd visited. Hell, Aisha even smiled, however small it was, once when Titan told us about the little night market he came across during one of his business trips overseas. Titan must have seen Aisha's interest as he asked,
"There's an underwater night market every Tuesday. It's not as big as the Goblin Market, but you can still find lots of interesting trinkets. I can take you two for a visit. We can make it an overnight trip, and I'll show you my favorite underwater spots."
That sounded like such a fun idea. I'd never been to the Goblin Market, but heard how fun it was from some of the Fae in the circus. It would be so cool to visit something similar, and by how bright Aisha's dark eyes shone, I could tell she felt the same. There was just one thing. "But we can't breathe underwater," I said with a slump of my shoulders. Maybe Titan was around so many aquatic paranormals that he'd forgotten humans needed air to breathe. And as for lynx shifters, maybe shifters had an ability that allowed them to hold their breath for a really, really long time. I honestly didn't know since I'd never seen Aisha inside a large body of water. Titan chuckled.
"Don't worry. We have magical tools that'll take care of that for you."
He glanced at Aisha, a twinkle in his eyes as he added,
"And you'll be completely dry, too."
That sealed the deal, and Aisha was quick to agree with the plan. Her facial expression didn't change much, but she looked much more engaged in the conversation now. Her body was pressed up against the table as she leaned in and listened to Titan describe the underwater market. I smiled as I watched them engrossed in their conversation, knowing they'd be good friends in no time. Like I'd said, there was no way anyone could hate Titan.
Chapter 23. Titan. Aisha returned to her room after lunch, while Connell and I ventured into town for the first activity he had planned for us. I was a bit intimidated when he showed me the list of everything he had in store for us.
"It's like speed dating, but for figuring out what you like,"
Connell had said when I'd asked him about it. He wasn't exaggerating either. There had to be at least a dozen different activities planned over the next 2 days. Baking class, poetry, theater show, an intro to programming class, pottery, woodworking. He said the classes were about an hour long, so we'd have time for a few each night, but the schedule was still intense. He put in so much effort to try to find something I'd want to pursue. My family loved me, but even they never tried this hard to help me discover myself. "Thank you," I said when we checked in for the bakery class. I helped him put on and tie his apron. "I'm really grateful for all the effort you put in, but what if I'm not interested in any of it?" Nobody liked having their efforts wasted. Connell's smile was still brilliant as he replied,
"That's okay. Then we'll try something else. There's no rush. We have plenty of time."
The way he said "we," like it was given that he would come along with me on my journey, like we were a team. I always thought I was fine being alone, but it could never compare to knowing I had Connell on my side. Always. As I had expected, I was a disaster at baking. The instructor kept insisting baking was a science, and we just had to make sure our measurements were exact. But despite double-checking the culinary scale twice, my dough came out too liquidy, and when we added more flour to try to save it, it turned to the consistency of lumpy clay instead. Connell had pottery on the schedule, but I wasn't supposed to be making clay in the baking class. The couple at the table beside ours was in a similar situation. The woman looked at her mixture with all hope gone. We met eyes when she looked up and started chatting about how it was her and her boyfriend's 1-year anniversary. Neither of them was good in the kitchen, so they thought the baking class would be a fun experience. The 4 of us spent the rest of the class joking with each other and betting on who would fail harder at the class. Nobody was surprised when both our batches of cookies came out harder than rocks. The theater show was entertaining, although I had more fun whispering with Connell about the actors than the actual show itself. And for the programming class, both our heads were spinning minutes into the first presentation slide. We weren't the only ones either, with a group of us banding together halfway through the lesson to help each other out and make the time more enjoyable than it would have been. Pottery class went much the same, a bit disastrous, but I had a lot of fun doing it with Connell. We were both a mess by the end of the class with how much clay water we'd splashed on ourselves, trying to turn the block of clay into a vase. Connell's at least resembled the shape of a vase, while mine looked like an abstract art piece. When I figured I did the best I could on the vase, I watched Connell work for a bit. He was focused on his piece, his tongue cutely sticking out a bit as he was deep in concentration. I didn't want to bother him, so I stood and browsed the shelf of pottery that was displayed in the back. I didn't have a knack for creating art, but it didn't mean I couldn't admire it. In fact, after trying my hand at it and learning how hard it actually was, my appreciation rose. A gray-haired older gentleman leaning on a cane came up to me while I was examining an elegant-looking cup with hands on both sides. He explained how creativity led to taking ideas and creating more beautiful innovations like these that could potentially help a wide range of people. This two-handed cup, for example, was for people who had trouble gripping things with their hands but didn't want dishes that were too tacky looking. That led up to having a conversation about functionality versus style. He proceeded to tell me how much people sacrificed style for functionality, but he thought they weren't mutually exclusive, and his goal was to create more pieces that helped a wider range of people and looked good while doing it. It was inspiring how much he believed in his cause and the hard work he was willing to put in to see his dream realized. It didn't matter how old one was, their passion kept them young. I can understand now why Connell was insistent on helping me find something I enjoyed, and I wondered, when I was this elderly man's age, what would keep me young. I don't think working with my hands is for me, I said self-deprecatingly as we left the class.
Maybe we should skip the woodworking class. I don't want anything happening to your hands. I kind of like them,
he said, grinning as he examined the small bump that was forming on the back of my hand when my hand went ricocheting off the spinning wheel and bumped into the table behind me. Sorry I ruined your careful plans, I said, twisting my hand in his and squeezing it.
Hey, nothing's ruined. I think we're making great progress,
Connell chirped, ever the optimist. In ruling out that my hands are basically useless.
Hey, they're not useless. I remember having a lot of fun with them the other night.
He grinned. I pulled in close and leaned down to his ear. I can show you what else I can do with my hands, I whispered, low and deep. I felt a shiver pass through him, but he shook his head and broke free from my hold.
None of that until we get home tonight,
he said, looking so stern. Oh, so you're saying I'm guaranteed some ass tonight, even if I've wasted both our time today? He crossed his arms.
Like I said, we made huge progress today, and it looked like you had a lot of fun chatting with people we met.
I shrugged. People made sense, because all anybody really wanted was someone to take an interest in what they were saying, which was easy enough since people were interesting to me.
What I'm trying to say is you attract people, Titan.
My eyes widened. I hope he didn't think I was trying to flirt with them, because I wasn't. I just had a superficial curiosity about them and nothing more. Connell burst out laughing, leaving me utterly confused about the situation.
I'm not bringing this up because I'm jealous, he said.
Oh, I didn't know if I should be embarrassed that I just assumed he was, or in awe once again. Some people loved seeing their lovers jealous over them, but I found it so fucking sexy that he was confident in himself and us.
The reason I brought it up is I saw how much fun you were having talking to them, and how good you are at making them confide in you. Maybe your passion is doing something dealing with people.
I took hold of his hand and contemplated his words. It was true that I liked being around people, but was there something meaningful I could do that let me just talk all day? It wasn't like I wanted to be a sales rep. People in customer service had the virtue of patience that I didn't possess. Connell watched me with a knowing smile.
Looks like my job is done here,
he said with a proud expression. I chuckled and pulled him close. You should be rewarded for a job well done, then, don't you think?
I like the sound of that. And what reward do you plan on giving me?
Well, you said you liked my hands, I said, and pressed a kiss by his ear. His turtleneck was blocking access to his beautiful neck, and I had to control my urge to ruin his shirt by ripping it. I can show you all the different things I can do with my hands, or you could have a piece of my ass. I took his hands and brought them to my butt cheeks. His eyes widened.
You'd be into that? Bottoming? Wait, have you ever bottomed before?
Sure. I don't really care which position I'm in as long as it's with you, I said with a shrug. And no, it'll be my first time. I wasn't against bottoming, but I never really had anyone I wanted to try it with. And with Connell, I wanted to try everything.
And you'd let me, a virgin, be the first to top you?
Connell asked in disbelief. Yes, I replied honestly, and pulled him to me. I know you'll be careful with me. You'd never hurt me. I trust you. I trusted Connell with all my heart, and unlike finding my passion or whatever, this was easy.
Chapter 24. Connell. I never thought Titan would ever be interested in bottoming. That might have been too stereotypical of me to judge him by his large body and automatically think top, but he gave off such a dominant air. Though there was such a thing as power bottoms. He was offering me his body freely, but even more important than that, he trusted me despite not knowing what the heck I was doing. That had me wondering just what exactly was I hesitating for.
If there was anyone I wanted to give my butt virginity to, it was Titan. Like he had confidence that I wouldn't hurt him, I knew it was the same for him. I want to do it. The words slipped out before I could even properly phrase the sentence.
Let's head home then. I can't wait to feel you inside me,
he said. His voice was a deep rumbling that went straight to my cock. That was a visual I was very keen to play out, but sometime in the future. Right now, I wanted him inside me. No, I said, shaking my head.
No.
Like he'd done minutes earlier, I guided his hands to grab hold of my butt cheeks. The shock came first before his eyebrows furrowed.
I hope you know I didn't say that in an attempt to trick you into offering up your hole, because that wasn't my intention. At all.
Despite sounding concerned, his hands kneaded my ass like he couldn't wait to get me naked right there. I shifted under his attack, trying not to pop a hard-on while out in public. Being watched by other people wasn't my thing. I know, I said softly. I'm saying it because I want this. I trust you too, and I know you'll take care of me. I'm ready. I studied his eyes, and it was only now that I realized just how black they were, that barely any light reflected off of them. But even so, they were wet now, almost glowing with lust. His intense look went straight to my cock.
If you're sure.
I am. There's nothing I'm more sure about right now.
Fuck. Why aren't we home already?
He grumbled, running a hand through his silver locks and messing up his perfect hairstyle. I smiled at his actions. He looked so adorably frustrated. I went on my tiptoes and whispered, Then you better get me home quick. The growl that came from his throat as he picked me up and started running had me laughing so hard that tears almost came out. It didn't matter if people were looking or shooting us disapproving glances as we passed. This moment was about Titan and me, and it was beautiful. The drive back was excruciatingly slow with how much I wanted Titan close. My hands ran up and down his thigh the entire time, which earned me throaty noises and warnings about playing with fire that only spurred me on even more. As soon as he parked, he had the engine off and his door open. I'd just undone my seatbelt when my door opened, and Titan was looking down at me with such a hungry look. I shivered with anticipation and smirked up at him. You gonna carry me inside, caveman style again? Without even missing a beat, he threw me over his shoulder and smacked my ass. Not hard enough for it to hurt, but with enough force that it sent a tingling of pleasure through me. I liked that, I said with my most flirtatious voice. Since I was currently slung over his shoulder with my ass in the air, I used this chance to squeeze his butt that was close to my face. The sound let out in reply was almost feral.
Fuck, Connell. You can't say things like that if you don't want me to completely wreck your ass tonight,
he replied, giving my ass another slap, much lighter this time. I didn't stop laughing until my feet touched the ground outside my RV. I led us inside and looked up at him. You can wreck my ass or do whatever the hell you want with it, because I know you'll take care of me no matter what you do, I said with total seriousness. He sucked in a breath, his shoulders relaxing on an exhale. He watched me for a second before grabbing me and bringing our lips together, hard.
Thank you,
he said, his voice guttural and so full of emotion.
Your trust means more to me than anything.
I smiled against his lips and pulled him close. I don't want to sound all cliché, but you make it so easy to trust you. Everything you do tells me that you'll prioritize my safety, and you won't rush me into anything I'm not prepared for.
I won't,
he quickly added.
And if you ever start having hesitations about this, tell me to stop and I will. I'll stop, even if it kills me.
My eyes softened. Some people would say anything and everything without actually meaning it, just to get into someone's pants, but I knew it wasn't like that for Titan. If I felt uncomfortable at any moment, he would stop. There wasn't a single thread of doubt in my mind about that. I know. Now hurry up and fuck me before I decide to come in my pants instead, I said, grinding my hard cock against his thigh to prove my point. Patiently waiting during the drive back, while replaying what it would feel like to have him inside of me over and over again in my head, had me more worked up than I'd ever been in my life. I wasn't exaggerating when I said I might finish in my pants if he didn't hurry the fuck up.
So impatient,
he said with a laugh, then led me to my nest. Fresh blankets and pillow covers replaced the ones he'd cummed all over last time. That had me thinking I was probably going to have to get some waterproof sheets or something. But for now, I eyed my favorite blankets and debated if I was okay with dirtying them. Yes, I was, especially if it was with his essence. Titan must have noticed where my focus was, because he chuckled and said,
Don't worry, no messes this time. I have the condoms.
He lifted his right hand to show off the gold ring he always wore on his pointer finger. When he waved his hands, condoms and a bottle of lube suddenly appeared in his other hand. I rapidly blinked my eyes, trying to figure out what had just happened. Growing up in the circus, I was constantly surrounded by all types of magic, but I never got used to it. Maybe it was because the people closest to me were shifters, so the extent of their magic was turning into a furry animal.
It's a storage ring. They're quite handy to have,
Titan said with a wink, then grabbed a bottle of lube. I picked up the very tiny wrapped item and examined it. I haven't seen many condoms in my life, with being a virgin and never needing one at all, but it looked like a typical condom in a square-shaped wrapper. The only thing that seemed off was the tiny cartoon whale printed on it. Wait, so you had condoms with you last time as well? I asked, eyeing him. Why didn't you use it then? He looked sheepish and a bit comically frozen while holding the lube.
I got caught up in the moment and it didn't even register,
he finally said. Then much softer, he added,
and the thought of coming all over you had me kinda losing my mind.
Fuck. Him coming all over me like that. It was hot. Hotter than fucking hot, and now that the idea was put in my mind, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I threw the condom over my shoulder, out of my nest, and climbed onto his lap. I want you to do it again. Inside of me. Titan's mouth formed the shape of a perfect O. It wasn't often that I got to see him stunned into silence like this. I leaned in and pressed a kiss to his nose, and that had him breaking out of his shock.
It seems all you're doing tonight is surprising me,
he said with a shake of his head and a small smile. I like surprising you, I replied. His massive erection pressed against my ass, and I wiggled my butt to get a tiny taste of what was to come, drawing a low groan out of Titan. He grabbed hold of my hips and held me still, giving me a warning glare. I gave him an innocent smile.
Do you know what you're asking? How messy this will get?
Oh, I'm counting on it, I said with a wide smile. I could always get new blankets if I couldn't wash the cum stains out. He pressed his forehead on my shoulder and twisted his head so that his nose was nuzzled against that spot he favored. I wished I wasn't wearing this stupid turtleneck so that I could feel him against my skin.
I've never done it without protection before,
he said. I jerked back. What? Are you serious? He nodded. But why? Yes, having safe sex and all was important, but paranormals didn't really have to worry about sexually transmitted diseases. He held my hand.
For us, it's intimate. Even more intimate than sex. It's claiming. Can I claim you?
A shiver ran down my spine at his words, not from fear, but from anticipation. It wasn't a foreign concept to me. My parents were shifters and fated mates at that. Their claiming involved a bite to the neck that left a scar that showed the entire world they belonged to each other. Being human, fated mates and claiming had nothing to do with me, but when I saw the hickeys Titan had left on me, it felt right. And now, here he was telling me he wanted to claim me with his pleasure. Every single cell of my body desired it. Yes, claim me. He didn't need any more convincing as he scrambled to get our clothes off. When we were naked, he flipped us over until he was on top of me.
You're so fucking beautiful, Connell,
he said, his eyes seemingly taking in every single inch of my body. I puffed up at his compliment and ran a hand down his hard chest until I reached his whale of a dick. His pre-cum was already dripping onto my belly. It seems like I'm not the only impatient one, I teased and rubbed my thumb over his tip. He hissed, grabbing my hands and pressing them over my head.
None of that if you want me to come inside you,
he warned. I'll be good, I said with a giggle that quickly turned into a low moan when he took me into his mouth. Fuck, Titan. Warn a man, will you? He glanced up through his eyelashes, and I could practically see him smirking around my cock. My hand weaved through his silky hair, pushing it back from his face so that I could watch him. He didn't give me much of a chance to think and pulled off my dick and licked lower down my balls until he reached my ass. My legs were pushed open before he used his hand to spread my cheeks wider apart. Another curse escaped my lips when his wet tongue met my hole. It felt like every single nerve in my body was alive under his attack. He speared at my hole, gaining access inside, and my butt jerked off the blanket. I'd fingered myself before, but this was on an entirely different level. The heat of his mouth as he ate me out like I was fucking dessert had me crying out for more. Thankfully, he didn't edge me and added a finger into the mix. More digits were added, stretching me wider than I'd ever experienced before. It was a weird feeling of being so full, almost to the brim, but like I knew Titan would, he made sure it didn't hurt. After who knew how long later, I was pliant under his touch and begging for his cock. His tongue had retreated, and he was edging me with 4 of his lubed fingers. Every so often, he'd rub against that sweet spot inside of me like he was intentionally teasing me. It was working.
Please, I'm ready. I practically screamed for him. I wanted to buck my hips and grind harder against his fingers, but he was using his other hand to hold my hips down.
So fucking beautiful,
he whispered. There was so much emotion in his eyes as he watched me like there was all the time in the world. I groaned in frustration, which only earned me a smirk from the bastard. He chuckled when I glared at him, but he moved to pull his fingers out of me. The sudden loss had me gasping as I squeezed my hole. It shouldn't have been possible to get used to something so quickly, but I already felt so empty. I needed him to fill me up again.
Titan,
I whimpered as I watched him lube himself up.
Shh, I got you,
he said, his eyes never breaking mine. I knew he did. He lifted my right leg, so it rested over his shoulder, then pressed closer and lined himself up.
Ready?
He asked. I nodded. I've been ready.
So sassy,
he said with a grin before leaning down to capture my lips and slowly pushing in at the same time. My mouth opened with a gasp at the intrusion. Despite taking his time stretching me with 4 fingers, his huge cock was still a shock. It felt like I could feel every inch break open my hole, pushing in until he was fully seated. We both let out a sigh. Our gazes met, and we burst out laughing.
How are you feeling?
He asked once we calmed down. He nuzzled his nose against the crook of my neck and pressed a soft kiss there.
You feel so good.
There was a slight discomfort when he'd first entered, but that was gone with the vibrations of his laugh, causing a sweet tinkle inside of me. Now, the need was unbearable. His huge cock filled me up so good, pressing all the sensitive nerves that had me clawing at his back. Hurry, I begged, canting my hips to gain the friction I so desperately desired. Titan let out another curse as he started to move. His pace was slow at first, but with every one of my moans and cries, he moved faster and faster until we were going at an unrelenting pace. The pressure built inside of me, but it wasn't enough to get me over. Titan, I cried, hoping he knew what I needed. He whispered my name, low and breathy against my skin. I trembled as he licked a long stripe down the base of my neck. When he bit down hard, I came apart screaming his name. Titan followed soon after with spurt after spurt of cum filling me up. Just when I thought there was no way I could take more of his essence inside of me, he continued coming until it felt like he'd invaded my entire body. And even though I'd just come, my dick soft between us, the fullness of him had me shooting again until I was trembling in his arms from the overstimulation. Titan softly licked the spot he bit, whispering words of comfort and gently calling out my name until I wasn't shaking anymore. I pulled his head up to meet mine and groaned at the taste of him when our lips smashed together. It wasn't the intensity I needed now, but the gentle confirmation that he was here with me, loving me, because, dear God, I loved him. I wouldn't say those words now, but how could I not be after he claimed me like this? And when I opened my eyes to find him watching me with so much gentleness, I knew he had to feel the same way too. The words were nice to hear out loud, but they weren't needed at that moment. We kissed until he was fully soft inside me, and I could feel some of the liquid seeping out of my hole. I broke our kiss and asked, "How are we going to get cleaned up?" The lost expression on his face made me laugh and reminded me this was also a first for him.
I can bring us to the bathroom like this,
he finally said, and scooped me into his arms while still connected to me. His dick plugged my hole so that most of his sperm was inside of me, but it didn't stop the slow dribble of liquid down my leg, dripping onto the already stained blanket. He looked down at the mess we made and let out another curse. I laughed as he carried me into the bathroom, feeling lighter than ever. Waterproof sheets were definitely needed, because we were so doing that again. Chapter 25. Connell. The next morning, I woke up with my face pressed against Titan's chest, and he had his arms wrapped tightly around me. I felt so warm and protected that I didn't know how I was going to sleep any other way from then on. We went to breakfast in the mess tent, and Titan met my parents for the first time. Maybe it was from the stuffy turtleneck, but it felt like I'd sweated enough to form a puddle under me. Although there was no reason to worry, since my parents seemed to love Titan. Mom took over the entire conversation, asking Titan all about himself and his family. Dad was quiet as usual, nodding as he ate his food, but I saw him glancing between the two of us a couple of times and nodding again to himself. I took that as a sign that they accepted us. We told them the two of us and Aisha were going to the underwater market and spending the night. Of course, Mom spent a good 10 minutes telling me to look after myself and making sure I had everything I needed. Titan chuckled as he watched Mom fuss over me, which only had me blushing at still being treated like a child by them. She only stopped after I kept reassuring her that I'd be fine.
I originally had plans for us this afternoon to continue the hunt of finding Titan's passion, but I decided to cancel, since it was obvious what he was passionate about. He liked people, and he was good with them, so all that was left was discovering how he could utilize his skills to help his kingdom. He felt bad about canceling since I'd spent time making the plans, but most of my plans involved something with our hands, and after seeing Titan bump his hand while using the pottery wheel yesterday, it was probably for the better to skip. Thankfully, Shifter's healed fast, so the bump had already healed, leaving behind a faint pink tint against his pale skin that he assured me would be gone by tomorrow. Titan left after breakfast, saying he needed to take care of some stuff for our trip, but honestly, I think it was because he wanted to respect my time with Aisha. She was surprised he wasn't there when I went to pick her up, but seemed happy about spending some alone time together. I hated that she thought that just because I had a boyfriend, it meant everything would be about him. I wanted Titan to be a big part of my life, but that didn't mean Aisha's importance to me decreased. She was my best friend, and that would never change. I made sure to tell her that, teasing that she couldn't get rid of me that easily. I briefly saw her lips tug up in a smile before she covered it with a snort. Since we were going on an overnight trip later, Aisha and I decided to relax at the circus grounds. We took our art supplies to an open clearing that didn't have too many people walking through, and just chatted about random things while she crocheted and I sketched. She'd finished her crop top and was now working on a maxi skirt she'd seen online. It had been a while since I last posted on Ether, so I uploaded the drawing I did today. Not even 5 minutes after I hit post, I got my first like and comment by a username I'd recognized. This person had been with me practically since I'd opened my account and always made sure to show their support by interacting with my post and sending me encouraging messages. I didn't know who they were, but it felt good to know that somewhere out there, someone liked my work enough to keep supporting me. It made the feeling of inadequacy diminish just a bit. Titan returned around 4 in the afternoon to pick us up. I was curious about how we were actually going to get to the marketplace, but he only smiled and said it was a surprise as he continued to drive. He stopped at the closest beach, parked, then led us to an isolated stretch of the beach that was hidden by short cliffs. He handed us 2 gold bracelets and instructed us to put them on and follow him into the water. I had my doubts about a bracelet keeping us dry, but I should have never doubted magic. Aisha held one of my hands while Titan held the other as he led us slowly into the water. Aisha lagged behind, putting me in the middle between them. I turned around to find her glancing warily toward the ocean. I squeezed her hand, letting her know she wasn't alone in this. She shot me a grateful smile and continued following us deeper. It shocked me, too, that I was willingly going into the depths of the ocean where I had no business being, but instead of being scared like I thought I would be, I was excited to see a place I'd never known existed. And through it all, I knew Titan would protect us, even from any possible giant squid attacks. When we were completely submerged, what seemed like a clear bubble appeared around and covered our heads like a helmet, allowing us to breathe normally. I could feel the water around me, but it didn't feel uncomfortable like wading in water with wet clothes usually felt like. It was like the water was there, but there was a barrier preventing it from actually reaching me. I turned to Aisha to see that she was also looking down at her body in amazement. She used her free hand to pat her clothes, and I could see her hand slightly bouncing off of her body. Titan gave us time to adjust to the new sensations and to just look around. It was my first time being able to see anything underwater so clearly, and I was amazed by how much life there was even this close to the beach. Fish swam around us, looking at us curiously as we swam further away from the shore. Once we were deep enough, Titan turned to me and let go of my hand. He didn't speak with his mouth, but with his eyes instead, and they were telling me to trust him. I nodded, and he glanced at Aisha before swimming away. Without us as baggage, he was fast. 1 second he was in front of me, then I blinked and I could see only a dot of his figure far in the distance. In another blink of an eye, instead of the small dot, a ginormous whale was there instead. A yell of surprise came from Aisha, making me realize that we could still talk underwater, but the sound was just more muffled than above water. Aisha tugged on my hand, yelling something that sounded like, "It's coming closer," but I didn't move, even as he swam closer to us. I wasn't afraid, because even if I'd never seen this whale before, I knew exactly who he was. Except, I had seen this whale before. It was the same whale I'd seen the day our circus arrived in this town. Now it made so much sense why I'd been obsessed with drawing him when I saw him, the same as it was when I saw his human form. It was Titan. It had always been him, and he posed no threat to us. Titan stopped right in front of us. He was so big that I could only see one of his eyes. The first thing I noticed was that his skin was the same color as his hair, mostly silver, but a beautiful blue when light shone over him. His eyes were also as dark as his human eyes, only much larger, but it felt like I could still read what he was trying to tell me. I swam closer and pressed a kiss to his nose. Or was the blowhole a whale's nose? His tail waved much like a dog would when happy, except his movement caused me and Aisha to be pushed back a couple of feet. Titan slowly swam to us again, this time presenting his mouth to me. I knew the whale was Titan, and I loved him and all, but I'd never imagined myself having mouth-to-mouth with a whale. I couldn't even imagine the logistics of it. His mouth was 100 times larger than my entire body, but if he wanted a kiss in his whale form, I wasn't going to question it. I leaned in and puckered my lips, ready to kiss one of his large bottom teeth. That seemed the most reasonable choice of action, but before I went and made a fool of myself, I saw what vaguely looked like cloth seats strapped to his bottom teeth inside his mouth. I quickly pulled back and tugged Aisha into the little setup, hoping she didn't catch my blunder. Thankfully, it didn't even look like she was paying attention to me. We quickly got into the seats, which even had seatbelts. Titan closed his mouth until there was just enough space for light to pass through, but nothing else, and then he took off. I noticed a gold band around a tooth on the other side of his mouth that looked strangely like the gold ring he usually wore on his pointer finger, and figured the magical ring did magical things. With his mouth mostly closed, we could barely even feel how fast we were going, but I knew it had to be fast by how much water was whooshing by. Aisha and I settled in, not really chatting, but looking at everything that passed us by instead. Half an hour later, Titan's pace slowed. We'd gone so much deeper into the ocean than was humanly possible. There were a few times I felt pressure, like my ears were going to pop, but the bracelet suit thingy Titan gave us would always adjust itself, so we weren't uncomfortable. The last 5 minutes had been too dark for me to see anything clearly outside, but Titan went deeper, past some seaweed, and it suddenly became as bright as if we were on land. "Look," I said, tugging on Aisha's arm. She had her eyes closed and was dozing off when my shout shocked her awake. She leaned over Titan's teeth with me as we approached the bright dome that was at the bottom of the sea floor. It looked similar to the bubble we had over our heads, but on a much larger scale. Inside the dome were what looked like hundreds of stalls set up in rows and all sorts of creatures wandering through them. Titan had us get out of his mouth before transforming back to his human form, then taking us to what looked like the entrance of the market. 2 giant seahorses with what appeared to be tridents floating beside them stood on either side of the entrance. Their beady eyes glanced at us, but they let us pass through without issue. There was no water inside the bubble, and as soon as we passed the entrance, our bubble helmets disappeared on their own. Aisha looked around, clearly excited to see the place that was so different from anything we'd seen before. I was eager to explore too, but there was one thing I needed to do first. I tugged Titan close and wrapped my arms around his neck. "You're beautiful in your whale form," I said, going on my tiptoes to press a quick kiss to his lips. When I pulled back, the brilliant smile he gave me told me I'd done the right thing. He pulled me in for another kiss, this time slower and with a lot more tongue. If Aisha hadn't cleared her throat, I might have said screw it and dragged Titan to the nearest place with a little bit of privacy. I reluctantly pulled myself off of him and gave Aisha a sheepish smile before following her deeper into the market. Titan chuckled and caught up to us. He explained the history of the place and pointed out some of the stalls he'd frequented, but for the most part, he let us wander around and get lost in the beauty of it all. And with the 2 of them by my side, the market seemed that much more magical.
Chapter 26. Titan. Connell and Aisha were like 2 kids in a candy store. They were curious about almost everything they saw, and a few hours later, we'd probably visited almost half the stalls already. That morning, I'd made sure to exchange for the market currency, so we had plenty of money to spend.
"Tell us how much we owe you later, okay?"
Connell asked while Aisha was looking at some handmade earrings. I pulled him close and hummed, pretending to think. "You owe me 10 kisses. How about that?" I said with a smirk. He rolled his eyes.
"I'm being serious here."
"So am I." Our staring match lasted for another few seconds before he said,
"You don't have to treat us, you know. I don't expect you to do that."
I wished I could tell him that it wasn't a treat, but more like providing for him. I wanted us to be a unit, to give him everything he needed, but I didn't have the confidence to say that when all I could give him was money. Money that I didn't even earn myself. I know, but what's the point of having money earned from shit if I can't spend it on the people I love, right? I tried to justify, but then realized the words that slipped out.
"You love me?"
Connell said, obviously surprised. I tried to backtrack. I could say that it was just an expression or something, but no words came out. I didn't want to lie when my love for him was the most real thing I'd ever felt. "I love you," I reaffirmed. "I never expected to fall in love, but then I met you. I think you captured my heart the same way you helped capture my briefcase snatcher." Thankfully, the silence didn't stretch out long. He jumped into my arms, legs wrapped around me, and arms around my neck. I suddenly had a handful of Connell.
I love you too,
he exclaimed. The smile on his face was so wide I didn't know how his face didn't hurt, but goddess, he looked so fucking beautiful and happy as he said the words back to me. There was no way I could keep my mouth off of him after that, so I didn't. I kissed him hard, pouring all my love for him into the kiss. It wasn't about pleasure or lust. The kiss was for us. It was a claim that he was mine, and I his.
Titan?
A voice had me reluctantly breaking our kiss. I turned to find Niall staring at us with shock. She looked at me, then down to where my hands were holding Connell's ass to keep him up, then to Connell's face. I sat Connell down and took his hand. He looked confused, and I gave his hand a squeeze, hoping it reassured him. Niall, I didn't expect to meet you here. I turned to her and said,
The humpback whale shifters are coming the day after tomorrow for more negotiation talks, so I was just doing some shopping in preparation.
She didn't take her eyes off Connell's and my connected hands, but then a slow smile formed on her face as she practically squealed.
Is this him? The boyfriend you were telling me about?
Niall skipped towards us and grabbed Connell's free hand into both of hers. Connell was surprised by the sudden action, as he should be. Stop. You're acting like a weirdo, I grumbled, blocking my sister from Connell. She rolled her eyes and peeked around my body to see Connell. When I turned my head, Connell was also peeking around me to examine her. I quickly stepped aside and introduced them. Connell, this strange person is Niall, my third sister.
Rude,
Niall grumbled, shooting me a glare, but her smile quickly returned as she grabbed Connell's hand again.
Wow, I had my doubts when Titan told me he was dating someone. I mean, who's able to put up with him?
Hey, she ignored me and continued speaking.
But here you are, in the flesh, and you're really a cute one too.
She eyed him up and down for a second too long. I grumbled and pulled Connell out of her reach again, while Connell merely laughed at the entire situation.
It's so nice to meet you. Titan's told me a lot about you,
he said, and that instantly made her perk up.
He did? I'm curious to know what he's told you, considering I'm his favorite sister and all. How about we all return to the castle and...
She paused and sniffed the air.
Oh, goddess. What's that smell? It's like my favorite bakery is walking right toward me.
Connell, everything okay? Aisha's voice came from behind Niall. My sister turned toward the sound, and they both froze when they saw each other. Connell and I stood to the side, watching them watch each other. I wondered what Aisha saw to make her look so shocked. My sister was conventionally pretty, with the long silver hair that ran in our family, and the flowy dress she usually wore, pink today. She'd had countless male suitors over the years, but nobody ever caught her eye. Now I was wondering if she'd hidden her sexuality the entire time. Connell tugged my hand, and when I turned to him, he had a huge grin on his face.
Should we give them some alone time?
He said, sounding almost giddy. That broke the two women out of whatever trance they were in. Niall practically skipped to Aisha and held out her hand.
I'm Niall, Titan's older sister. Who might you be?
She asked with a tilt of her head. I didn't know it was possible, but a deep blush appeared on the lynx shifter's bronze skin as she accepted my sister's hand. I'm Aisha, Connell's best friend. Call me I. I frowned at that. I knew we weren't going to be best friends right away, but it hurt my pride a bit that my sister already had nickname privileges, and they'd just met. They stared at each other a bit more, their hands still connected, and their nostrils flaring like they were smelling each other. Weird, but okay. Connell smelled fucking amazing too, but I didn't go around sniffing him in public. Just when I thought it really was time to give them some space alone, Niall spun around to us, her hand still holding onto Aisha's, I might add.
All right, let's finish shopping and then head back to the castle for the night,
she said, looking determined as she pulled Aisha along with her. I debated on saving her from my sister's claws, but she looked pretty happy to follow the peppy woman around. Wait, Niall, we're not going to the kingdom. We have rooms booked at the market. She turned to me again, this time her brows furrowed.
You're not going to separate I and I already, not when we just met.
I didn't know what to reply to that, because honestly, I was confused as fuck at what was happening here.
Besides, the others would love to see you. They miss you, Titan, and I'm sure they'll be excited to meet Connell.
She wrinkled her nose, then added,
Well, maybe not Corlin and Mom, but Dad and Dinah will be so glad to know you found someone you love.
I was shocked that she knew I loved Connell, because the first person I told about these feelings was the very man himself. The shock must have registered on my face, since she laughed and answered,
It's so obvious from the way you two are all over each other. Besides, I've never seen you look at anyone the way you look at him.
It was true. There wasn't anyone I looked at like I did Connell. Even if we hadn't known each other long, I knew he was it for me. Connell squeezed at my hand and said,
"We should go. Your family must miss you."
"If we go, that means you're going to meet them. All of them. Are you ready for that?" He looked worried, but then determined as he said,
"Yes, for you, I'm ready for anything."
He turned to Aisha and gave her a questioning look.
"As long as you're okay with it,
Aisha blushed even harder, her eyes bouncing to the shorter woman before landing on Connell and nodding. Connell grinned at them.
"Looks like we're visiting a castle,"
he said, and tugged me to follow my sister and Aisha. We spent another 30 minutes shopping, mostly helping my sister gather the ingredients she needed. Aisha seemed to have lost all interest in exploring the market and followed my sister around like a puppy instead. Connell and I followed a few feet behind them to give them some space.
"What's up with them?"
he asked as we continued to watch them. They were still holding hands, with my sister pointing out random things to Aisha like they were an old married couple on a weekend date. I shrugged. I had a hard time guessing my sister's thoughts on a good day, much less now when she was acting like someone I didn't know. The best course of action was to just let her be. When it was time to leave, Niall insisted on taking Aisha, so it was just me and Connell, which was more than fine with me. It was nice to be alone with him, even if I was in my whale form. Our kingdom wasn't far from the market, though nothing was really far with how fast we swam in our whale form. It wasn't long before we reached our little kingdom. The gates were still firmly closed. We swam over them, of course. The gentle buzz ran over my body as the barrier recognized us and easily let us through. I dropped Connell off and transformed back into my human form. He looked around the palace in amazement. Our little kingdom wasn't covered by an air bubble like the market was, so the castle glimmered with the waves and the light plants that lit up the entire kingdom. Inside the castle, on the other hand, was cast with magic to keep the water out. Dinah was already there by the castle doors when we entered along with Finny and Dee. Their noses twitched in the water like they were curious about the unfamiliar scents, but they stayed quietly by my sister's side. Dinah's happy expression at seeing me turned to confusion when she caught the sight of two strangers. Then shock, I was holding hands with Connell, and Niall with Aisha. "Niall, I thought you were bringing ingredients back, not a girlfriend," Dinah said, rubbing her temples. Niall smirked and pulled Aisha closer to her side.
"Good thing I didn't bring back a girlfriend then. This is my fated mate, Aisha,"
she said, sounding so casual, like she was telling us what she'd bought at the market, not something so astronomically life-changing as finding your fated mate. Connell, Dinah, and I stared at the two of them with open mouths. Connell looked at Aisha and asked,
"Is this true?"
She nodded. Her face was almost purple with how much she was blushing at this point, but she never released my sister's hand. "How do you know?" I asked, finally breaking the silence. I had an inkling that Connell could be the same for me, but how were they so certain after just meeting? Niall rolled her eyes at me, but answered,
"It's the smell, dummy. We whales might not have the best sense of smell, but I would never mistake Aisha's delicious ginger scent for anything else."
"You smell like lilacs," Aisha said softly, and my sister absolutely glowed like it was the best compliment in the world. My head flung to Connell so fast I was surprised I didn't get whiplash. That explained why I was obsessed with Connell's honey scent, but could humans even have fated mates? "Connell, do you like the way I smell?" I pointed to myself and asked. He leaned in close, took a sniff of my chest, and nodded.
"Yeah, it's the cologne you always use, right? You always smell so yummy."
"I don't wear cologne," I replied. He blinked blankly at me. I wondered if he was connecting the dots now. I squeezed his hand, and he looked at me fondly, the realization in his eyes. I'd never heard of humans even being able to have fated mates, but Connell had always been extraordinary from the moment I'd met him. Dinah cleared her throat, and all eyes turned to her.
"Let's take this to the main dining hall. I'm sure everyone's heard you're back by now."
The others were already waiting for us, but was I ready to see them again? Especially my oldest sister? I looked at Connell. His eyes zoomed around the long hallway, looking even more nervous than I felt. I squeezed his hand again, hoping to reassure him. It didn't matter if I felt ready or not. I had to be. For him. For me. For us. Chapter 27. Titan.
"Have you completed your mission?"
were Corlin's first words to me. She sat to one side of Mom, who was at the head of the long table, and Dad sat on our other side. They all stood as we got closer. Dad pulled me into a giant bear hug. He was even bigger than I was, towering over everyone in the room. Mom also hugged me, much more elegantly than my dad. She looked as put together as always, with her silver hair pulled up high in a complicated bun, with not a single hair out of place. Then came my oldest sister. She was a few inches shorter than me, but had the aura of a giant. At least, that was how I'd always felt around her. She stared me down, her eyes chilly as she waited for my answer. Connell looked confused by the question. I gave him a bright smile, then turned back to my sister and nodded. I have. Maybe I hadn't gotten all my shit together, but I wanted to be a better person. I couldn't just live for myself anymore. There was someone I wanted to protect, someone who needed me. Corlin studied me like she was trying to catch any lies. I stood firm under her gaze, and she nodded in what seemed like approval before flicking her gaze to the man beside me. The unspoken questions were there, asking who he was and why I'd brought him here, holding hands, much less. This is Connell, I started. I pulled the love of my life closer to me and wrapped a hand around his waist before continuing. My fated mate. The audible gasps of shock sounded louder, echoing through the large room. All the staff currently working stopped what they were doing to gawk at us.
Hey, no fair. I was supposed to announce that I found my fated mate first,
Niall said as she pulled Aisha forward. The gasps and mutterings were so loud now that it encompassed the whole room. I could understand their shock. The last fated mate pairing in our kingdom was our parents, and they'd claimed each other over 100 years ago. Even Corlin seemed shaken up by this revelation. One pair of fated mates she could handle, but two? Apparently that was enough to even surprise her. She looked between the four of us before her gaze traveled to the side where her personal guard stood. Was it just me, or did I see longing in her eyes? I chuckled and shook my head. That was impossible. Corlin didn't want for anything. Whatever she desired, she obtained with her own hands. She quickly turned back to face us, missing the loving eyes her guard shot at her. Shit. Was something secretly happening between them?
Silence,
Mom commanded, and the entire room instantly listened. She looked between Connell and Aisha before turning to us siblings.
They're a human and a feline,
she said. It was a simple comment, but there were a dozen questions unspoken. Our kingdom had been isolated for so long that there had never been a coupling with other species in my memory. Hell, we rarely mated with other whale shifters even before we isolated ourselves.
I'm a lynx shifter, Your Majesty,
Aisha said with her head bowed and her hand to her chest. Mom looked impressed by her etiquette, but her voice was still cold as she said,
Nevertheless, land dwellers are still unable to survive in these cold depths.
I was about to open my mouth to give her a rebuttal and tell her it didn't matter if Connell couldn't live in our kingdom. I would gladly live on land. But Dad spoke up first. Dear, let's have dinner first, at least. It's not proper to have our guests just stand there. Mom's frosty exterior melted just a bit as it always did when it came to Dad. She nodded and returned to her seat at the head of the table. Dad sat to one side and Corlin to the other. Dinah and her husband sat beside Corlin, followed by Niall and Aisha. I led Connell to sit by my dad. Mom raised her hand and the staff swiftly brought up the food. Connell leaned toward my ear and whispered,
What about Corlin's partner? The one standing behind her. Isn't he going to join us too?
I was aware that Connell was observant and had a high EQ, but I didn't expect him to clock the two of them as soon as they'd met. He might have whispered, but the thing about shifters was that we had really good hearing, whale shifters especially, so the room fell silent again, and all eyes turned to Connell. The attention made him jolt in his seat, looking terrified, like he'd done something wrong.
Did everyone hear that?
He whispered again to me, his eyes darting to everyone. I wrapped an arm around him and pulled him closer. It's okay, I told him, then turned to my oldest sister. Corlin, do you have something to tell us? She calmly looked at everyone. Her gaze landed on Ardar, and her nose flared in a very familiar way. The same way Niall and Aisha had done when they were scenting each other. The same way I do when I want to bathe in Connell's delicious scent. Fuck. It wasn't as simple as secretly dating. They were fucking fated, and my sister had still agreed to the arranged marriage. It made sense why Ardar turned down so many promotions over the years to stay by my sister's side. But how the hell was he able to watch his fated mate agree to be with someone else? He was a better man than me, because I would tear the world apart if anyone tried to keep me from Connell. Not my sister, though.
No,
she replied without even blinking. I studied Ardar's expression. He was good at keeping a neutral face, having been Corlin's personal guard since I was a kid, but I still got the flash of sadness that quickly passed through his eyes. Fuck. I'd be gutted if Connell casually denied our relationship like that. So how could she do that to him? My sister was a lot of things. Hard, demanding, and prickly. But she wasn't evil. She wasn't this cold-hearted to the people close to her. At least that was what I thought. The thought plagued me through the rest of the mostly quiet dinner. It was mostly Connell, Dad, and Niall keeping the conversation going, being the more outgoing bunch in the group. By the end of dinner, Connell had basically become part of the family, laughing and joking with my dad about different sea creatures and giant squids, of all things. He told everyone about how he and Aisha had grown up with the circus and invited them to come see their famous show. He promised to be their personal guide. I smiled as I watched them, knowing full well he would keep his word. It was an easy promise to keep when he was sharing one of his favorite things. My family also seemed to sense how genuinely excited he was talking about the circus and having them come visit. Even Mom popped a small smile as she listened to him describe the show. Connell always told me that I was able to charm the pants off of anyone, but in reality, he was the charming one. He had this bubbly personality that attracted anyone in his presence. After dinner, I asked Connell if he'd be okay if I left to talk with Corlin.
"You should talk with her," he said, and hung his head. "I'm sorry if I made things weird at dinner with my big mouth."
I hooked my finger under his chin and lifted his head so he was looking at me. "Never apologize for that. I love that mouth of yours," I said and kissed him, biting his delicious lips softly before pulling back.
"I love you,"
he said. The sad look was gone, now replaced by a goofy smile and starry eyes. "I love you too, and I'll never get tired of saying that," I replied and scooped him up for another kiss just because I couldn't resist. Connell ended up joining Aisha on the castle tour that Niall and Dad took them on while I walked to Corlin's room. The hallway had seemed endless when I was younger and had been summoned to her room. Mom was always busy with the kingdom's affairs, and Dad was too soft-hearted to discipline anyone, so Corlin had been like an authority figure to us. Now, as an adult, the walk to her room didn't take nearly as long as I thought it to be, and I'd come to realize that Corlin had sacrificed so much of her freedom, her youth, and her life for us. Ardor was standing outside her door and nodded when I approached. He knocked, opening it for me only after Corlin's consent. Corlin sat on her sofa with a glass of red wine in her hand, warming herself by the fireplace. She glanced up when I entered, gestured for me to sit, and offered me a glass of wine as well. It was only after Ardor closed the door and left that she spoke.
"Why did I have a feeling you'd come to find me?"
I chuckled. "You know me well," I said, pouring myself a glass of the red liquid. Her preference in wines leaned much too dry for my taste, but I felt better having something in my hand for this conversation.
"Let's cut to the chase, Titan. I don't have the energy for games right now," she said, and took another gulp of her wine. "What do you want to say?"
"Ardor's your fated mate," I stated, because I didn't even need to ask to know. Her dark eyes landed on mine. She was so good at controlling her emotions that I couldn't tell what she was thinking.
"And Connell is your fated mate. He's cute, by the way," she countered.
She spoke as if she thought it silly that we were stating the obvious. I sucked in a growl of frustration that bubbled up and tried to focus on the reason I came here. "How can you continue this stupid arranged marriage when you found your fated mate? You know how rare that is, especially for sperm whale shifters. How is it not killing you to have to be with someone else?" I suddenly felt the urge to move, so I shot to my feet and paced in front of her with the wine glass as I continued. "And why isn't Ardor fighting for you? Doesn't he care? Or is this all part of the big plan? You'll marry that playboy of a prince and both of you will have your side pieces." Corlin didn't interrupt me and continued calmly sipping her wine.
"Are you done?"
she asked when I finally stopped talking. I huffed, nodded, and sat to her side again.
"Once I make a vow to someone, I intend to keep it even if they don't,"
was all she said. I slumped in my seat, now having my answer. She was going to sacrifice herself for us. Again. "Cor, you don't have to do this. There has to be another way. It's not right that you can't be with the person even fucking nature intended you to be with." She watched the fire crackle in the fireplace. Her eyes were not looking at me as she said,
"We're not animals, Titan. We don't have the luxury to follow our instincts, and I don't have the freedom to cast aside my responsibilities. Not when I have the lives of hundreds in my hands."
I bit back my urge to correct her that we were technically animals, but I knew that was besides the point. Hell, I wanted to argue with her that this connection I had with Connell wasn't just instinct. Sure, fate might have been what drew us to each other in the beginning, but what kept me around was who he was as a person. Nature only showed us the greatest probability match for a mate, but nothing could force two people together unless they chose each other. Corlin and Ardor were the perfect example of that. I'd always choose Connell, but I had the privilege of falling in love and choosing my fated mate. They were never given that chance. Corlin was too busy taking care of everyone in this kingdom, protecting us from any threats that might come after us. But who was taking care of her? I'd told Connell how I'd always felt like a fuck-up and never did anything to contribute to the kingdom, besides being a delivery boy. Helping our people was never the problem. It was the fact that I wished I could do more, and that was the stem of not feeling fulfilled. He'd said I hadn't found the thing I was passionate about yet, and did his fucking best to help me find it. Thinking about how much effort he put into helping me always made me smile. And he had. I was good with people. That was something I'd always known, but I never really thought about how I could use that to my advantage. Connell believed in me when I couldn't, but now it was time to believe in myself. And I needed to trust myself if I had any chance of making this plan work. I might have an idea. It's going to take a lot of work, but if we succeed, it'll solve the current problem our kingdom is facing. And you'll be free to be with Ardor. It was a slight movement, but I could see her fingers tighten on the stem of her wineglass just a bit. It was enough to show me that being forced from her fated mate hurt her more than she let on. It was even more crucial for this plan to succeed.
"Tell me,"
she said, and so I did. Corlin patiently listened to my idea, and with each of her nods as I explained, the plan felt more doable. We spent hours going over details and outlining what needed to be done in order to ensure the safety of our kingdom. Corlin might be the future ruler, but she didn't have to do it alone. We would be there to help her.
"Like you said, this is going to take a lot of work, Titan. Do you think you can succeed?"
she asked hours later when the bottle of wine had been finished and the fire in the fireplace had dimmed to a soft glow. It would be so much easier to leave all of this to Corlin and follow Connell as he travels with the circus, but that would be just an excuse for me to run away from my responsibilities. I didn't want that either. And while this might take me away from Connell for a while, being the kind of person he was, I knew he'd understand that I needed to do this. I didn't ask to be a part of the royal family of our little kingdom, but here I was. And I wasn't a fuck-up. I will succeed.
Chapter 28. Connell. Titan hadn't returned by the time I'd fallen asleep last night, but I woke up snuggled in his arms. His pale skin made the dark circles under his eyes even more apparent. It was obvious the chat he had with Corlin was an important one, and I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that sat in the pit of my stomach. I ignored the feeling and cuddled back into his arms. Titan woke a few hours later, still looking tired, but normal for the most part. He didn't mention anything about his chat with Corlin, and I didn't pry either. Instead, we spent the rest of the morning hanging out with Aisha, his dad, and Niall in the kitchen, as the latter two taught us how to make a dried seaweed dish that reminded me of croissants, but green. After lunch, Titan took us back to the circus grounds. Niall wanted to go too, but with royal guests coming tomorrow, they needed all hands on deck. I was disappointed to learn that Titan also needed to head back to prepare as well, but he promised to return on Saturday. That meant I'd have to spend 3 entire nights without him. It kind of shocked me just how much I hated the idea already. I'd only spent a few nights sleeping with him, and I'd already gotten used to it. "Is she really your fated mate?" I asked Aisha as we walked back to where the RVs were parked. "She is," she replied. She looked in the direction of the ocean and smiled. I knew she was thinking about Niall. "I'm happy for you," I said, and pulled her into a hug. "You deserve so much love." She returned the hug and cleared her throat before saying, "Titan doesn't seem like a bad guy either." I rested my chin on her and peered up at her. "Are you saying that because he's your fated mate's little brother, and you kinda have to get along with him now?" I teased. She snorted and pushed my head off of her. We continued walking, and a few seconds later she said, "I'm really happy for you too, Connell. You deserve the fairy tale ending." I skipped to her and hooked my arms with hers. "Does that mean we can go on double dates now?" She rolled her eyes, but I didn't hear a no come out of her mouth. The first thing I did after dropping off my stuff was look for my parents. Since it was a day off, they were both resting at home, so finding them was easy enough. Of course, I had to tell them the exciting news that both Aisha and I had found our fated mates. Dad was so shocked his tail was frozen stiff. Mom excitedly listened as I told him about the trip to Titan's kingdom. Her ears twitched with energy as she hung on my every word. The more I talked about my time with Titan, the more depressed I got realizing that I wouldn't see him again for a few more days.
Mom must have noticed my shift in mood and suggested that I go rest for a bit and have dinner with them tonight. I agreed and returned to my RV, but I didn't want to spend the rest of the afternoon moping. Sketching always made me feel better, so I picked up my sketchbook and decided to do just that. The shell I'd placed on the table caught my eye. I picked it up, flipped it over in my hand, and was shocked to see the vague form of a shell. Had I been so involved with Titan that I'd forgotten what the shell looked like? Because I remembered the side to be a jagged rock. There was no rock now. Instead, there were shallow grooves on the oyster shell with some cracks running through it. I ran my finger through the cracks, wondering just what in the world had this shell gone through to be in such rough shape. The spot under my skin gently pulsed, and the feeling like it was alive returned. There was something comforting about the shell, and with each stroke of my finger, the negative emotions that had plagued me slowly started disappearing. A strange calmness settled inside me instead. That should have been the warning to tell someone about this, to hand it over to Seven and let him take care of it. But I didn't do that. I was drawn to it and fascinated by the story it told. Before I knew it, my sketchbook was in my hand as I studied the shell, trying to capture its essence on paper. It was a couple of hours and a few tries later that I finally had a drawing I was satisfied with. The shell itself wasn't hard to draw, but getting the shadows correct using charcoal proved to be difficult, especially when it seemed like the cracks on the shell kept shifting. But that couldn't have been possible. I was probably imagining it. I cleaned up and posted the finished piece on Ether. I half expected a certain username to pop up and comment, but none came even after the likes had started coming in from others. It wasn't until after dinner that Whale of Fortune commented, and seconds after, Titan sent me a reply. I immediately clicked out of Ether and chatted with him for the rest of the night. I woke with a good morning text from Titan and apologies that he would probably be too busy to chat today. I understood since they had guests to tend to, but that didn't keep the disappointment at bay. When I climbed down from the bed, I looked around my RV. This place had served me well and had truly become my home, but then I thought about Titan's large form occupying the space. It was cozy for the two of us, but maybe I should think about buying a bigger place for us in the future. That was provided that he actually wanted to travel with us in the circus, which I hoped to God he did. I'd never thought about leaving the circus, but if Titan said he wanted to settle down somewhere, I would probably give it up for him. I would hate to be away from all my friends and family, but it might kill me to be away from Titan. I looked at my empty table where I thought I'd placed the shell after sketching last night, but there was nothing there. I frowned, wondering if I'd misplaced it, but threw the thought to the back of my mind. The circus was due to open soon, and I needed fuel if I wanted to keep up with the long day. My parents and Aisha were already in the mess tent waiting for me. Aisha chose to forego her morning meal as usual, but still sat with us and read on her phone as we ate. The rest of the day passed pretty uneventfully, and I didn't hear from Titan again until late that night. We chatted for a bit before heading to bed. Friday, I worked the Ferris wheel again. Seeing all the loving couples had me happy sighing as I watched them enter the rides. Tomorrow was Saturday, which meant Titan would finally be back. Saturday was also the day the circus had the grand finale and hosted a fireworks show to end the night. A plan to have the perfect day with Titan formed in my mind, and when Kane arrived for a shift later that day, I recruited his help. He happily obliged. I grabbed a quick dinner with Aisha before heading to my spot to do some portraits for a few hours. I fell into a trance as I drew each customer. Drawing was still the thing that grounded me. I loved it and wished I could be more involved in the arts, but I also loved working at Black Cat Circus and couldn't see myself ever leaving. I remember Titan casually mentioning once that people would want to learn how to draw from me. It intrigued me, and I wondered if there was a way I could combine the two. The line of people thinned, and I was on my last couple for the night. They were a gay couple, both around the same height and drop-dead gorgeous in different ways. One was tall and willowy and had the facial structure of a runway model. The other was double his size with angular features that gave off a rugged handsomeness. The bulkier one sat on one of the chairs I provided for them, then looked up at his partner and patted his legs. The slim one rolled his eyes but obliged. "You're so silly, Ash," he said as he climbed on Ash's legs and wrapped an arm around his neck. "I'm silly for you, darling," Ash teased and pressed a kiss to his partner's nose. The other man rolled his eyes again, but it was clear he had a lot of love for Ash. They seemed like the kind of couple who would want to do the cheesy things, like kissing at the top of the Ferris wheel, but I hadn't seen them before. I would remember considering they were a hot gay couple. I might have a boyfriend now, but I still had eyes. "First time at the circus?" I asked as I started the sketch.
"Yep, first-timers. It's Jay's first time out of Texas, actually,"
Ash replied with a grin. His arms tightened around his partner.
"We're doing a road trip up to Northern California and ran into some car trouble a mile down the road."
"Shit, I'm sorry to hear that." Ash shrugged.
It's okay. The car's being worked on now, and figured we'd check out the circus while we waited since it was nearby. Good thing, too, since I'd never thought a circus could be this fun. Best decision ever, right, darling?
Jay gave him an indulgent look and played with Ash's short hair.
It's one of your better ideas.
Hey, I thought you loved all my ideas,
Ash grumbled. A smile tugged at his lips. Jay leaned in for a soft kiss, and I wondered if they'd forgotten that I was still there, drawing them. It was like watching one of my favorite rom-coms in real time. And God, seeing them like this only made me miss Titan more. I wanted to be the disgustingly sweet couple that people yelled at to get a room, but I couldn't do that if the other half of the equation wasn't here. The terrifying thing was, a nagging fear in the pit of my stomach told me that this mini separation was just the taste of something bigger, and that scared the hell out of me. I finished Ash and Jay's drawing and handed it to them, blushing when they complimented me. Ash gushed about how they were going to hang it in their bedroom. I half expected Jay to tease his partner again, but he merely nodded. They left after I suggested they take a ride on the Ferris wheel. I told them how pretty the view was at night from the top and the romantic legend that surrounded it. Ash was pumped after hearing that and practically dragged Jay away. I laughed as I watched their backs disappear into the crowd. I packed up the rest of my stuff and returned to my empty RV. After a quick shower, I fell into my nest. My nose dug into the blankets, trying to catch Titan's scent, but these were clean sheets, and all I got was a lungful of my usual detergent. Just one more night until Titan came back. Chapter 29. Connell. Titan didn't come back until after dinner the next day. When I got the call telling me he was in the parking lot, I ran to him like my life depended on it. He was walking toward the entrance, and it was like the first moment I met him again. This tall, deadly handsome man who'd completely captured my heart was in front of me, and I ran faster until I reached him and jumped into his arms. He caught me like I knew he would. Our mouths were smashed together before either of us could get a word in, tongues tangled in a fierce dance, where we just reveled in the taste of each other. "I missed you so much," I said when we pulled apart.
"Fuck, I missed you too."
Giggles had us pulling apart, and it was only then that I noticed Niall was here too.
"I'll leave you two be,"
she said, then continued on to the circus grounds. "Should we help her find I asked. Titan shook his head.
"She can manage on her own. She'll call if anything comes up."
I took a good look at him and noticed the dark circles were still there. "Are you okay?" I asked and rubbed my thumb under his eye.
"Tired, but I'll manage. I'm just so happy to see you again,"
he said with a soft smile. He pulled out the arm that was around my back and handed me a bouquet of red roses.
"I got you something."
"They're so beautiful,"
I said, accepting them. I brought them to my nose and inhaled a lungful of their scent.
"I'm sorry, I didn't get you anything."
He wrapped his arms around me.
"Having you in my arms is already present enough."
I laughed and had to get another kiss in. I was about to say screw the rest of the night and drag him back home and fuck the hell out of him, but he broke our messy kiss.
"Wait, Connell."
His words came out in pants. His chest heaved with obvious need, which begged the question why he'd stopped the kiss. I hummed in reply and kissed his cheek down to his neck. Titan loved working my neck, causing me to wear turtlenecks all week to cover the marks that still hadn't faded. I thought payback was appropriate as I sucked a claim onto his skin. He moaned and called out my name again, this time pulling my head back so I couldn't kiss more of his skin.
"Wait, stop. Stop, or I'm not going to want to keep my hands off of you."
"Sounds good to me,"
I said, and puckered my lips for another kiss. He gave me a quick peck that felt like he was just appeasing me.
"Connell, you texted about how excited you are for tonight. You said you had the best spot to see the fireworks."
I was very excited about seeing the fireworks with Titan, so I reluctantly pulled back and got to my feet. He instantly grabbed my hand again. I asked if he had eaten yet. He hadn't, so we got some food while we chatted about what happened over these last few days. I told him about work and meeting the cute couple from Austin, and he told me he and his sisters had been planning something that would solve a huge problem their kingdom had, something that he needed to do. And if they were successful, Corlin wouldn't have to be forced into an arranged marriage. No wonder he looked so tired. 20 minutes before the fireworks show, I guided Titan to the Ferris wheel. He raised a brow at me in question, but didn't object when Kane helped us into one of the capsules and took us to the top. Kane was heading back to his place, but assured me he'd have his phone on standby for when we were ready to come down. At the top, we admired the view. We could see the whole circus from here. People buzzed around like little ants, and a haze of sparkling lights cast them all in a romantic glow.
"Isn't it beautiful?"
I asked as we watched the scene outside.
"Breathtaking,"
Titan replied. He was sitting beside me, and when I looked over at him, I found him already looking at me. I meant the view from here, I teased.
I know, but I still stand by my answer.
I couldn't keep the smile off my face, even if I wanted to. That was until Titan's expression turned serious. He tucked my hand in his and played with them on his lap. The sinking feeling from yesterday appeared again, telling me he was about to say something I wasn't going to like. I hated it when my gut was right about these things.
I need to talk to you about something,
he said, his voice soft but serious. At least he didn't use the dreaded phrase, "we need to talk."
It's not about us,
he quickly added.
I have no doubt about us, but my kingdom.
I scooted closer to him. I wasn't afraid of the Ferris wheel capsule tipping over from too much weight on one end, since everything in our circus was spelled. Why have magic if we weren't going to use it, right? Tell me, I said.
You know how I said my sisters and I were working on a plan that would benefit our kingdom, one that would let Corlin be with whoever she wanted?
He started. I nodded, and he took that as a cue to continue speaking.
Well, the main issue we have is how isolated we are. That's the whole reason they wanted the arranged marriage, to gain a connection with the humpback whale shifters and have a strong backing if anything happens. But if we found a way to form those connections without needing to sacrifice my sister...
It took me a second to process his words. Are you saying you're going to talk with the other whale shifters and create some kind of council? He nodded.
I'm surprised nobody thought to do this earlier, but all of our species have been too isolated for too long. We may be large, but there aren't many of us left. We may have better chances if we band together.
You need to do this, I stated, and he nodded again. He played with my fingers again, then looked up to meet my eyes. He told me he wanted to help his people, and this was how he was going to do it. I could see how much it meant to him.
It's all thanks to you, for helping me figure my shit out, what I'm good at,
he said. I laughed and flipped my hand around so our fingers tangled together. I didn't do anything. That was all you. I just helped you believe in yourself. He smiled, but his expression said that he didn't agree with my statement. When do you have to leave? I asked. He hesitated, then said, Tomorrow. So soon?
I'm sorry. I would stay longer if I could, but Corlin wants this done before she officially cancels the wedding in case the other whales aren't receptive to it.
Hey, this plan is going to work. I know you'll make it work, I said, looking him straight in the eye so he knew I meant every word.
Thank you. That means more than you'll ever know,
he whispered. I leaned in close and kissed his cheek. I'll be waiting for you at the circus, I said.
I'll come back. I'll always come back to you.
Yeah, I know you will. We pressed our foreheads together, and that was when the fireworks started. Bursts of dazzling color filled the sky. We were so close that our entire bodies were bathed in the light, but neither of us paid attention to the show. Our mouths sealed together again, softly, slowly, until we couldn't tell whose breath was whose. Legend said couples who kissed at the top of the Ferris wheel would stay together forever. While Titan and I might have to part for now, I knew we were the end goal. We were forever. And I didn't need a legend to tell me that.
Chapter 30. Titan. Connor was tearing at my clothes the moment we got back to the RV. He got both of us naked, then pulled me to his little nest.
You're going to be gone for who knows how long,
he started as he kissed my chest and made his way up to my ear.
I want you to fill me with your cum so you're still with me while you're away.
You're going to end things really quickly if you keep saying things like that. I groaned and twisted so that he was under me. Connell smirked and palmed my already throbbing dick. I had to concentrate to not blow my load right then and there, but the fucker only smirked and said,
It's okay. We have all night. I'm curious to see what will do a better job at opening up my hole. Lube or your cum.
Fuck. The curse was long and drawn out. I squeezed my eyes closed, hoping that if I didn't have the visual of the too fucking sexy Connell, then I could last a bit longer. It worked. I heard the sound of a bottle cap and opened my eyes to see Connell lubing up his fingers. What are you doing? I asked as I snatched the bottle away.
Getting ready,
he said, blinking at me innocently, then adding,
You're being too slow.
A deep rumble came from my chest as I pushed his legs up to his chest. Connell cried out in shock at the sudden movement, but I couldn't care about that right now. My face was already in his ass, tongue drilling into his hole and soaking in his sweet taste. He thought I was taking too long. Then I'd give him fast. My spit helped my finger guide inside his ass alongside my tongue. I got him used to a digit, then added another. It didn't take long for me to find his prostate and for him to start crying out in moans.
Too fast.
I pulled myself up so that I was above him again. Is it too fast or too slow? You're giving me mixed signals here, Connell, I said with a smirk. The low noise he made was full of frustration as he pulled my head down to give me a bruising kiss. It was messy with tongues and teeth clashing, but it showed me just how much he wanted me. I was still working him open and had just gotten 4 fingers in when he broke our kiss and demanded,
Enough with this, Titan. I want you now.
Anything for you, I said with a grin. I lubed up and lined myself up against his hole. Our eyes connected, not leaving each other's as I slowly pressed past each ring of muscle. Connell's lips parted with a tiny gasp that had me stopping, but he held on close.
Don't stop,
he whispered. I didn't stop until I was fully seated inside him, then paused to give him time to adjust. He was impatient, pushing against me and grinding his leaking cock against my stomach. Fuck, I gritted out as I thrust deeper inside him, closer, until we were one. Connell's moans echoed in my ear, loud and so fucking sensual. He cried out my name, his other words turning into babbles as if the only sense he tuned into was me. I was the same. Nothing else existed at this moment besides this man under me. Connell, I called out again. I loved saying his name. I loved everything about this man. I loved telling him that too. I love you. He broke out into a huge smile. It didn't matter if he was covered in sweat from our workout. It didn't matter if his soft hair was flung around messily against his face. He would always be fucking beautiful.
I love you too, Titan,
he replied softly. That was all it took to do me in. My head landed in that sweet spot in the nook of his neck. His honey scent overtook me as I emptied my balls inside of him. Connell moaned his orgasm in my ear. Warm liquid splashed on our bellies. His hole contracted so deliciously that another round of cum spurted out of me. He felt so full inside that I was surprised his stomach hadn't bulged from all the sperm I'd released inside of him. Once we'd come down from the high of our pleasure, Connell held me in an octopus hold with my body on top of him. My softened dick was still inside of him, plugging him up to keep my essence from spilling out.
I'm definitely going to be finding you everywhere for a while,
he muttered as he looked at the trail of cum dripping onto his floor. It seemed I hadn't done as good a job of plucking him up as I thought. I guess that's mission accomplished then, I replied. We stared at each other for a minute, snorting in laughter. Right here, right now, just holding him and enjoying all the little things together. It was perfection. I might have to leave tomorrow, but I sure as hell was going to race back to this. Back to him. Having to be away from Connell for an entire month was pure torture. The only silver lining was that video calling existed, and we made it a habit of staying on the line until either of our phone batteries died or we woke up the next morning. And while it sucked being away from him, we were both doing our best for our future. Connell started streaming his art online shortly after I left for my trip. It was mostly his in-process works, but he also offered virtual one-on-one classes to teach people who wanted to get into charcoal art. He'd been ecstatic when he got in his first student last week. I was also able to complete what I'd set out to do. After traveling all over the world to the different whale shifter kingdoms, I'd used my charm, as Connell called it, and brought 10 of the whale shifter leaders on board to my idea of forming an alliance. It wasn't all of them, but it was a start. They were hesitant at first, as expected, but we managed to work out all the details one by one. The only big setback was deciding where we'd hold the meetings. Everyone agreed that the meeting place had to be neutral grounds to avoid one species gaining an advantage over another. Connell was actually the one who helped me on that front. He helped me get in contact with Seven, who'd agreed to let us use the circus grounds as our meeting place, as long as everyone took a magical oath that prevented them from talking about the circus or doing any harm to it. The others felt it was fair, so we all took the oath, and that was how the Whale Gam was formed. Our first meeting was next month, and I'd send them the traveling circus's location closer to the date. But all that meant was that my mission was complete, and I was finally able to return home to Connell. I'd messaged Aisha asking for the circus's current location in order to surprise Connell, so here I was, outside his door, ready to see the person I'd been missing for an entire month. Before I could knock, though, my phone dinged. Worried that it was an important message from someone within the GAM, I pulled up my phone. My finger must have slipped on the screen since my phone was already on and opened to Ether, where I saw a new post. The artist I'd been following since joining Ether had an update, and my heart did double time when I saw the sketch he uploaded. It was a picture of me, in whale form. In the caption, he'd written, "I miss my whale." Anyone could have drawn this, but it made so much sense that it was Connell. I didn't know how I didn't piece it together in the first place. No wonder his drawings looked so familiar the first time I saw them. It was because I had seen them before. I'd been following his work this entire time. I chuckled, thanking the goddess and fates that they set Connell on my path, and I wasn't ever going to give him up. Liking the picture, I commented, telling him to open his door. Anyone else reading the comment might think nothing of it, but as I'd expected, Connell's door popped open, and he appeared in front of me.
"Your whale of fortune,"
was the first thing he said as he cannonballed himself into my arms. That was the thing with us, and I loved it. I smiled and replied in the affirmative.
"You're my #1 fan,"
Connell squeaked, causing me to laugh. He was too fucking cute and sweet and all the good things in the world combined into one. And all this time apart from him taught me that I hoped I never had to spend another day without him again. If I have it my way, I'll be your #1 fan for the rest of our lives, I started. While still holding Connell, because I would never want to not hold him, I used my other hand to dig out the item I'd prepared. It had taken the better part of a month to make, but it was finally done. You've already let me claim you in the whale way, so will you let me claim you in the humans as well? Marry me, I said, holding the ring out to him. Connell's eyes got big and round, and I was afraid he might burst out in tears. The whole point of this was to make him happy, not to make him cry. Maybe it was all too sudden, and this was a mistake. I was about to tell him to forget it when he kissed me hard. Our teeth clashed together, but he still didn't pull apart until we were breathless. I was surprised I hadn't tumbled backward and sent us both crashing to the floor from the force.
"Yes, hell yes, I want to be claimed as yours in every possible way,"
he exclaimed and held his left hand out to me.
"Hurry, hurry."
I laughed and did as he wanted. The ring slid on, fitting perfectly on his slim finger. Connell held out his hand in the light, a wide smile stretching his face as he looked at it. It's a storage ring, too, I said. The reason the ring had taken so long to make was that it was a lot more complicated to make a magical item usable for humans, but they'd done it, somehow. I taught Connell how to access the storage space and showed him the items I'd already placed inside. It was mostly souvenirs from the places I'd visited, as well as some local art supplies I thought he'd like to try.
"Fuck yes! Pretty and functional. You're the best fiancé ever,"
he said, plopping a loud kiss to my cheek.
"This will make packing easier the next time you have to go on a business trip. Then I can come too."
You'd really want to go with me? What about the circus? I asked in shock. Connell loved the circus. It was a part of who he was, so to hear that he was willing to leave it for me was so fucking precious.
"I'll miss the circus, but I realized I'll miss you more, and we'll always come back,"
Connell replied, cocking his head like his words were a no-brainer. I laughed again, loving how easy Connell made everything. Or maybe it was just being with him was effortless because we made so much sense together. Then it's a good thing I don't plan on leaving again for a long time. There's just one thing, though, I said, then paused with dramatic flair. He shifted in my arms, his arms slung around my neck as he came closer. The smile that tickled his lips told me he saw right through my antics.
"What?"
"Please tell me I can get us a bigger, magically spelled RV," I said, half begging, half whining. His RV was nice and all, but I would love to be able to sleep in the same bed with him. In an actual bed, not his nest.
"Deal,"
he said with a laugh, then sealed it with a kiss.
"That was my plan too."
See, we're in sync. We're perfect for each other.
"We really are,"
he replied. He laughed again, so bright and beautiful. And dear goddess, I hope to see his laughter many more times for the rest of our lives.
Epilogue. Connell. 4 months later. "Rise and shine!" Mom pulled the blankets off me. I groaned at the intrusion and snuggled to where Titan's scent was the strongest. The first thing we did after getting a new magically spelled RV was buy a king-size bed for his large frame. I joked the bed was pointless, since I slept basically on top of him most nights anyway. The best part of having a magical RV was it looked about the same size as my old one from the outside, but there was so much more space on the inside. I had a whole art setup near the front of the RV where I did my streams and online art lessons. I didn't have many students yet, but it didn't matter how many people I taught. Teaching even one person was so fulfilling. Titan and I still followed the circus to each new city, and I still worked the morning shift operating rides while Titan held meetings with his sisters or the other whale shifter species. At night, I still did live sketches at the circus for a couple of hours a day, but now I had Titan to keep me company during those times. I patted underneath me, expecting delicious warm skin, but found nothing but the cold bed.
It took a minute for my sleep-clogged brain to remember Titan had gone back to his kingdom to prepare for our wedding today. Today's our wedding. I shot up in bed and found Mom standing there watching me with a smirk and still holding the blanket. Finally remember what today is? Shit, what time is it? I asked, scrambling out of bed to check the time on my phone. I had a hard time sleeping last night because of nerves for today, as well as not having spent a single night away from Titan since his month-long trip to set up the GAM. The Whale GAM, or just shortened to the GAM, had their first meeting at the Circus a month after Titan came home. It had been mostly successful, with the other whale shifter species realizing they needed to adapt to the changing world. Thus, Titan achieved the alliance he had hoped for, and Corlin didn't have to go through with the arranged marriage and got together with her guard instead. They were taking their relationship slow, but would attend today's wedding together. Titan's and my wedding. I sighed with relief when I saw I hadn't overslept, but that didn't mean I had time to waste. The rest of the morning went by in a blur with all the last-minute preparations, making sure my outfit was ready and getting the early guests where they needed to be. A lot of the members of the GAM came to support Titan, which had surprised him, but he also seemed grateful for it. Aisha arrived as I was getting my makeup done by my mom. I'd never worn makeup before, but since we were getting married on stage, and Mom, being the makeup artist for all the performers, insisted that I needed some, or else I'd look washed out under the harsh light. I wasn't going to argue with the pro. My best friend smirked as she watched my mom conceal the dark circles I'd gotten from the lack of sleep. I looked in the mirror, and hey, if makeup was going to make me look more alive, then I could get behind it. I can't believe you're getting married, Aisha said, and my mom immediately agreed and started going on about how her little baby was all grown up now. I glared at Aisha and gritted out, See what you did? Now she's not going to stop until I'm actually married. And like you're one to talk, who was the one who got married first? Let me think. I pressed a finger to my chin and pretended to think, then grabbed her left hand to reveal the gold band on her ring finger. Oh yeah, you. Stop moving, Mom ordered and forced my face back toward her. I muttered sorry while Aisha continued to smirk at me. Aisha and Niall held their wedding last month in the Sperm Whale Kingdom. Aisha still lived and worked at the circus for the most part, thank God, since I didn't know what I would do without her. But they visited their underwater home often. Who knew Aisha would one day become a water feline? Once makeup was done, I put on my suit. Dad came to help me with the tie, and then clapped me on the shoulder. I'm happy for you, son, he said, his voice full of emotion. Beside us, Mom was already wiping her tears with a tissue. I was never a sympathetic crier, but damn if the feels weren't getting to me. I love you guys so much. Thank you for raising me, I said, pulling them both into a hug. Mom sobbed into my chest, and Dad pulled both of us into his large arms. His eyes were suspiciously wet as well. Aisha stood to the side, and I reached out to her. Come here, bestie. You can't escape my love, I teased. My parents made room for her in our little hug pile, hugging her as tightly as they hugged me. I sometimes wondered how the hell I got so lucky to be surrounded by so many people who loved me, and now I was about to marry the love of my life. Luck really must be on my side. Mom fixed our makeup and hair again. Then it was time. The three of us made our way to the large tent. I'd seen the magnificent structure probably thousands of times since my childhood and watched just as many of our circus shows, but this time was different from all the others. Today, I wouldn't be in the audience. I would be one of the stars of the show. Aisha said Niall was already saving a seat for her in what I considered the best seats in the house. She'd promised to tell me just how fantastic I looked on stage from there. Before leaving to find her seat, though, Aisha pulled me into a hug again. I love you too, bestie. I gasped and pulled back. Are you okay? Did you hit your head? Because there was no way you would have willingly said that without me forcing you. She rolled her eyes and started walking toward the front entrance of the tent. She didn't get far before turning her head and saying, It's finally your time to shine on the stage, so kick some ass. I smiled widely and told her I would. When she left, my parents and I went to the backstage area. Titan and I weren't going to follow the traditional human wedding and decided to walk on stage with both our parents from opposite ends of the stage. That meant Titan was probably waiting nearby with his parents as well. My heartbeat sped up at the thought of being married soon. It wasn't that I was scared of moving too fast or that I didn't want to get married, but I was just too excited. This was it, the fairy tale happily ever after my romantic heart always wished for, except this wasn't a fairy tale. This was my life, and it was so much better than any storybook could portray. I peeked through the curtains to see the front and saw the seats filled to the brim. My entire circus family was here, as well as most of the sperm whale shifters and the members of the GAM. They were all here to witness our union. The nerves got to me again. Mom told me to breathe, but I didn't even have time for that as the lights dimmed and the music started. Like the start of any show, the stage light turned on and Seven appeared on stage in his best suit and top hat. He spread his arms wide as he faced the audience.
Welcome, friends and family. Thank you all for joining us today on a very special day.
His words faded out in a haze of nerves, and before I knew it, Seven was calling us out to the stage. Our curtains opened and loud roars of cheering came from the audience. It didn't do anything to help my loudly pounding heart. But then I saw him. Titan was walking from the other end of the circus stage with his parents, and everything else faded away. I sped up, wanting to get to him faster. He did as well. We met in the middle of the stage, and I jumped into his arms. I had to. He caught me and held me close, protected. The cheering around us got louder, almost deafening now, but none of that was important. All I could see was Titan. He smiled, and my heart settled in my chest.
Are you ready to spend the rest of our lives together?
He whispered. I smirked, never feeling more ready than I did now to commit my life to him with my circus family, and my new whale one as well, to witness our story. Let's get this show on the road.
Letter from Rye. Thank you for listening to Connell. I had so much fun writing these two, and I hope you loved them too. If you did, please leave a review on your favorite site. It really helps